Okay, so just like before, I guess we'll send them on 0. So
Yep.
I have mine queued up. So 3, 2, 1, 0.
All right. Oh, it took a second. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see what we got.
What is... Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to use the picture for that one. You were like, what?
Alright.
Okay, interesting. I'm
Huh.
not surprised by Veshness being your number one.
I'm surprised to see you only put one thing in second scenario. I mean, in a S rank.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too, to be honest. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at yours. I'm seeing these do kind of line up a bunch with with the consensus. Oh, I actually am very surprised to see Killing Game in C, because that's a fan favorite route.
Yeah, let me think about that for a second. I made this a little bit ago, so I'm having to remember my reasoning for all of these.
So yeah, do we want to do starting from like the bottom up, like we did before?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Just give me 1 second. Honestly, I could probably stand to raise Killing Game up one now that you mention it, but everything else I think I'm pretty satisfied with.
Yeah, because
Uh,
Killing Game is one I definitely have mixed feelings on, but the highs were really high. It's just the lows are
I
also
think
really low for me. I think I've disliked it a lot more than most people, but I still really liked a lot of parts of it.
um also Killing Game was just one of the last routes I ended up playing. Like it had been mentioned in other routes prior, but like I didn't have the blindness going into it. Like I knew so much of what was going to happen already and the whys that when I got to it, there wasn't as many surprises. I was like waiting, like, okay, this is going to happen next. And some of my favorite character moments or my favorite characters got moments in other routes, so it didn't hit as hard when I played it. The order you play routes can really impact your experience. But yeah, so I guess we can start from the bottom. I'm seeing which ones you haven't played. You didn't play Serial Battles, understandable. Conspiracy, I'm actually surprised because that one's actually really fast and easy to get out of the way. Casual, Box of Blessings, thank God you didn't play that one. Cult of Takumi, thank God you didn't play that one. And comedy, comedy's a long one because of all the free time, but that's definitely one to play if you get the
if I
chance because that's
if I
really
go
fast with
back
some of
to the
it.
game, comedy is probably one of the ones that I will be most likely to
Yeah.
play.
So if you don't mind, yeah, I don't. Let's go ahead and start from the bottom up, and I'll start with the ones you haven't played that I think aren't that great. Being
Okay.
Box of Blessings, followed by the Cult of Takumi Conspiracy, because oh boy,
I'm a
I have a
little
lot to say about
surprised that
these.
Serial Battles is also not in Hell, given what I've heard about it.
So I'll get to that. But yeah, you can see. So first playthrough for me, our first 100 days is ranked in B rank, so that you can consider that my baseline. How do these other routes and their endings compare to my first experience playing it as like a new thing, like learning these characters for the first time and how enjoyable it is? What surprises there are. And yeah, so Box of Blessings is in hell. Uh, it's not great. It's not great. So honestly, there's so much information and so many routes that remembering every detail in order is difficult. So you'll have to forgive me. But I definitely remember up to the point that you basically get Eva, and she's like, "I know where a box of blessings is," and all the shenanigans start happening, and you're given a choice that will branch the route into box of calamity or box of blessings. If you go box of calamity, a lot of bad things happen. Honestly, there's like a ghost that's like chasing you. There's like someone gets possessed. All this stuff.
It's the
If you go
actual,
box
like,
of
horror route of the game.
Yeah, something like that. And if you do Box of Blessings, though, what happens is you go after Kako. She doesn't run off, or she runs off, but you manage to get her. She doesn't get nothing bad happens to her. She doesn't go missing or anything like that. And because of that, she's like, yeah, so I was using my psychic ability to find one of these boxes, and I'm pretty sure there's one here. And you start going on a quest, essentially, to find the boxes of blessings and the boxes of calamity. You're
To
trying to
find
find
the
every
Dragon
box.
Balls.
Yes, you're trying to find every box and then narrow down which are the box of blessings. And yes, they are basically Dragon Balls. Once you've narrowed them down and they've sorted them out, you get the boxes of blessings and they grant a wish. Yes, like actual magic. We don't fully understand how it works. It's probably hemoanima or something. Like I said, hemoanima is something outside of space-time. It's something crazy. We don't fully understand it.
It's plot juice.
But it's plot juice. But the problem with blocks of blessings is that you know how most of the routes branch into two, and there's like two like alternate versions. So like zombie and slasher, for example. Box of blessings, there is a split, but both sides are almost exactly the same, with a ton of reused text and dialogue and wasted time, and a ton of exploration. You're like nearly every day, you are exploring the Mario Party overworld. And then there's like several day time skips, and then there's like text you already saw in the other version of the route. So like playing through it is not fun. The events that happen aren't interesting either, because it's mainly same old, except you're exploring and not learning much.
I've heard that it's very much like once you get to the destination in most days, it's we found a box of blessings, or oh, we didn't find a box of blessings, better try again tomorrow, and that's basically
Yes. Yes, it's a very rinse and repeat. Like, it's tedious, it's dull, and if I don't know if this was added in a patch, but they let you skip exploration at least now in the game, so I can say I don't want to explore this time. So I was able to skip most of it, and I'm just like, if I had to have manually done this every time, I would have screamed. I wouldn't have been able to finish. They let you skip their explorations, thankfully, and you have to do it a lot. And every time Kaku's like, "Oh, my senses, my senses that are like only ever brought up occasionally, they're letting me track these things." It's weird. But basically, the branch lets you pick like the boy team or the girl team or whatever, and there's some more stuff from there. But what it ends up really being about is, if I'm remembering right, it lets you. You're really choosing between it being a Shoma story or a Gaku story. So that's already not very exciting.
which is so weird because it seems like that would be the prime route, along with, I mean, I guess it's kind of like mystery in that, like, wow, this really should have been a Kaka route.
It's got a lot of, yes, it seems like it's gonna be a Kaka route, and it's got some important lore reveals, like actually some important stuff later into it. But let me just speed run this, otherwise I'll talk about it forever. But they try to like develop Gaku, and you think it's like gonna be a Gaku like interesting thing to make you like him, and then at the end you get the Dragon Balls, and he like wishes for like a harem, and he brings several people back to life who died, except now they're fawning over him, and it's really creepy because the wish brought them back to life, but they're in a non-consensual like magically imbued relationship with this guy who sucks. Well, that's not great. But he does learn from like Takumi how to be more confident in himself and make important decisions. Like in the end, Eito shows up and is like gonna steal the boxes, and like Gaku does make like a good call, like, and manages to stop Eito. In a neat reference to early Dragon Ball, he like interrupts his wish and makes his own. So that's neat. And Shoma, like I said, gets a really good moment in his ending where he tells off both Eito and Veshness, and is like, "You should just be better. You guys suck. If I can grow, you sure can." Stuff like that. It's very good.
Yeah.
But like, it's also the only route where they do something interesting with Dalsha, where you actually meet him outside in exploration first, and like he tries to get like a box from you, so you have to like, you're like, well, we're not gonna survive this guy. We can't beat him, so you throw the box his way and like run off. But like, it's weird. There's like a weird like translation or localization with Flub where they like act as if he's already met them or knows who they are, even though they haven't met yet. It's very strange. One more thing is that, sorry, there's two more things. In one route, you randomly are like stumbling through a gallery or whatever, and you just find notes with like big lore drops and like stuff about how we're all experiments and all of our memories are fake, just like on a paper on the ground, and stuff about the war. And I'm like, wow, that could have been information given in any other way in almost any other route, and it's kind of plainly delivered here and not that important. The old man appears again and just says some stuff without any explanation, like about how he knows whatever. Eito in the route where you find that paper, he's like, "Oh, that sucks," and he kills himself, which is crazy. And in the other route, he tries to team up with Veshness, and depending on your actions there, she just straight up kills him. It's like, why did he think he would like convince me that he would help? Like I need his help, so I just killed him and took his power. Um, just all around, like I'm giving you all the most interest points now because everything else in the route is uninteresting and not good. It's
Yeah,
very tedious. It's not fun to play or replay, especially since you have to do it twice, and the same things happen. And every time you think it's going to do something interesting to the character, it kind of undoes it, with like two exceptions. So, and it even has actual genuine mistakes in it. Not a good route.
yeah, this is definitely one that I've always heard from the community as being like one of the worst in the game, if not the worst.
If one of the branches was better, they like explained more, or like, gave anything more about what the boxes of blessings are about, or if they just made it a Kako route, that would have been nice.
Kako's
I'm a
not allowed to
detective.
have roots.
I'm a detective. Let me not use any of my detective skills and instead use my ambiguous psychic power, which has never been displayed to work this way, by the way. I thought she could see the future. Why is she now ESP extrasensory able to find
Yeah,
boxes
just like
of
a
magic?
dowsing
What's up with
rod.
that? I don't know, man. I don't get it. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and move to conspiracy route because this one's quick to get out of the way.
All right.
It's D rank because you basically branch off from the story where, if I remember right, Hirko's like, I need to bust Nigo over the head with a big hammer or something. Like, I need to smash them. And you can choose whether to let them do that or not. And if I remember right, I can't remember which choice you make, but essentially,
Well,
Nigo gets
isn't this the
damaged.
one where you is this the one where you choose Kurara to survive instead of Gaku?
Uh, yes, let me make sure I'm not getting this mixed up with a different one, actually. That is weird. Yeah, give me 1 second. I actually have to fact check my memories real quick. Okay, I got it. I got it sorted. Sorry, that took a while because there was one thing throwing me off. All right. Okay, back at it. We're back, gamers. I actually got really confused for a second about conspiracy route.
I
It's
scrambled
already
James's brain.
low. Yeah, it's already like low on my totem pole. But like I misremembered like a certain thing, like a choice. Um, So yes, the conspiracy route branches off if you save Kudata instead of Gaku from Veshness, like during if you're trying to get like second scenario. Even though the game warns you like you should save Gaku, any reasonable person is like no and saves Kudata instead. But by doing this, essentially the characters like I don't remember the specific reasons, but they get into an argument and Takamaru starts butting heads with Sirei. And when they do, Takamaru accidentally like damages Nigo, and this is important. Nigo gets damaged in such a way it accidentally awakens like another like AI personality that was planted by the terrorists on the satellite, the same people who made Eito the way he is.
Huh.
Or at least like people who are anti like
Oh,
who
so they
don't want to invade the planet. They want the invasion to end. I'm
so
pretty
they
sure I'm pretty
confirmed
sure it's the
that
anti-human faction.
so they confirmed that like that's a thing that happened to Eito intentionally in this route.
I can't. No, no, no. I can't remember when or even if that's confirmed. I'm pretty sure that's been confirmed somewhere in the story. But the point is, like, it is specifically confirmed. Like, we are the anti like human invading the world faction. Like, we are. Like, we want you guys to keep living on the satellite, but we think humanity deserves to die out. We don't think we should be invading this planet. We should just die here on the satellite. We want to end this war. And that AI awakens Nigo. It had been infected in there, but it wasn't able to like take control until Nigo got damaged. And it comes up and it's like, all right, Takumi, would you like to take the red pill or the blue pill? And an awesome choice comes up that says, take the red pill. It's really funny. And you're able to learn like some sort of false information mixed in with true stuff based on what this Nigo alternate personality knows and doesn't know. Even it's pretty clear, like, I don't know all the details, but like essentially like, you know, this and that, we want you to convince the others to like get on this bus and we're gonna leave. We're just gonna leave the academy. We're gonna stop Zero. We're gonna leave the academy, and under second academy, under the second academy, there's another spaceship underneath that can get you back to the satellite. Another escape pod, I mean.
Oh, that's really helpful information.
Yeah, not mentioned anywhere else, huh? So it basically it tries to convince you, and this route is infamous for having a bunch of bad endings, because pretty much at any point, if you disagree or second guess yourself when talking to Nigo, they'll just pull out a baton and knock you out and be like, "Oh, such a shame you didn't choose the thing I wanted," and then it's like bad end. And it's like 2 or 3 of them are literally the same exact thing. Like I don't know what they were thinking.
They just copy
the point
and paste
they really
the
wanted,
same ending.
Yes. Yeah, like a picture is different in once or twice, but it's the same thing, and it's portrayed pretty clearly. Like they do want to end the war, but they're also not trustworthy. Like the things they're saying, they're either not sure of or they're straight up lying about. They are not like the right people to be on the side of. But you can choose to work with them, take out Sirei. There's a joke ending where Sirei gets 2 batons and like is gonna attack you. It's pretty interesting. And then, but yeah, you just convince everyone. Mainly Kurata starts finding out some of the truths. One of the main truths that is told to you is that your memories, like, it's either your memories are fake or like the people you love on like the satellite are already dead or didn't exist or something. I can't remember the specific one.
So you
and
can
when
get
Kurata
that
learns
early.
that, yes, you can find that out early. But Kurata like finds this out. You know, this is interesting because you don't get to see this in second scenario route. But she finds out the truth in quotes and like has to come to accept it, which she does pretty quickly. She's pretty responsible about it, and everyone convinces and leaves on the bus, and then it ends. It leaves it ambiguous as to what happens to you after you leave on the bus, if you even survive, if you know what happens with the war. You don't know. Importantly, though, it is mentioned by Nigo. Oh, I lied, by the way. I don't actually know for sure the things I told you. Those were just educated guesses based on the things I found. I lied in order to convince you to get on the ship. I made it up. It is important that the things Nigo was saying were partially true, or at least, or possibly entirely true, but at that point in the story, especially if you're playing that route first, you have no way of knowing for sure. Like, it just seems like Nigo is just straight up lying to you and just made it up.
What are some of like the lies that are told?
It's basically like they hand out like envelopes to everyone. Like, I'm not going to tell you outright. Here's the secret that Sirei was keeping from you. And each person got a different one that was like, your family never existed, your memories are a lie, or these people are dead, or the company you're a part of like failed a long time ago, and you know you were brainwashed into thinking otherwise, like stuff like that.
Okay.
And it was only based on the AI or the human faction's interpretation, so they didn't know the full details. So if you play that route first and then second scenario, it's like a double twist. It's like you believe Nigo and then you realize they were lying, and then later find out, oh wait, they were kind of on the money.
Okay, that's interesting.
So I would say the one interesting thing is you get a little lore on that. You find out there's a second ship, and you get to see Kurata's reaction to finding out the truth, supposedly. But it's an incredibly short branch. Like, nothing happens. A bunch of bad endings that are pointless, and it's not super entertaining. There's a reason it's down here. It's not dull. It's just a nothing route.
I hear people say it's like a lot of missed potential. Like, it... Yeah. They have a lot of, like, cool things that they introduce, but then they just literally do nothing with it.
Yeah. That's about all I have to say on that. Sorry, I had to pause for a while to help sort out my memory of how the conspiracy route started. But yeah. It doesn't help. What didn't help is right before the choice to save Kurata is a choice on whether to let Hideko damage Nigo. And I knew that Nigo getting damaged is what started the route, so I thought that was the choice that made it. So when you brought up, yeah, Kurata's alive, I was like, wait, you're right, what? Which choice was it again? But anyway, that's all I have to say on conspiracy. Alright. So I've just a reminder. I'm ranking these sort of relatively to the first playthrough, not on like their objective quality or anything. Because I like elements of all these routes. I'm also just someone who I tend to talk about the positives of things,
Hmm.
like the things that I didn't like or I thought were mostly tedious. Honestly, just escape my memory. I just choose not to remember them because if it was wasted time, it was wasted time. And a lot of these routes do like they skip long spans of days or they just have pointless, nothing or repeated gameplay. um, as we get higher up on these, I will be like saying more things I remember, things I liked about them.
Now,
I wanted to say all that because Cult of Takumi certainly has some memorable moments
yes,
to talk about.
I have heard
And
rumblings about this route.
I had also just yapped for a minute about Conspiracy and Box of Blessings, and I just, I don't want to be overly negative. I'm basically saying the things I remember and the positives. But yeah, Cult of Takumi is interesting. So in this route, Takumi, basically Takumaru dies in the firebomb sacrifice instead of Kyoshika or Tsubasa. And unrelated to that, pretty much, Yugamu experiments and creates like some sort of hemoanima pheromone, I guess, for Takumi, and is like, yeah, like you take this and you'll shine and people will like you a little more. And he starts taking it and it starts working a little too well. People start liking him a lot more, a little too much, and uh, what ends up happening is it starts helping like in battles and stuff, getting people to trust Takumi more. And Yugamu like ups the dosage or something, or starts giving it to him more, and it increases its potency. And at one point, like he even does it without Takumi's consent. He like puts it in his water, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Well, I just like you so much. I want to keep it up." And it's becoming clear the pheromones are like too powerful at this point.
Okay,
Like, people aren't rational
we are
around
dealing
Takumi.
we are dealing with a slasher Yugamu instead of a killing game Yugamu in this route.
It's more like after the pheromones, like he was just experimenting at first, but the pheromones made, I'm not even sure that's the right word, sorry if it's not, but it makes them like him more, and it makes him want others to like him more, and basically the pheromones are so strong that all rationality is lost by the people around him. They just love Takumi so much. So he starts like drugging him, and then he starts making the drug stronger. And then by the time Takumi's able to convince him to stop, the drugs have become permanent. They've become part of his hemoanima, and they can't be stopped anymore.
Whoops.
It becomes really bad really fast because everyone, except for Nozomi, who doesn't have strong hemoanima, starts loving Takumi. And I mean love like idolatry, like beyond friendship. Like
So-
everyone, including like characters like Gaku, are very openly like, bro, I would let you hit it from the back. Like let me just be in your vicinity. Gaku says something. It's really
Gaku would
Yeah.
be the kind of guy to say, "I'll let you hit it from the back."
he does specifically say like, listen, I'm into girls, but like I'd make an exception for you, man. Like it's stuff like that.
And so here's the thing. Let's go
Uh-huh.
back in time a little bit. During the
Uh.
initial marketing for the game, I think there was like maybe a convention where they were showing off
They
some
showed
stuff
you
for
that
the
picture,
game.
didn't they?
They had a little thing. They had a big picture with a bunch of CGs from the game, and people
Yeah.
zoomed in on it, and
Yeah,
they were like,
and they
"Wait a
saw
second,
that.
there's a CG here that looks like Takumi and Eito just going
Yeah.
at it."
It's yaoi. It's actual yaoi.
It's actual yaoi, and this is the route. This
context
is the
for
route that
that
this is
is-
from, I believe.
It is. It's actually the final CG of the route, and you're not gonna like it. So let's build up to this, shall we? So over time, Sirei looks at this and says, "I know it's making you uncomfortable, Takumi, but it's actually really raising morale. Like everyone's willing to fight harder. They're all in their A game
Oh,
for
God.
you. So like, let's just keep it going."
Of
And everyone's
course,
like, "For real?"
Sirei
And
would
he's-
be like that.
And he says, "All right, let me manage it. How about this? If everyone's good, I'll pick a winner, and the winner gets to spend like a day with Takumi and do what they want." And Takumi's like, "You're just offering me up like that?" And he's like, "But you've got a responsibility, Takumi. You gotta, keep us all, even if you aren't fighting, like just you being here like this and giving everyone the motivation makes them fight harder. Like we might win this war because you're doing this. And so Takumi is put in a position where he's told, like, this is your duty. It's your duty for everyone to love you and, like, do whatever they want with you. And so from this point onwards, every day, no, not every day, it's like once a week, I think, they pick a winner, and that winner gets to do whatever with Takumi. And it's framed really creepily. Like, it's definitely uncomfortable, and it's uncomfortable for Takumi first. But let me start. Tsubasa's the first winner, and her desperate plea is to just hang out with Takumi and spend time with him in his room that day. And what that means is just being in his vicinity and talking to him and telling him that how much she loves him, and how much she means to him. And that it's like framed in a really weird way. She's like all up in his face, like panting, like I love you so much. You mean so much to me. It's like really weird. But things that kind of increase from there, because people like realize there's not really a limit on what they can ask for. One person, I think Kurara, asked to sleep in bed with Takumi, not like nudity, but just like, I want to sleep with you. And that makes him not only uncomfortable, but he's not able to sleep the whole night because just Kurara is just there, like snuggled up against him, and he's like, I'm not really getting anything specific out of this. It just feels like I'm on edge. Like all of my friends are suddenly really weird. Battles and stuff continue as usual, except your friends are all just on 110%, like whooping butt. And these things, they keep going. Like there's one where like the twins get a day, and like they had like, what's the word, like leotards or something. They get like cloth, like almost nothing on, and they have like Takumi and the brother like carry Kako like a freaking like Roman, like I don't know, like a queen or something. It's very weird and implied sexuality, but not explicit. It's like very clearly like this is supposed to be metaphorical. This is supposed to look like something, you know?
Right.
These kinds of things keep going, and eventually Sirei gets taken out because the people who are hooked on pheromones are like, Sirei, you're making Takumi uncomfortable. Destroys him. All right, Nigo, you be good and we won't destroy you. And Nigo's like, well, I can't contact the satellite, and you guys are still willing to fight, so I'll just let it slide, even though I'm really sad. And I believe from this point on, a special guest comes in to become the new leader. So I neglected to mention something. Earlier in this route, Eito escapes. He joins a battle and you fight against him, and he senses the pheromones and realizes, like, oh my god, something's up with Takumi. He leaves and he's gone for an unexpected amount of time. And you're wondering what he could possibly be thinking. Like, did the pheromones get to him? Like, is he plotting something? What's going on? So one day you go outside because the alarm's gone off, and it's just Eito, and Eito shows up with bags in his hands. He says, Takumi, I love you so much. You're the only person I don't see as a monster. Like, you're like a shining god in my eyes. Like, I need to prove my loyalty to you. And he opens the bags, and they're full of heads of all of the other commanders except Vicious.
Oh, God.
Every commander has been decapitated in these bags, and the game even like puts like a funny blur like filter over it, like you do like the bad food in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
It's just like it's the funniest image of Eito smiling like a child while holding bags of severed heads. It's crazy. I'll have to show you because it's very funny. But yeah, so you like the others are like, well, I mean, he defeated all the other commanders, and he seems to like Takumi, so we'll let it. You know what? We'll let you back in. And Eito's like, all right, to prove my loyalty, I still hate the rest of you. You're still monsters to me, but Takumi would hate if I did something to you. So how about this? I'm gonna manage what Sirei was doing before. I'll like manage like the rules so that you guys can spend time with Takumi, and we'll keep this up. By the way, this is daily now. Every day, I'll pick someone, and they're gonna do whatever they want with Takumi. And so Takumi's daily life becomes uncomfortable encounters with his friends where he's just on edge at all times. And he's starting to become like more comfortable with it. It's very clearly, he's slowly becoming more acclimated to it and convincing himself he's doing this for the greater good. It must be done. You know, he really is kind of all that, you know, like maybe, you know, he does deserve to be loved just a little bit, you know, like, and he's putting in all this work, you know. it keeps progressing. You get more and more weird scenes. Some of them are just like jokes or dumb things. Like Shoma, like makes Eito build like Eito builds like an outdoor like hot what's it called with the like a steam room or whatever.
Oh, Asana?
A sauna, and like Eito like not Shoma challenges him to like who could stay in there the longest, and you get like some buff Shoma. Like some of them aren't sexual at all. Some of them are just weird. And then some of them are sexual, and some of them are just like, all right, this person's got some strange kinks. Um, but yeah, but none of them are like going to like nudity and banging or anything, and that's important. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
Um, so this keeps progressing. Um, and there's even a point where Eva is selected. She's brainwashed, of course. And she's told to like she's won today, so go see Takumi. And she's like, "Hey Takumi, I need your help." Oh no! And she trips and the lights turn off and the lights turn back on and she's naked and her boobs and other areas are covered in whipped cream and cherries. And
Oh
she's
my
like,
god.
"I made a cake for you. Please, you have to eat it all." And Takumi's clearly embarrassed, but he does it. He's like, "All right, I'm going to eat the cake and I'm using my tongue. It's very delicious." It goes in great detail. Implicit detail.
Oh my god.
Uh, it turns out that was like Ava, like uh, they had told Ava to distract Takumi so they could do something. I think that was actually like when Zirei died. But keep this in mind still, like that Ava did that because some interesting thing happened. A big turning point happens in the story, and I want to be clear. It's already too late at this point. There's no saving this route. It's only bad from here. Um. So Nozomi is finally speaking up, and she's like, "I've been uncomfortable this whole time, but I've been putting it aside because everyone's been saying it's all right. Everyone likes you. There was like rationality behind it, but like this is like too much. I think we need to like stop this. I think we need to find a way to like make a drug that like goes like stops this pheromone thing and turns everyone to normal because like they're not themselves anymore." And Eito shows up and he's like, "I was listening, and how dare you try to convince Takumi, our god, like this and that. Like there's a reason you're doing this. Like it works. You even changed my ways. Like clearly this is it." And so you get the choice between agreeing with Nozomi or Eito. Um yeah, so I'm not even sure the best. I'm gonna save agreeing with Nozomi for last. You can agree with Eito. You can say, "I am all that and I need to keep doing this." If you do that, Ava shows up again with the cake on her boobies and is like, "I need you to eat me up." And this time, Takumi's got a blank expression. It's the most normal thing in the world to him, and he just has at it. And it turns out it was another distraction. This time, they've brainwashed Nozomi to like Takumi, and this is where the story starts getting in its final notes and gets pretty like rough.
So what you're saying is that Takumi managed to save Nozomi in this route.
Yeah, let's go with that. Actually, I don't even know if I would say that. So, there's a joke that Veshna shows up, but she's immediately infatuated in Takumi. But she's so full of herself, she sees herself as his equal, despite him being such a god in her eyes. She's like, "I'm the only person that can have him. We'll be equals. He might even be slightly above me." And then you kill her, and she's like, "Why no?" Um, and then Takumi makes a decision. He says he realizes he blames like humanity for everything that's happened, and he decides what I'm gonna do to save the Futurans and humanity is we're going to be their conquerors. We need to go to the satellite and conquer humanity with me as their god. But and everyone's like, on board with this. But part of the problem is he's like, in order to make this final decision, I need to cross a line I haven't crossed. I need to like commit to who I am now. Nozomi, come up to my room. You won today.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
just join me in bed. My brainwashed girl who I like. Yeah, so they do it. No, brainwashing the girl is not consent, by the way. But anyway,
Right.
yeah, so they do it. And he's like totally content. He's like, "All right, now I can do whatever." And Nozomi's like, "I love you so much, Takumi." And yeah, they fix the ship early. They get on the satellite, and there's a cool shot I mentioned before where you can see the inside of the satellite and see it looks like the memories. But yeah, he's on the satellite with his hemo anima and his sword ready to do battle. So
It's crazy that that's the one. Is that the one ending where
I
they
think that's the
actually
only
show
time.
you what it looks like
I
on the
think-
satellite?
Yep. The other ending is the infamous one. If you agree with Nozomi, if you say, "All right, you're right. This is wrong. We need to fix this," it was too late. Too little. Too late. Because the others don't like that. They don't want Takumi to be taken away from them. So they invite you and Nozomi to lunch, and give you a nice little sip of a drink, a little snack. And it turns out there was an anesthetic or whatever in that makes your body completely numb and unable to move. You're only conscious and can see and hear, but you can't say anything or do anything. So Takumi drops to the floor, and they're like, "Yeah, so we drugged you so you can be our living idol. Like, now you never had to make decisions again because we'll take care of you, because you're our god, Takumi. Anyway, let's execute the non-believer like we agreed. Everyone, one kick at a time." And everyone, including all of Nozomi's closest friends, individually take their turns beating her to death. And it's described, she's like beaten black. Like, you can't tell what she is anymore.
Oh, God.
Following that, Takumi mentions he turns off his emotions and his mind because there's just nothing left to live for. The whole reason he came back was to save her, and now this has happened. And you get that nice shot of Eito saying, "Hey, today's my day, Takumi, and I get what I want." And yeah, you get to see Eito fully ready to, again, not consensually do things with Takumi. And that lovely yaoi art of him on top of him. And that's how that route ends. That's the context for that.
I see why this route is so infamous. So it's interesting.
Yes.
This is the kind of thing that, like, I could see it being ranked really highly or really lowly depending on how it's, like, executed. Because everything you say sounds really interesting and, like,
it's a very interesting route. It's definitely an interesting route. However, to my enjoyment and to what I like about 100 Line, I didn't like it. That being said, like, gameplay, like, things that happen aren't bad, and I think many other people would rate it higher than I had. Again, I could probably stand to even raise it 1 tier, but my point is just, like, it's not antithetical, especially to, like, Takumi, like, could be anything. But, like, even though he's someone who doesn't really like to make choices, he's always been, like, a decently empathetic and, like, tries to be heroic kind of guy. So watching him not just go down this route, but in one end he sexually assaults someone, or, further than that, and the other it happens to him, it's like, I didn't want to experience that,
Yeah, I can definitely
it's just kind of sad in
how
a dark
that would
way.
be, like, really uncomfortable.
Like, imagine playing, like, coming of age or something, or imagine playing second scenario, finishing it, and then immediately following it up with this one.
Yeah.
Like, it's rough.
Well, it's also, like, there's already a part in second scenario where you do something very, very uncomfortable to another character that is required.
And I want to say, I did almost get this one route early, because I did, like, pick Takumaru the first time I did it. And I started seeing, like, the vibes are off, and I switched to pick someone else. And I'm glad I did, because holy crap, if I had played this one early on. Oh, I wouldn't have liked it.
Alright, so next,
I think you should take the lead on whatever the next one is, to be honest.
Well, we can go up.
Otherwise, I'd be talking about.
Well, we still have comedy
have?
that I haven't. We still have comedy and serial battles that I haven't done yet, but I feel like we can go ahead and get Slasher out of the way really quickly.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do Slasher. You want to take a lead on this one?
Yeah, so I ranked both of them as D. There's 2 large branches for Slasher, Killer Route and Zombie Route. I did not particularly like either of them. My thing with Slasher is it really feels like it doesn't know what it wants to be. I don't think it works.
Yeah.
I don't think either really works as a horror route, and I don't think Killer works as a mystery route either. Because most of Slasher is just, oh no, another person died. Anyways, let's, like, just do random other stuff for a bit. Oh no, another person died, and you're never really given the chance to, like, do any mystery solving or try and, like, figure out who it is. And it's just,
Early.
it feels so nothing. It really feels like the only good parts of both respective routes are like the very last parts of each of them.
Hmm.
Where like I like Kyoshika getting, a moment to shine in the zombie route.
Hmm.
And I like the scene with Hiroko comforting Takumi near the end
Oh
of the
yeah,
killer route. Those
that's
scenes
a
are
really good
really,
one.
really good. And like
Hmm.
those scenes in particular like really jump started like my appreciation of Hiroko, and like it really kind of gave this like great sense of mystery about the character that hadn't necessarily been there before as much. And it just sucks that like you have to wade through like honestly just some really boring storytelling to get there. It
Yeah,
really
that
feels
was
like there
when I first started liking Yuriko too.
it's just it really feels like it's just there as like a prequel for SF. Um,
I don't
because
know if I'd personally go that far. Like I just feel like they weren't very well executed. You know,
Yeah, because like when I
slasher.
found out about like the existence of like, oh, there's a route where zombies invade, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. I wonder how
Yeah.
like that would happen, and it just
Hmm.
ends up not really being that engaging.
Yeah, it's interesting because like early on in like slasher, like people start dying and you don't know why, and there's like a little bit of like, I'm so sad we have to build a grave, made a grave for them, yada. And I probably would have enjoyed it more had I played other routes first and was a little more attached to some of these people. But like I played the first 100 days, I should have felt a little bad about
I mean,
characters other than Moko dying.
it's just because like
But
the all the deaths in this one are so like stale. Like there's
yeah,
not
there's
really any
no
build up. It's just, oh no,
there's no build
another
up.
person died.
There's no like deep connection with some of the pair. Like there's no like time taken to be like, no, how could X character die? I remember so much they wanted to, like I don't feel like it really put an effort to make me feel bad about any of it. Later on in the story, of course, even the characters become numb to the deaths, which is intentional, and I think that's handled okay. But the horror of just like everyone dying and you can't figure out who the killer is and they keep dwindling, like, is interesting enough. But the fact that the game otherwise continues on as normal and you're still getting into fights outside of that
Yeah.
is interesting. I will say I
I think
like the contrast, the story shift from like we're on a battle to save like the world from this evil invaders to like an internal battle of like all of our friends are dying like story. We can't even focus on the main plot because like we're just trying to survive is pretty cool.
Yeah, I wish that like the slasher killer route was scarier, because it's like, okay, this route is called the slasher route. What is the whole point of like a slasher, you know, movie or game? A lot of
Yeah.
it is like about the horror and like the kills in particular. It's, slasher
Yeah.
movies are famous for having like
Oh,
really over the top and like, fun but also like scary kills against like the main characters.
yeah.
Whereas like the
I guess they
characters
didn't
in
want
this
to
just,
show like the deaths because they like describe some of them, and I think some of the bodies they leave behind are pretty brutal.
yeah, but it's like you never really see any of them in the moment, and
Hmm.
it's never presented in that like kind of slasher
Yeah,
fashion. And I
I
get
think
that
some of
it's
the
partly because of who the slasher is. It would be very hard
yeah.
to show any of that in the moment.
Hmm.
It still just feels like it feels like a mystery route, but without any of the satisfaction.
I agree. I do like the one cutoff ending where Takumi can get killed, and then it shifts to Nozomi making a choice in the end, and that's like a really cool surprise.
That was really cool.
Uh,
I did like
I
that.
also I like, even though the slasherness of it wasn't presented very well, some of the pictures do go kind of hard with like them fighting zombies or the slasher or whatever, or some of the bodies are like it's like really dark. Like this is it from the zombie route, but like there's one shot of like a zombie Nozomi dead with like a screwdriver in her head, and it's like that was not just my friend, that was someone I potentially loved, and like there they are. This is what they've become. Like it's pretty horrible. I I ranked slasher a bit higher, both just in retrospect, but also continue being chased by like a chainsaw person so early in the story did feel like a really neat shift in like direction. And I played it earlier, so it impacted me more. But even though I had my problems with it, I did enjoy it. You know, if anything I felt was underutilized, it was the zombie route, which I feel like has some holes in it. For
Really,
example,
I felt like
Holy
I
Jumanji Sword or
I felt like the zombie route had more individual scenes that I liked.
there's moments in it I like. I especially like the ending where Takumi gets zombified and then Kurata just handles all the
I
zombies.
was just thinking about that one.
And there's also, Takumi and Kyoshika getting left behind and him getting giified,
Yeah.
which is neat. But like overall with the zombies, like being chased by zombies is neat. But the amount of excuses they kept having to find for like, oh no, we can't save them. Oh no, they're a zombie now. Oh no, we can't beat the
Yeah.
zombies. Like, you can't like make a bomb to kill the zombies. You can't stab them with the holy Jumanji sword. What about that big pit in the ground with all the spikes you made? You killed one guy with it and it never comes up again? It's like, what's up with that? Like, it I I have one thing I actually like about the zombie route, I think, and it's that early in the route, there's a cool shot I mentioned before, but like future Takumi comes back to save the world only for and his friends only to suddenly be attacked by zombies, and he gets this cool shot of like stabbing one through the head with a pole, and it looks like a shot of like someone holding a flag, like being a hero, but in this chance he's like stabbing it into the enemy to kill them as a survival tactic. It's like a neat contrast. I don't know if it's intentional, but like it's a neat like I don't know how to describe this. It'd be like if future Trunks came back in time to save the world, but then like him doing that caused the zombie apocalypse, and he's like, "Well, I made everything worse, but I'm still gonna fight to make things as good as I
It's like
can."
there's
You
like
know?
an irony to it in a way.
Yeah. Um, I like that version of Takumi. I think. But yeah, there's just a lot of missed opportunities and potential, and I think trying to tie it so much into SF and the time travel plotline might have messed it up a bit. One
Yeah.
other thing I like is the fact that the route split to comedy is just crazy. That like depending on if you dodge or kick this guy, you either get a horror story where everyone dies, or you get the silliest little lol, this is funny stuff ever. Like, how does that happen? How
Yeah.
does that the universe shift so much because you decided to dodge instead of kick?
And it is really interesting that like this is probably the bleakest route. And that like I
Well, unless
don't
you
know if
count
there's
Cult of
really
Takumi.
anything in there that yeah, Cult of Takumi definitely um but
Like,
like
how do you think
this one just has like the highest amount of just really downer endings, I feel.
it's pretty bad? And I've been wondering, like, hypothetically, a golden ending where you just remember all the routes or something. Like, you saw how Takumi reacted to knowing like he was a Gi in one route. Like, how would he react had he had all these memories, and not just these, but like Cult of Takumi? Like, how does a Takumi who
Like
like got
remembers
through
what he
second
did to
scenario.
Nozomi.
Yeah, imagine like going through the first 100 days and second scenario, and then remembering that Cult of Takumi happened, that you did that. Like, God,
Like, I think if he
Lord,
remembered all the routes, he'd probably come to the conclusion maybe time travel wasn't the option.
I like it. Doesn't seem like he can fix it very easily now, but like, gosh. So yeah, I don't have too much else to say about those routes other
Yeah,
than what we have. But I
I
don't I don't dislike that they're here. I just wish they were better.
I wish they were better too. I think they had a lot of potential and could have been much better. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, they it definitely feels like
Honestly,
they spend way too much of the time having to do things for other routes.
not just that. One more thing to add is, and this applies to a lot of the future routes we'll talk about. But I just feel like having to stay within this game's design structure, having to have battles with commanders and stuff every now and then, like, kind of also messes up that up. Like, they could focus less on the zombie stuff because they were like, well, we also have to have an excuse for every now and then they leave and they get into a fight and then they come back in and go to sleep for the day. It's like, how do you they do all that? What do you mean I'm supposed to fight Veshnis later? Like, what?
Yeah.
Maybe it adds a little tension, but it also makes it way less, like, more unserious when you just easily beat Veshnus.
Because I was gonna say, this is the one... Zombie is the one where it's you and Kyoshka both beat Veshnus alone, right?
You beat her alone, and then zombies eat her alive. It's funny.
Which, like, yeah, that is funny, and I do like that I got to have a...
Once again...
battle just me and Kyoshka, you know, my favorite character, against Veshnus.
Okay.
Like...
you could basically just keep, like, spamming, like, well, I guess you can't, but, like, you just use ultimates or strong attacks, basically.
Well, Kyoshka, I mean, she has the... I think she's one of the characters who's, like, capable of zoning Veshnus out, because you can have her attack from, like, a specific...
Distance.
Yeah, well, not just from a distance. It's specifically, like, from a distance in a specific angle that her attacks can't reach. Because she has, like, She has very comprehensive counters. But if you do it from, like, a diagonal, she can't do that.
Yeah, this supports my belief that Kyoshka would just handle everything. You and Takumi just kind of solo Veshnus. She could do it.
And by you and Takumi solo Veshnus, you mean Kyoshka does all the work, and I'm just, like, sitting back, just being like, yeah,
Kyoshka
you go,
does all the work.
You do that, have fun, Kyoshka.
She would handle any situation. That, you know, give yourself a good poison gas bomb and a fire bomb and Kyoshka, and every boss is doomed. But yeah, we can also probably go ahead and get Box of Calamity out of the way. Though, let me see. Mine are both ordered in C rank.
Box of Calamity, the way I rated it varied very greatly between one route and the other.
I see that. So, forgive me, can you remind me one more time what the difference is between Eva and the other? Because which one...
So Box of Calamity technically has 3 branches. There's the Eva branch, the Gi branch, and the Gaku branch. The Gaku branch is the one where you and Gaku just do the seances, and things are cool. The Gi branch...
Gaku saves us once again.
The Gi branch is the one where you learn more about the Gi, and you know it's the
find out a certain someone might be possessed.
Yeah, it's the one that deals more with the certain member of your main cast who's possessed. And I do really like one of the endings in Box of Calamity. I mean, I think we've talked about it in this podcast already. I do really, really like the ending where you figure out it was Nozomi at the very end, and you just, like, choose to walk away. Because, like, literally, what can you do at that point?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about that one.
That ending just hit me hard.
I feel like a lot of the route is kind of forgettable to me, to be honest. At least, the Eva one I remember a little more of. But I do like the stuff where... And for me, I already knew the telltale signs of a Gi, so when Nozomi starts mentioning, like, I just want to try a frog, I was like, oh no.
Yeah, definitely.
You know? But yeah, the idea of Nozomi, of all people, being Giified is rough, because, like, it's really hard for me to do this, because Nozomi's such an empathetic person, like, I suck at killing people. But that also made her, like, easier to trust from people, which made it so she was still capable of killing folks. She would take advantage of Nozomi's kindness and people's trust in her. This last human to kill all her friends, and that's just horrible.
Yeah, but I think my issue is just getting to that point is it's another really dull route. I had already played Slasher at this point, so it felt like most of this route was just getting info dumps on the Gi that I didn't need.
Yeah. It's to be fair, like, one route, like, tells you a bit about one type of Gi and one tells about the other. It even fills in your dictionary or whatever with specifics depending on what you played. I had one for, like, I think it was, like, male Gi forever, and then got the female one later. It's like, or female spawning phase, my bad. And it's like the very specific, like, biology and mechanisms by which they work it's helpful to have it explained. It's just like,
I just didn't
if you're
really
playing the route
care
just for
much.
that, like, yeah, it's like, are you just playing the route for that? Like, surely you're playing it for other things, right?
Yeah, and so the Eva route is the one that focuses more on the ghost, and you interacting with the spirit of Eva, which is now in your Hemo Anima. And I really liked it because I honestly thought, like, this was a better Eva route than the actual Eva route.
Yeah, because, like, her, like, she gets personified in your Hemo Anima, and you start, like, trying to help her learn about commune and, like, do all this stuff. Sorry, I should say we actually should have added the Gaku branch of this, and we both should have made it Peak of S, because it is Peak, that you and Gaku just start having a seance for like 20 days or some crap, and it just works.
It just keeps going on and on and on. It's
like, holy crap, he was, you know, that Death Note meme where it's like, Light, you can't just add the names of companies to the Death Note, and then it works, and holy crap, like, you were right, it's Utopia. It's like that with Gaku.
Yeah.
He was right all along. If we just believed him, like, it would have solved all of our problems.
But I really, really like what this route does for Eva. I love how it shows that she's actually a really mature and understanding person who, even though, like, she was killed in cold blood by like you and the others, she's able to, like, see all of you after that and realize, like, oh no, like, you guys aren't just evil, like, there was other stuff going on here that, like, led you to make this decision. And I think I don't know, I think there is something very powerful in, like, her personal decision to, like, forgive Takumi. And I really like the Hemo Anima avatar ghost thing as, like, a metaphor for Takumi's guilt over, like, letting her die. I think it works.
Because the other route goes such an opposite direction where he just can't forgive himself.
Yeah, and I think it works better as, like, a horror route than slasher, because it's like, oh, you're actually seeing, the horror stuff happen in this route. And I would say, like, this, Eva Route also contains, one of my favorite endings. I really, really like the ending where you decide to not launch the missiles, and everyone else is about to go up into the pod, but Takumi specifically decides to stay behind, so that he can get in contact with the Futurin groups that are still alive and try to, like, learn about them and atone. I thought there was something really, really powerful about that ending, because it does kind of show a much more concrete path to peace that the characters are pursuing, as opposed to the other routes. Like, that route in particular really made me feel like, yeah, no, I can see them getting through this and making a lasting peace in this route.
I can see why it's one of your favorites.
Yeah,
and I really like Eva on this route too. I agree. Like, I would put it at S rank for sure, but and I do like it. Like, those moments do matter to me. It's just, the build up and the things it shares in common with other Box of Calamity, like, or what pull it down, honestly. But I also really like Eva and the other routes too. Just the whole of Eva's story throughout all this just really makes me go, man, we really treated her awful, huh?
We were horrible to her. Especially since this is during the this route comes about from the first decision with Eva, right? Like, when you first defeat her, I think. So you don't.
Yes, you can like choose to kill her, and if you choose to, this happens.
Yeah, so this is before you.
She's
do, like,
but
horrible,
I know where a box of
brainwashing.
blessings is. Yeah, I know where a box of blessings is. Trust me, guys.
It's the only route I'm mentioning this.
Yeah, the only route I'm mentioning. Well, it's because you try to kill her. If you don't, she's fine. Not fine, but she's ready to blow herself up. She's like reporting things and all sorts of stuff.
I think another reason of why I didn't like the other branch of Box of Calamity is because the first route I did was the Eva branch, and the Gi branch of Box of Calamity shares so much of the non-Eva content with it. Like, I think that was definitely, like, Box of Calamity was definitely the route I was starting to get tired of Dal Shah, and his, encounters always being the exact same.
Yeah. Oh no, don't worry. Sometimes he chops your head off, and sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah,
Um, can we
so
just talk about how Shoma was like had a little gi pet thing with a knife and it was going around killing
that was
folks? Isn't that crazy?
that was pretty funny. I did like that. Also, isn't this yeah, this is also the route where what's his name? I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Ima like takes Nozomi hostage.
Oh yeah, and thank
And the
God.
and the little Geepet saves the day, doesn't it?
It's saves. I don't know. Does it? Because I remember Hiroko like punching him through the window. That might have been the other
Kirka,
route.
yeah, Kirka punches through the window in one route. I think the Geepet like comes alive in
I actually don't remember. I don't. I literally don't remember how she got out in the other
it's
route.
been
But I think
like
it's just
a
funny
month
that
or two for us since we
I
finished
just
this game.
yes. I do think it's funny though. Like Ema just happened to pick Nozomi, and it's like good thing you did because yeah, she would have caused problems. Now, to be fair, like she's supposed to be like super strong. She probably could have gotten out of it and like come up with an excuse. But
It
maybe it just wasn't in the nature of the gi possessing Nozomi since her brain is just different.
it was probably like concerned about arousing suspicion.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, she was just a gi's like just stuck for a really long time, and Ema did not know that.
Yep.
Go find Kako. I'm sure she's fine. Haha.
All right. So give me the lowdown
Let's see.
on. We can probably get through serial battles really quickly.
Oh yeah, serial battles isn't hard to talk about. So serial battles was infamous at release. What happens in serial battles is you just tell you're on second scenario route and you tell Flame Boy Shion, no, you can't join us, Sawi. And he gets really let down by that. Like he really wanted to be part of your team. Like you had agreed on that, you were friends, and so you basically tell him no. And so in the next battle, when the clone commander comes in, who makes copies of people, comes in with Eito, you fight and you beat Eito, and Eito's about to like attack you, and the flame boy comes in to defend you. He's trying to prove himself, like you step away from my friends. And Eito's like, "Why are you getting so mad? If you're having to get so heated, clearly maybe they just don't think of you the same way you think of them. Maybe they're not your friends after all." And Flame Boy's like, "Shut up!" and uses a ton of power to completely eviscerate Eito into ash, which is cool. But he uses so much that he goes unconscious, and all the flames everywhere get put out or weakened,
Huh.
meaning humongous amount of enemies can now just enter in non-stop. Uh, and you think that's the worst of it. Sirie's like, all right, guys, we're gonna have to like put in all the stops and just keep fighting because otherwise we're gonna die. So the battles immediately get more intense, and you start beating commanders. And then commanders you already beat before start showing up, and you're like, what? What's going on? And you're like all fighting every day. You're like every single morning you're awoken by the blare of alarms. You're just struggling. The tense. It's so tense.
And this was before the update that let you skip battles that resemble your
Yes.
previous ones.
So well, it gets worse. So first of all, yes, before update where you could skip battles, so you were having to do every single fight. Whereas now you have the option to skip battles if you played them before or played a similar enough. Meaning you can skip most of the battles in Serial Battle Route now. Saves a lot of time. That's what I did for most of them. There were only a couple I didn't skip because they either couldn't be skipped or I chose, no, this one's interesting actually. I want to do it. Um, so you play through serial battles and the enemies start reappearing and you're not sure why. And when you beat them, they like vanish and you're like, what's going on? At some point, the group is like, all right, we can't keep doing this every day. So let's split it up. We'll start taking like teams of people, and some people will take the day off. So some of you will fight and some of you won't. And so every single morning you're awoken immediately. You're already in the war room. Nigo's like, all right, you, and you are fighting. And occasionally that also means Takumi's out of the fight, or at least for like 1 or 2 weeks in game he's not, and you fight just everyone else. At some point, like Takumi just like stays in for the whole rest of the game. I don't know why. Um, but yeah, so there's a good bit where Takumi's not even in there. I don't even think you can redo in those fights. It's just everyone else.
Hmm.
And you eventually like you're refighting everybody. You get an interesting battle where another Eva shows up and meets your Eva, and that Eva's like, oh, I need to put me out of my misery. Like I'm like clearly like been brainwashed. This is awful. And our Eva almost gets unbrainwashed because of it, because she's like, what's going on? I was a commander. Why do I look like that? My memories. This keeps going nonstop, nearly every day. There's like 2 days the whole time.
I can
that,
very
stops.
easily understand why people hated this upon release.
Yeah, but there is some funny stuff. Like, all the characters stop getting battle highs, like, from the non-stop fighting. Like, everyone starts getting just, like, woo, pumped about it. Even Nozomi at one point just finally, like, breaks and is like, heck yeah, I'm ready to fight and kill some more. Let's do it. And they stay like that the whole rest of the story. It's awesome. They're all just geared to
Very
fight some
gung-ho
more.
about it.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's pretty funny seeing them so excited. Because Hiroko's like, I want to see their blood splatter and see their insides. But now you have like Nozomi and stuff saying that.
Yeah.
And she's still otherwise the same. She's just so used to fighting nonstop. She's just become a beast. It's crazy. I really like them in that route. Like, everyone's just like that. Anyway, eventually you fight like Veshness. Like, Veshness shows up. And I can't remember the order this is revealed, but I'll just go ahead and tell you. But like, Veshness essentially tells you, yeah, we found a weird machine that lets you travel to other timelines now that the fire is out. And so I've been going to other timelines, getting those commanders to show up. And whenever you beat them, their hemoanimals depleted, so they just instantly return to the other timeline. Don't think about it too hard. But yeah, so I can just pull out infinite copies of commanders now. Isn't that cool? Yay! So you beat Veshness, and you're like, I guess it's over, but we never figured out what she was talking about. And then Veshness shows up again, and she has her helmet off this time, and she's like, I think you guys are like confused. You thought you beat me. I haven't even fought you yet, actually. I've actually been powering myself up. I'm like super powerful from absorbing people, I'm like really strong.
Did she just go into the time machine and start like absorbing commanders from across other timelines?
I don't remember the specifics, but she says, anyway, check out my homie, and a second Veshness shows up.
Oh.
And she's like, all right, you guys ready for double Veshness? And they both pull their swords out with the hardest art you've ever seen of them both with like their lightning swords together.
Oh man.
And you have to fight double Veshness at the same time. And Carter, before I knew about the item that lets you like instantly jump anywhere on the battlefield, this was just the hardest battle in the game, period. Like, I actually had to restart despite it being one of the last things I did. Because like I was getting worn down just trying to deal so much damage and like break their defenses and them jumping around.
Yeah, because like
there's two Veshnesses.
You do have to, unless you're like cheesing, you do have to pretty carefully consider how you fight Veshness.
Yes, like I typically just like spam my best moves, but when there's two of them, it's harder to just do that. But once I realized you could just jump anywhere in the map and handle it better, it went fine. But it's probably the hardest fight in the whole game, is double Veshness. And all their little enemies they summon and stuff. And it's really cool, though. You get to fight and beat them both at once. That really shows we're goats. We've been fighting nonstop every day against every commander and army you've ever had from a bunch of timelines, and we beat all of you. And then we beat two of your leader twice at the same time. Fraud. Paragon of fraud. Be gone.
Could not even beat the main characters with two of you. Like,
yep. You look over the destroyed academy, and your final choice is, do I want to basically, are we done now? Is my battle over, or is my battle not over? Do I want to go back in time again and try again to save everyone, even at risk of this happening? And you can do that, and nothing comes of it. But yeah, there's another route where Takumi's like, I'll go back in time again. I'm just fine fighting now.
So there are other routes that show Takumi going back in time.
This is the only other route where they specifically mention it, but you don't see it happen, to be clear. Like, we don't know for sure if Takumi just disappears in the world at the end of a timeline or what, but like, yeah, he's just like, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it. So that's neat. For me, I have that route in C. I actually like it conceptually a lot. Like the battles is a bit much, and not being able to skip must have sucked. But obviously I didn't have that issue. For me, the real issue is just that every day you wake up, here's the characters who are fighting, get into a fight, and a lot of days are just like that.
It's very
And most of the
monotonous.
intrigue, yeah, most of the intrigue comes from like a couple scenes and the surprise of this happening and the beshness. But I really like what's there. It's just like it is monotonous. It's not enough, and themes wise, there's not much there. Aside from my battle is not over, and my battle never ends. Kind of, war torn like uh blood rage like battle high state you're in at that point.
Right.
Uh, I think like you would somewhat like it, especially since you can skip battles, and I think you would also like double Veshness because it's awesome. But yeah, like it can't really like I would be amazed if anyone ever put it higher than B. Like I think me putting it in C is already controversial. But that's all I have to say about
Well, hey, I'm not gonna say no to two Veshnesses.
it. They can make each other worse.
Yeah, so they probably would.
I'll also go ahead and get Casual Route out of the way.
Yeah, casual, because is that the last one? Well, there's casual and then comedy that I haven't played.
Yeah, Casual is one where so I believe that's the one where you decide whether or not to destroy Nigo
Yes.
with Hiriko, because
Yes.
basically, depending on how that outcome happens, Sugure attacks you and is like, "All right, you guys are gonna figure out too much. I'm gonna brainwash you," and he brainwashes you to have like no memories of like starting to figure things out, and to never like distrust Sugure again. But you keep going through the story, you keep living life, and every time you start to question Sire or think something's wrong, or be like, "Hey, wasn't Hiriko bringing this up before and stop now? What's that about?" Like brain fog comes over you, and you stop questioning it. You just fall asleep. And this keeps happening until at one point, if I remember correctly, basically you start to question it one more time, and you get put down into a super deep brain fog, like even more powerful brainwashing where. Sirai's like, all right, that's it. We're not taking any more chances. Like, here you go. You're not getting out of this one. And you get brainwashed so hard. You and Gaku are sitting around talking about, this milk in a carton is pretty good. Hey, Gaku, do you try to savor it to the last drop? Do you make sure it's completely slurped dry? And Gaku's like, nah, man, that'd be a waste of time. I can just get another carton. And Takumi's like, well, that's kind of wasteful. I like to drink the last drop. Let's make a bet. I'll ask everyone if they drink the last drop of milk from the carton. And you go around and ask everyone these questions.
Huh.
And everyone's like, that's really pointless. And basically, it's just like a nothing route where nothing bad is happening and there's nothing of value going on. And you think everyone is okay, no one died, like Darumi's around, like everything's alright. And near the end, you start to realize something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Your memories aren't right. Something's off. And everything starts to crumble apart, and your brainwashed mind space starts falling apart. And finally, when it can't be helped anymore, Sirei appears in your dream, and he says, "All right, I'm gonna be real. So you're super brainwashed right now. I did it because you kept questioning me, but like now you're in the final battle, and like everyone's pretty much dead except you. You're like doomed. Like we've lost. So I'm gonna give you a choice." This brainwashing has been happening in like rapid time, like you're experiencing the world in slow motion. So you can take your time in this dream. If you take like the blue pill, you can stay in this dream forever, and it will be like you live years of your life in whimsy with your friends, and it'll all be good. Or you can take the other pill, and you can wake up and finally like be free from your brainwashing and just fight until you die. You can be free. I'll leave the choice to you, Takumi, because there's no point anymore at this point. And you can choose to stay in happy Milkland where nothing goes wrong, or you can choose to awaken, and when you do, you're holding Nozomi in your arms. She dies in your arms. Your like eye has been like damaged, and you're the last person standing in a horde. And Takumi chooses to fight till his last breath. He's gonna fight in their memory. And so yeah, casual route is you get brainwashed for questioning things too hard, and it doesn't pay off because Sirei is an idiot and you all effing die.
Because
Um,
yeah, Sirei needs to be put in a firing squad. We
yeah. It is a route about like escapism and like trying to escape your problems and like not like facing them. Like you second doubt or second guessing yourself, hesitating, being like, I don't know if we should discover the truth. Like if you hesitate, like you're gonna go down the wrong path. Like you're going to distract yourself. You're going to just fall into this. And so him going into this, I guess you could call it a unwillful escapism world. Everything went to hell because of it, and it's all Sirei's fault. It's an okay route. It's very short. Not much happens, and things that do happen aren't interesting. Really, only the ending is neat, and even then, it doesn't add anything like to the story. Like, there's no like lore. Like, you get to see what it's like to be brainwashed. This is why I say being brainwashed sucks, because like getting out of it is like hell. It's like truly awful fighting the brainwashing, which is how we know like Eva. Every time she's getting those headaches and stuff, she's really going through it.
it gives you like the worst case of long COVID ever.
I guess, but like everything aside from that is like it didn't really add much. It's a neat little story on its own, I guess, but it's more like a little like, this is neat, I guess. So I don't hate it, but it's not going above C rank, that's for sure.
Okay. All right. So Calamity Route.
You want to talk about Comedy Route next? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I was gonna say we could. You want to go ahead and talk about Reset Route, or do you want to save that for when we talk about second?
I think Reset
Scenario.
Route deserves to be mentioned, like, with second scenario.
Okay. In that case, yeah, I'll go ahead and we can talk about comedy. So I have comedy on here twice. I split it into the fish head branch and the other branch. Give me one.
Which you
second.
put both in C rank.
Yeah, they're both C rank, but I did put. I think I put fish head at the front of C rank for a reason. I think it is like my most like top C answer. Hey, a fish belongs in the sea, right? It's a comedy moment.
James, I'm going to delete.
Okay.
James, I'm going to stop this podcast and delete all the footage we've recorded up till now.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to remember the specifics of what happens in main Comedy Route. I think I remember, but it's just a little bit weird. So most of the Comedy Route up to a certain point is just kind of like there are jokes that happen, and some of them are like they didn't make me laugh, but they're pretty silly. Like there's one where C-Ray tries to make a giant robot only for it to immediately explode, and there's a really good like image of like Kyoshika, Yu, and Kako looking at these like this robot starstruck. Kako in a pair of like swirly-eyed mustache like glasses, and then this shot where it explodes, like you could see all the elation leave from you and Yoshika's faces, and you're just like like in like gasping, and then Kako's face is unchanged because she has the mustache glasses on. Like for anyone who's seen that image, it's just pretty funny and cute. There's lots of little things. There's a funny guy with Hiriko losing her glasses, and the others trick her into thinking Hiriko got turned into the glasses, and Kyoshika's like, no, no, like just bawling her eyes out because she thinks Hiriko has glasses now. It's awesome. Just like little jokey things like that.
Right.
What really splits the roots up though is you get to the choice of like, what are you guys feeling for dinner? Are you feeling steak? Are you feeling like meat or fish? And you're like, I don't know, let me think real quick. And then the big choice branch like thing comes up, and it's like, decide, the future is in your hands, meat or fish. This is your destiny. And you pick one, and either way, Takumi's like, I feel like I just branched the universe with that choice. I don't know why, I just picked dinner, but I feel like our fates have drastically shifted. And everyone's like, you're thinking too hard, don't be ridiculous. Yeah, so your fates drastically shift from this decision in ways that don't make any sense. It is at this point that the story stops trying to have any sort of continuity or logic to why this strange thing happens, like the change. even retroactively, I don't understand why this happens. It doesn't make any sense. We are in full
Well,
comedy route now. Don't worry about it.
that is, I mean, deciding whether you have meat or fish for dinner, that is a very big decision that
No, it is.
will
It's just
change the
way,
rest of your life. I mean,
the,
I literally,
specifics of why.
just earlier today, I actually did have to make a decision. Do I want to have some meat with my dinner, or do I want to have the fish?
Yep. And you know,
And my life's
here we
different
are.
now.
Yeah. So yeah, if you choose so there's one, I think it's meat that you pick. If you pick meat, something happens. I don't remember the specific, but essentially you all get a weird disease, a disorder, or if you will, that affects everyone differently. And it affects everyone, and they start acting very strangely and out of character, and they start acting like caricatures, like some of them start acting like rappers and doing like a rap thing, like really bad rap. Like Nozomi starts like becoming really dumb and wants to know what like human tastes like, but not like in a cannibalistic way, but like in a nom nom, I want to taste you, haha, yummy. She's like sees everyone as food.
Right.
It's like she gets dumbified. Everyone starts acting like really weird, not a character. Honestly, I don't even remember some of them because they weren't that funny. But importantly, is Takumi gets a special disorder that I don't remember what it's called, but it's basically if you get upset or make a quip, you will explode disease. And if like you explode and you take like 10 days to be rejuvenated from the pod. So try not to quip or like launch back at anything stupid that happens. So naturally stupid things keep happening, and Takumi like tries to fire back and he will explode. It just gets dumber from there. Anyway, at the end of the story, you're on the last day, like day 99 or 100, and you're like, if I quit now, I will die and I won't be able to get on the pod. But everyone's acting so dumb that you get a choice that's like, just let it all out. And you get like the best voice acting in the game. I think I sent it to you before, where he just like goes off on everyone like, "Could you
the clown
come
car
from the
one.
circus? Yeah, you all come here in a little clown car." Like, God, I wish I could remember the quote.
It's such a good line.
It's so good. Where did you come from? The circus? Like, it's so good. Absolute peak, and he explodes and misses the ship back, and you get a nice shot of Takumi's like spirit in the sky, thumbs upping everyone, being like, you know, it's good while it lasted, you know. Alternatively, though, you can pick fish, Carter. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot the other branch, but it's not that important. Basically, the missiles are gonna go off, and you realize, crap, we didn't solve that plot thread. What do we do? Think fast. And you have the choice to either jump in the way of the missiles and take the explosion yourself, which doesn't make any sense. Don't worry about it. Oh, or you can throw Sirei at the missiles and explode him. God bless, and save the world. That one's the correct choice.
Good ending.
If you end up being the one to die, though, Takumi's like, this must be a dream. This doesn't make any sense. The continuity's falling apart. And then it like fades to black, and Sirei shows up and starts talking like it's the Twilight Zone, and he's like, so, was it all a dream? Was all of it real? Let me tell you now. Not suck on that. I'm not telling you. Crap. And then the route just ends with you not knowing. I could not possibly capture the voice acting of that. I will just have to show you later, because the Sirei's voice actor in that moment clearly had a lot of fun voicing the I'm not telling you. I know you were waiting this long for an explanation. You get nothing. Suck on it, losers.
Sirei's voice actor had so much fun with his role.
He had so much fun. God bless Day 69. So the other way, if you pick fish, something happens that makes it so no one can speak. Only Sirei and Ego are immune. You can't hear anyone. Because of that, like by the way, all the voice acting disappears from this point. It's just text. And so Sirei is like, well, I don't have any choice. I've been avoiding giving you guys these things, but we don't have a choice now. So I'm giving you devices that will let you text each other, and that's where you get, you know, characters like Kyoshika and like Gaku like talking in their interesting ways. You just send each other stuff, and for a while in the story, that's how you're communicating. And even like when you're eating, like you have to like pause and like text, and like they mention how inconvenient that is. And Darumi sends around the spam mail that's like, if you don't reply to this, if you don't share it, Satan will curse you. And you have a choice on whether to share it or not. And if you share it, it turns out every single person shared theirs with Gaku, forcing all the spam on the Gaku, and then Gaku had no one to share it with before they solved the issue and the phones were taken away. And so he's like, no, I've got all these curses on me, I have no one to give them to. And he just is stuck with that for the rest of the route. It's awesome. To be honest, I don't remember the specific branch from this point. But what's important is, if you get cursed, you wake up one day and someone's like, quick, Takumi, to this classroom, something's wrong with Darumi. And you come down and she looks like that picture there. Her head is a fish. Not a whole fish, like a fish head, but like sideways.
A fish head. Okay.
Yeah. So in this route, you get another disease. This disease gives you a giant fish for a head. It is a disease native to this world. Don't worry about it.
Does it do anything else?
No. In fact, the person with a fish head is totally fine. They do crave fish a lot now. They really want to eat fish. Don't think about that too hard. Don't even ask how they eat. I don't know. But yeah, so they're just like, they can see and hear fine. They have no issues with this. In fact, some of them, when they get fish heads, are totally fine with it. There's a lot of fish jokes. There are jokes that happen where some fish heads look like a different breed than others. And people are like, this is a drastic difference. This guy's a tuna, while this guy's like a salmon. And you're like, does it matter? And they're like, yes, it matters. We're not going to elaborate on why. And you get one of the best jokes in the game, Carter. I'm just going to send you this image.
Okay.
Give me a moment. It's so good. Like, you just have to see it. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Yep.
We can edit this down if we must. There it is. Sorry, I couldn't find an image online, so I just have to show you this. What happens to Kurata with her fish head.
Oh, right, because she has the mask.
She has the tomato head. So what, pray tell, happens when you have a tomato head and then you get a fish head?
I would expect her to... Oh, that's wonderful. That's really... I was expecting her to get, like, a puffer fish head, but that works too, I guess.
She's the only person this happens to. She just gets a can of tomato fish.
It's really funny.
She's unbothered by this. So eventually, like, everyone's, like, concerned, like, okay, when we get to battles, though, like, what do? Like, we don't have the money to make CG fish heads for everyone in battles or in the overworld. We only have the sprites. And Siri's like, don't worry, I'm working on it. I'm working on CG fish heads for you to have in battles. Conveniently, though, right before a battle, Dharma's like, oh, wait, we can just take these off. So they start taking off the fish heads like they're just a hat. They just pop off. No issue whatsoever. Yeah, we just take them off, but I kind of like having them on. And they also grow back, apparently. So even if you remove them, they'll come back, and they like having them. So, you know, it just keeps happening. People who were concerned to stop being concerned, they're like, I don't even know how to feel about this anymore. It's so normal. Eventually, one day, Takumi wakes up with a fish head. He does not even point it out. You just have a fish head now. It is not questioned. He's also the only character with a 3D fish head model, and you get to walk around the overworld with a big fish for a head now. And every single character is talking about how much they love fish, or making fish puns, or things like that. Every single person, all of them, including you, and everyone treats it as normal, and the story just goes on with everyone having fish heads now. It's awesome. It is implied this fish head thing is the curse of Satan, by the way, that Darumi gave everyone.
Right, of course.
Anyway, the story ends, and you get a choice on, like, I think it's like going back to humanity or whatever, well, actually, right before that, you get to the final battle, and the army shows up of enemies, and it turns out they've been infected too with clam heads, and now they all have clams for heads, or seashells and stuff. And Takumi is just like, to quote him verbatim, "What are those?" Did that come through? Did you hear me?
I did hear you, James.
He says that there is voice acting of Takumi saying it.
Uh,
So finally, after the final battle is said and done, oh, by the way, you instantly defeat Veshnis and Dalsha because the smell of fish acts like the poison and like instantly like degrades all their defenses and you easily defeat them.
of course.
So that's awesome. And they're like, "Why do you smell so gross?" Anyway, so the final
You're
choice you
really
can
not.
choose to
Veshnis is really not beating the fraud allegations.
not at all. Finally, the final choice is like, do you want to return to your sea, the mother ocean, and you can choose to like go to the beach and like return to the ocean, your great mother. And there's just a nice shot of Takumi with a fish head sitting on the beach in bliss. And yeah, so that's the fish comedy route. Conceptually on paper, very funny. I love talking about it. The actual playing of the route of Comedy Route, 95% of the days are free days. Meaning not only can you just rank up everyone and do everything or explore or whatever, but nothing else is happening. And when you're tired of free days, you just start skipping them by sleeping in bed. And it's tedious that way too.
Yeah,
It's really tedious and long and boring.
I mean, I'm
and
definitely
takes...
already at the part where I feel like I don't have anything to do on free days, so
Yeah.
this does kind of sound like it would be very tedious to go through.
Comedy Route is something you should watch or skim. Definitely to see some funny pictures. And also to see the Hiroko Glasses stuff with Kiyoshika, because it's wonderful. But you do not need to play it. Also, those shots of the fish heads from the side where it's like cut open, kind of disgusting. Honestly, I'm not a fan of that. But it is funny. I do like fish heads, and how comfortable and loving everyone is of it, and how everyone just starts treating it as normal. It just stops being questioned. Yes, the flame boy also gets a fish head. Just in case that wasn't clear.
Right.
I would love to see what Kakoji is doing in this route if she shows up in this route.
I feel like Kakoji just steps in, sees everyone with the fish heads, and then just leaves. It's just like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want anything to do with this.
Now, something I do like about having and potentially infinite timelines, and they touch on this with the quantum bacteria, is that some timelines, just by pure random chance and chaos theory, will just fall apart in one way or another because of just pure, the universe, like atoms just did things. Like on a subatomic level, just at pure random, like the smallest level, things went different. And if you just re-loop the universe over and over enough, like that's gonna happen. So like, I think this is kind of like that, like chaos theory. Like this is the universe where you get a random weird disease you've never heard of, where everyone gets fish heads, and even the breaking the fourth wall could be seen as you just losing your minds. Like, you know, like I guess this could have happened as a branch of the slasher route. May I remind you?
Yeah,
Depending on your actions, you either get
divergence.
fish heads. Yeah, depending on whether you dodge or kick, you either get fish heads and laughter disease that makes you explode, or you get all of your friends dying and being murdered or turned to zombies. Very cool.
Wonderful.
So yeah, I like it. It belongs in the sea and not above.
All right,
I love can head, tomato head gal. That's very funny.
Let's move on to an actual route now.
Yeah.
Killing game.
Yeah, so this one's one people like a lot, and I ranked a little lower.
I hear
just because of my later experience with it.
I've heard people say, like, aside from second scenario, this is the only, like, longer route that they ended up liking.
Yeah, so I played SF first, which meant like they spoiled a bit about what the route was about and like one of its alternate endings even. Now to be fair, I went in with the wrong impression. I thought the alternate ending where everyone died was the main ending. But I mean, despite that, it didn't. A lot of the surprises were already spoiled for me going in. Like
Yeah.
the things about the sponsors and whatever.
The stuff about the battle pets.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of cool lore reveals and like twists and branches, and I could be convinced to raise it to B, honestly. I think I said earlier, like I could be convinced to raise it to B, but like overall, I just personally didn't enjoy it as much as I could have. Felt some of the branch endings weren't too interesting, and I felt like the continuous reappearance of sponsors just to keep the game going was kind of a little, I don't know, like lame. Like I wanted to feel like I didn't even feel despair. I was just like, all right, man. Once is enough, but twice, like really.
I mean, my whole thing was like I
I
was
did
trying
like,
to figure out how under the hood, like how that was
yeah,
possibly even happening. So it's
yeah.
probably a lot more compelling if you hadn't like
It's not
played it
even.
until later. Because Killing Game,
It's
Killing
not
Game
even like.
was my
Mm,
second route. It was
oh,
I
yeah.
played
That
Coming of
must have been a
Age.
high bar.
Yeah, I played Coming of Age, and then I played Killing Game. So I didn't know
Yeah.
what was going on at all.
hmm I that must have been great because like for me, um, and in retrospect, a lot of the like things like how the sponsors even came to be, I still don't fully understand. Like the one with the like a bunch of sponsors for those zombies, like which
I
timeline did they
think
come
those are
from? You know,
supposed to
like
be like I think what happened is my conception of what happened is that they are possessing the body of like dead future ends. Since
maybe
like
it could
and
be zombies or whatever. That's fine.
yeah.
Or like or other possessed key. My problem is like they like analyze part of the body and they're like, yeah, this is years old. And I'm like, if that's Kako G's body, what are you talking about? It's not been dead for years. What? Is this like a future Kako G who's like an adult? Like what? So
Oh,
there's just
good
little things
point.
like that. They give me some confusion. Um but like overall it's not a bad route. I liked some of the angles, I like what they did with like Tsubasa becoming closer. Like it's a neat like Tsubasa becoming closer to your route, almost an antithesis to the Veshinus route. Um, but I don't know. I was expecting by the name Killing Game, I thought it was going to be like Danganronpa. I thought it was going to be the Danganronpa route where you're like tasked to kill each other, and that's what I thought was going to happen. So when it was just you have to go out and kill enemies, I was like, oh.
Yeah,
And there's some neat
that's
stuff
what
done with that for
I would
sure.
I would definitely say like the actual killing game part is definitely what held it back for me. I loved everything outside of it, but I think the actual killing game is definitely a low within the route, funnily enough. Because I wanted it to be more of a Danganronpa-esque thing as well. I wanted
Yeah.
it to do more, I wanted to lean more towards social deduction. And so when, like, the
Yeah.
killing game ends up being just the thing you were already kind of doing, but more, that
Yeah.
was, like, really disappointing. Um, and I felt
There's
like it's
there's like a
very
lot of moments in this game. Sorry, go on.
it was like very monotonous, and I think that the game is I think that this route is much better when it's focusing on stuff outside of the killing game, like the moral dilemma you have near the end. I
Hmm.
actually really liked Nozomi and Commune's arc in this.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, well, Nozomi,
It's
Commune, and Ava all get like some. It's crazy. It's wild.
yeah.
Like I was definitely like kind of just going like, what's happening here, when that stuff started
Yeah.
happening. But I actually
There's only getting
I enjoyed
yeah.
it in hindsight. And I will
I
say
did
like
too.
this is the route. This is Commune's best route far and away. It kind
Yes.
of hurts all the other routes that have her in it, cause she's never
Yeah.
like this in any of the other routes.
I genuinely think from this point on, if they're making that DLC routes, they need to like specifically like tackle which characters have we not done well, like the well and good, which like topics could we have done better, and like make routes specifically for that, because like there's a lot of cool topics like touched on in some of these routes that just was not fleshed out, much
Yeah.
as I'd like. I do think the Nozomi like commune thing is handled a little weirdly, but I still really like it, and I really like commune as a character of this route.
Yeah.
Um, so I do enjoy that. But yeah, this game doesn't have a lot. It's got a 13 Sentinels and Sekimeya kind of framework where a lot of your deduction and like mystery solving comes from just playing routes and trying to fit pieces together outside the timeline. But in a timeline in particular, when you're playing a story, I like very rarely feel like you're ever able or allowed to deduce anything. Like the mystery route and the killing game route or whatever, there's like just not enough pieces there for you to figure anything out, and it never feels like you're solving a mystery in the moment. It just feels like
Mm.
it's building questions for you to answer by playing Uchikoshi's Wild Ride.
Yeah, and you definitely like I ended Killing Game just being like, I don't know what's going on with the sponsor. That's
Yeah.
gotta be the answer to that's
Hope you
gotta
play
be
SF.
somewhere else. But
Yeah.
I really liked all the stuff with the reveal of the battle pets. It's a really impactful way to
Yeah.
get that information to the player. And I mean, since up to this point, I only played Coming of Age before this.
Yeah.
That was probably my first big twist of like,
Yeah, they reveal that they're all just like people, like
they're
both
all like
humans and
POWs and
yeah,
like
prisoners of
wounded
war and
soldiers. And it's just like,
from like
oh,
both sides.
this is terrible. Like, this sucks.
Yep. The fact that they're like conscious still in some format, like afterwards, is like really awful. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, I think part of it is
It's
also
like
they never exactly explain just how conscious they are. Like, they never
they seem conscious enough, and I don't like it.
they never give
The fact
you
that there's definitely kids and families in there who did not volunteer in some
Oh yeah,
groups is like, oh,
there are children who are thrown into the machine. I think
big old meat grinder.
the fact that they never exactly tell you what's going on kind of makes it more horrifying, because it really
Yeah.
leaves it up to the imagination.
They just get put into a big old Play-Doh thing and put in that shape, I guess.
And it like the
It
thing
reminds
is-
me. Actually, I thought about this. It reminds me of Shoma's like teddy bear that had the little dead creature in it. It's like they're like, it's like those monsters you see are like teddy bear like sewn outsides, and on the inside it's just a mashup of like future and meat.
that's a
I know
really
that's gross, but like,
that's actually a really good point to make, because who knows, maybe the invaders, like, maybe that's how they got the design. Maybe it's from the way
Yeah.
those gi were like contained and sealed.
yeah, or yeah, I was specifically meaning that teddy bear though, because it's like the creature is inside the teddy bear, you know.
Yeah.
Shoma's like pet, and it's like it's piloting it, and it's kind of like I wonder if it's like that.
Yeah. I and I will say,
But yeah, like that stuff where Takumi kills a bunch of dudes and has to like live with it is pretty rough, because like these are pretty clearly just people. You just murdered people.
Yeah. And I feel like
But,
definitely one of the big reasons why people like this route is because it's really one where the ending is very impactful, because it is one where Takumi and the others have to really confront like the horrible things they've done and try to like make peace with it in the limited way they can.
Yeah.
And I think that that's really, really interesting, because in a lot of other routes, like, they would have things go wrong at the like last minute. They might have like, Takumi die, or the enemy kind of get a leg up on him in the last moments. And I think in some ways that would be like almost a mercy to the Takumi of this route. But like, no, funnily enough, this is one of the routes where he survives and has to now
Depending on the ending.
begin the much harder path of living with what he's done.
Yeah. I just like the bees that suck people dry. Don't know. Like they just made those with the same machine that makes like future and like
I guess
invader troops.
Well, I think they're literally supposed. I think they're supposed to be something different. I think they say
they
that.
specifically say they're like made the same way, and it's like a pact made from belief in like emo anima. It's a whole thing. Like basically, you can just do whatever with it. I think those are fascinating and like would have helped or hurt in a lot of routes. That route where you like try to escape with Tsubasa and then she like dies in her sleep. That's like rough.
Yeah, that's
Whatever it was like
rough.
for Takumi waking up after that.
I will say, I think we've mentioned it before. Yugamu in this route, such a bro. This is his best route.
Goated. I think this is also a pretty good route for Darumi and like, characterizing her a bit, and Hiruko's like connection to others, like showing she cares. Also, this is the route where you get kill the baby. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Susie's idea.
What a wild choice to give you.
But you have to remember at that point in the story, I mentioned this before, but yeah, so if you like say, hey, we need the baby for this, he'll be like, yeah, I'll sacrifice my life, but only if you stay behind Takumi. And you just think it's like, oh, it's because he killed those dudes, and he's like questioning him, but it's like, no, in this timeline, like he probably knows that Takumi murdered Gaku, and he doesn't realize that Takumi doesn't know that.
Yeah, and
Um,
he doesn't necessarily know if the gi has been cleared out, probably.
yeah, like I guess there wouldn't be any good way to tell considering how much Takumi's been killing. So, yeah.
And like
So he's
honestly,
like trying to like save the others, but he can't bring himself to tell them the specifics.
even if
And
the
if you
gi,
decide to stay, you screw everyone over.
well, it's like, and even if the gi stuff wasn't happening in this route, like, bro committed a genocide. I can
Yeah.
completely understand, like, I can completely understand, Shion just being like, nah, I don't want to help you guys.
Yeah, I would get it, but he'll still do it as long as you're like I won't um don't kill the baby. Of course you can just not, and he'll be like yeah, no, I'll help you guys since I was watching the whole time and Takumi was like really adamant about not killing me. You can have my power.
It's really weird
Pretty
that
cool.
this is one of the routes where you are able to bring him with you.
Yeah. Can I also say, um, it's so weird this route's not required for SF because holy crap, I feel like it should be.
Yeah, there's some stuff in here that feels like well, don't you
They
literally
like
come to this
they
route.
you come to this route, they talk about it and like how one of its endings is and etc. And like that's cool. That like spoiled the killing game route for me specifically. And like no other route really gets that much. It's just killing game that's like not required but is spoiled, and it's like sure wish that one was just required for SF.
It
I mean, I didn't
honestly,
want to add another thing on there, but like it's a good route. People should play it.
it feels like
Um,
it's more relevant than the Gaku branch of Box of Calamity, which
yeah,
I
like
still don't understand why that one is required.
it's required so you can learn that the Gi don't like the smell, but also like you don't
Even though
use
that
that.
doesn't happen in SF.
Yeah. That would be helpful information if we ever get like another like set of routes or golden route over. But dude, like the amount of information that would be helpful if we knew. Yeah, there's another space pod in the other academy. Yeah, the Gi hate this smell. Yeah, you could just hold hands and believe in each other and power up your hemo anima like crazy. Like like imagine you go back one more time with all that info. Like, oh, by the way, Sirei sucks. Like knowing these things ahead of time would drastically change everything. But it just feels like you get one little bit at a time and half of it never becomes relevant again. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's all I have to say for Killing Game, to be honest. I
Yeah,
don't dislike it. I just
I might
I
have
was
a
just disappointed based on
I
what I
may have
knew
a
going in.
tiny bit to mention about it later,
Uh-huh.
in relation to like the themes of other routes, but I think I'm good on it for now.
Alrighty. Mind if we go ahead and get multiple Eitos out of the way, and then we start moving to like your seas?
Yeah, multiple Eitos is probably fine.
Kind of a misnomer of a name. I'm glad it is misleading, but I remember you seeing the credits for the first time and seeing that name and being like, James, I saw like a two Eitos route. What is that?
Yeah, it's
Um,
that's one that like the name, seeing the name with no context, like just kind of made my mind race. Just like, what do you mean multiple Eitos?
like, are they cloning? Are they duplicating me of
Are they
mitosis? Are
like
they coming
coming
like a
from alternate
timeline?
universes?
Yeah, like a timeline where several Eitos from other worlds who are all evil come to work together would be crazy. I have no idea how you would stop that,
I might
honestly.
have preferred
But
that to
no,
what we got.
I might have preferred that. This one instead, Takumi gives into his hate, and because he's absorbed multiple Eitos in the past, and he's in a hateful spirit, the Eito's able to take him over. And it goes hard. There's a really awesome piece of art of like Takumi angry and like this like brushstroke like flames kind of aesthetic to him. It's really cool. But yeah, from this point on, Adra goes just in your brain like Eva was in that one route, and he starts manipulating you. And he's like, I'll get out of your brain if you do X and Y. But really, there's no happy ending in any of these routes. The moment you gave into hatred, it's already too late. Either the guy, like, You try to outwit him by dying a bunch until he gives up, which doesn't work because he's like, all right, I'll just keep being here, and then he takes you over when your will gives out. Because apparently Takumi's will gave out before Eitos. That's crazy to know. Secondly, the one where Eitos like, play the game and try to find the real me and kill him, or the secret me and kill him, and you can either decide I'm not playing your game. I know it won't work. And then he just kind of merges with you forever, and you see him in your reflection, and he's like, I'm going to be with you forever. Especially if you ever bang someone. I'll be there at your wedding. There's one where you just start killing folks. And randomly, halfway through killing folks, you could say, wait, this isn't me. This is what he wants. Friends, kill me instead. And you see them all as Eito, and Eito's like, I'm not letting you see your friends. You're gonna be killed by me. And you're like, well, this sucks. And then finally, you can just have him kill everyone and be like, I did it. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. I killed all the Eitos.
Yeah, I like it as like a horror kind of route, and for like fleshing out Eito's character a bit more, just showing you like how much of a hater he is. It's
oh yeah, he sucks in this route.
I wouldn't put it over a B. I really, really enjoyed it on a moment-to-moment basis. I don't know if I'd say it like... I don't really feel like there's as much thematic content here. It's just...
It's really just about hate, like, if you let it overtake you, like, will only lead down bad paths. Like, there's no going back. I do kind of wish there was a route where you could outwit him, but, yeah.
It would never happen because, like, quite literally, like... You adopted the darkness. Eito was born into it. If you're going to go the path of a hater, Eito's always going to be one step ahead of you because that is just him.
He'll pull you down to his level and beat you with experience, Like, he when it comes to being a freaking jerk, he's him.
Like, I will say, it is absolutely wild that... in second scenario, like, the path to get it for, like, the main ending is spare Eito, but kill Eva.
Isn't that crazy? Spare the evil murderous guy, but kill, like, the person who cares and is trying so hard and
who is actively, like, begging you in the moment to, like, let her live.
Like, what in the world? Surely there's an ending that's not SF where you can, like, convince Eito and also, like, not have to kill Eva to find... Like, we know that information just laying around in some gallery somewhere thanks to Box of Blessings. There's certainly other ways to figure it out.
I mean, yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll be
or Eva.
Future DLC ending. I don't know.
There's literally infinite potential. I know some of these ideas are lazy, but I hope they do them. I want the satisfaction of seeing some of these play out. But yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of multiple Eitos. I liked it, but like as you can see, like it's not above C rank. I like some of the art, and I like Eito being a hater, but there's no happy ending here.
Yep. All right. Which one would you like to discuss next?
I think we should go to your C ranks because we want to save Reset Route. So do you want to go ahead and talk on mystery and then romance?
Yeah, romance is just kind of like... So I will go ahead and say, I did not finish romance. I played up until, Kyoshka, until you get the choice of whether to accept or reject Kyoshka. And I chose yes with Kyoshka. And I liked the, Dragon Ball reference scene.
Yeah.
And I think the route really does a lot for Kurata and Kyoshka. I really like the development we give them.
I agree.
I think it's just like, I don't know, it feels really repetitive in some ways. Like, both Kurata and Kyoshka kind of hit these moments where it feels like you're just going through the motions with them and are just doing the exact same type of scene over again.
I don't know if I got that. It definitely felt a little repetitive because once you're with them, you get into a routine. I mean, that was always the goal, right? Like, trying to get into a routine with them and know them. And, like, just an excuse to learn about them and what they're like when they're chill. I really liked, like, just chilling with Kurata and, like, they're watching movies and, like, seeing her like I hate this stuff, I don't get it, and then like changing and like growing and like willing to like take off the mask and talk like, you know, uh like freely with Takumi, I think was nice. But yeah, of course I really liked Kyoshika's. Like I think a big reason why I like Kyoshika's route here is because it's like the most she gets in the game.
Oh yeah, Kyoshika gets a criminally low amount of like development in other routes.
She's S rank, she deserves more. But I really like the moments with her. I like her just simple, like wholesome backstory. I love, you know, the Holy Jumanji Sword actually speaks. And I think it's peak. I did play the Tsubasa part, and it's alright. You don't really learn anything new. Like, she starts building a big engine and wants you to help, like try making something. Like, here, try learning to make a clock. And she wants to just be alone together, like, silently, like, just kind of making things. Because she likes the idea of just being alone, like, quietly with someone and you having a good time. She wants you to get more comfortable with the idea of, like, making things. Just not to build, but just to know the enjoyment of it, to know why she likes it, and also, like, the accomplishment of making something. And she also wants to spend time with you to get more comfortable, so she's not, like, you know, throwing up. And she realizes that as she gets more comfortable with you, that actually gets less comfortable, and she wants to throw up more because she actually starts really liking you because of it.
Oh no.
And you end up, like, you know, just moving past that, like, hey, she learns to deal with it, and you like, hey, I'll, you know, it's fine, kind of thing. And you give yourself a little kissy if you end up liking her, or not. You can choose not to.
Yeah, the main reason I had chosen not to go forward with the route is because I was just kind of like, I already played the romance route for Tsubasa.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's
the killing game route is, in my opinion, like probably a better romance route for Tsubasa than this one. This one isn't bad, to be clear. It's like it's just the expected side of her, I guess. And you got some nuance from her that you didn't have before, but it's nothing crazy. I think it's funny is after this, you're given some interesting choices that can make some more branches. Moko's like, you know, so what's up? Is it like, did you not like them? Did you regret this? You know, is there someone else you like? Did you realize after the fact you did like someone? And you can choose to say a few things. There's actually several branches from this point. You can choose to say, I changed my mind, there is someone I like. And you can say, yeah, all of them. And Moko, like, literally, like, you imagine, you get a scene. It's a parody of something they do in Danganronpa also, but it's a parody of something you might have seen in real life. You get a scene where Takumi, like, sees his life with them, and they all get married and have, like, they all have his children.
Oh my
god! There's like a picture of him on a seat with all of the wives in blue jeans and t-shirts just standing behind him, posing for a picture, and it's hilarious.
Wait.
Turns out Moko just knocked him out.
Wait. Are you talking... Is it a... Did they put a reference to that one meme in there?
I think so.
Oh my god, that is not
it depends which one you're talking about.
That is not something I would have ever expected to be put in a JRPG.
You'd have to tell me which one specifically you're talking about, but like maybe it looks like a meme reference. Like he's literally got they're like in different clothes and everything. It's pretty funny. But it turns out Moko just knocked him out for daring to do that. You could say I didn't like any of them after all. I just, you know, I actually really tried. He actually has an interesting breakdown where Takumi's like, I don't know why I was worried so much about romance when we were at war, but like I really tried. I put my all into it. I really wanted to like them, but like I really like I don't know why. Is there something wrong with me? And then like Moko like takes care of you and like gives you a pat on the head. And then there's like a joke ending where she's like, you know, I'm always available. No, it's not a reference to that one.
Okay. I was gonna say
no.
I did not expect that to be talked about in reference to 100 Line.
But point is, like, if you decide none of them, it's like a jokingly a Moko like romance, but it's not. She's just there for you and is like, you really have been trying hard. And like, I honestly did kind of feel bad for Takumi because it's like, yeah, I'm at war and I'm also trying to appease all these girls who like me, and I'm like, don't get me wrong, I'm trying my best, but I don't know how to handle this. Like I literally never done this before. I'm just a little guy. It's like really funny.
Right.
But you can say like I want to decide later. Like I feel like I'm being pressured in this war and with a time limit isn't enough. Like I want to spend more time with these people and get to know them and then decide. And you can decide that and the girls like are okay with it and you all leave on the ship and are like we'll get to know each other more on the satellite, you know? We can decide later. It's fine.
Hmm.
And then lastly, you get a choice that's like I actually did like Nozomi all along. And so you go and you confess to
Wow,
Nozomi,
what
and of
a
course you waited
shocker.
until like you get to like day 99 and finally confess to Nozomi, and she's like, I've not really interacted with you in 99 days, so this is kind of sudden. I'm sorry, I have to turn you down for now. Can we just be friends first and like see how we feel and maybe date and then see how it goes? And you're like, yeah. And you're like just happy you got to confess. It's really interesting. Takumi seems really sure that he doesn't romantically like Nozomi in some routes, and then others it's so obvious to him that he does. I think most routes he's either lying to himself or he's just not sure, like genuinely.
Yeah,
But, like
it's
clearly
because
he has the capability of liking other people. It's just
there's honestly
it's pretty funny.
like some roots kind of almost make him come off as like asexual or aromantic in a way.
It's just to keep the plot rolling, I
Yeah.
think. He's perfectly capable of liking someone, but like the man does not make any decisions for himself
He is
sometimes.
very, very thick-headed
Um,
about it. I mean, maybe it could be making a comment on his character of like, you know, to actually like, you know, to actually love someone and take that like next step with him. It does require a degree of like making a choice
Yeah.
for yourself, something that
Of course.
he does not do throughout the first route at all.
Yeah. I will say Kurata is funny because she gets two alternate routes or alternate branches where you can decide to kiss her on the mouth or kiss her on her foot because she like makes you get on your knees. And it's like he can like Dami Kurata or you can like equals Kurata. It's up to you. I think it's hilarious. But anyway, I liked the romance route a lot. I thought the Tsubasa part wasn't too interesting, but I really liked the development of Kurata and especially Kyoshika. I thought it was kind of cute. I thought there was nice moments, and I even genuinely liked like some of the endings where you confess to Nozomi, or decide you're gonna wait it out, or like just are sad because you couldn't live up to any of them. And it's like that's interesting, like thorough characterization of Takumi, where he sometimes is lacking in other routes. Actually, is lacking a lot of routes, so I liked it. I liked it a lot. It was a nice refresher, for sure. Um, so yeah, that's why I ranked mine where I did.
Okay. Um let's see.
We can do mystery as well because you
Yeah,
have mystery in C rank. I know you could save it, but we could just get it out of the way. Honestly.
Yeah, we can get mystery out of the way. There's not much to say about it. I did like solving the individual murder mysteries. But
yeah,
everything outside
some
of
of
that
them
kind of just fell flat. The Kakoji climax is just kind of like, okay,
dumb.
I guess.
So I like the reveal of Kakoji. The fact that she was there for some time in that route and you didn't know because
Yeah.
she was around the same height as Kurata and
Now
wearing her
that's great.
mask is crazy.
I do
That's
like the
cool.
mask twist.
Like
that was cool.
finding Kurata's body and being like, oh, she has been down here for some time. Who have we been interacting with? And you like remember like, oh wait, there's like a voice modulator. Oh, and they're the same height. Like I checked the stats and I was like, they're the same height. Oh my god. And like that's super cool. I liked solving the murders, but like honestly, most of them are really easy. Or there's some obvious like way to figure it out. And if you don't figure it out and you go back to the timeline chart and you click the other one, it like tells you what the alternate choice is supposed to be.
Yeah,
So like it spoils the answer.
I wish that they didn't do that.
I was upset at the really Uchikoshi delivery of figuring out how like, Eito escaped from the cage. I can't remember who actually required to solve that one, but when he just starts going like, yes, of course, it's the buoyancy and the law of, and I'm like, Takumi, you don't know any of this. You don't know. I struggle to believe Takumi knows basic math, let alone the stuff he was doing there. Like Uchikoshi, I think you forgot what character you're writing here.
Yeah, just everyone has like knowledge of a specific field of science that
yeah,
they'll
which
just
I'm
start
fine with that in
rattling off,
Zero
like
Escape.
a textbook
Yeah,
definition.
I'm fine with that. I would be fine with Hiroko doing that, or you know, whoever, but Takumi, no. Heck, I could have believed Shoma saying that, but not Takumi. But I did like the stuff with Eva and later in that route too. Like even though it feels a little out of character, like her like trying to solve the mystery around her was neat, and I like how it ends. I like how, despite the bad things, you get rewarded. Everyone somehow ends up alive. Huh? How did that happen? You know. So despite it being so intertwined with SF, I do like Mystery Route. It's just it could have been a lot better, right?
Yeah,
really
it could have. It really could have been a lot better. Oh, and I did remember something. Going back to Box of Calamity Eva for just a second. I do have. It's one of my favorite endings. It's one of my favorite routes, or at least sub branches of a route. I do have one problem.
Yeah.
In the Eva branch, the reveal that Nozomi is infected by Gi is handled really weirdly. And that it's revealed she was possessed by the Gi, she's blown up like a few seconds later, and Takumi just doesn't react at all.
I think it's just like pure like being stunned. Well, isn't that the branch? I thought that was the other branch actually, where that's not the Eva branch. That's the branch where it's the Gi and you have to figure out who did it.
No,
if you say like I don't know,
it's
like that... she survives and thinks you.
No, it happens in the Eva branch as well. The way it's done in the Eva branch is Nozomi takes you to like a secluded room and then tries to like hit you with a wrench or something, but you like dodge out at the last second.
You can dodge. I thought that was interesting that it makes you like choose, and you think like the answer is gonna branch the decision, but it's like no, the fact that like you had to think about it or like really second guess yourself like gives her time, and it's like that was an interesting twist, by the way.
Yeah, but like
if you pick this one, she's right behind you.
Yeah, no, and so but it's so strange in this subroute, like Takumi just doesn't react at all to Nozomi being gotten by the Gi and like dying in front of his eyes when she's the entire reason he jumped back in time. It genuinely is like a stain in the writing, in my opinion. It's a really like bad scene.
So we aren't the first person to talk about inconsistency in this game. There's some people that read it like Takumi is almost like not a sociopath, like one of the like he's not as guided. He's really like manipulative or manipulatable, and like doesn't care about some things as much as he claims to, or something. Like it's very easily swayed. So it's like I don't know how true that is, but the fact that some route she's like Nozomi's the reason I came back. I care about her. I love her, and then others she's like, oh well. Like if you decide to save First Defense Academy instead of Second Defense Academy, you still go back and save Nozomi mainly because you're like, I must save her if anyone.
I guess it's just the issue is that there's not. The issue is that like, this is still very close to some routes where like him finding that Nozomi was possessed by the Gi just like devastates him and makes him completely shut down, and there's not really any difference in like how you've interacted with her in those routes. It doesn't really make sense that there would be that difference in Takumi's
it's bizarre, and we could try to wrap our hands around it, but I think it's just there were a bunch of writers and some weren't as good as others, or they didn't think about it.
Yeah,
and that's a shame.
Yeah, this game is good. It just is not good consistently, and even in like a lot of the things even in a lot of the branches I love, there's still stuff that I just can't really let slide, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, I didn't have much else to add about Mystery. A little disappointed on it, but I liked it. Let's see. We don't actually need to talk about the first playthrough again, because our beginning of this podcast and recording session was us walking through it and our first impressions. But we really like it. That's why we set it as our basis. I do kind of just want to get Reset out of the way because it'd be very short. I know it's relevant to second scenario, but I really want to just give that all of its time.
Yeah.
But like, I just want to say like Reset. As you can see, it's not ranked as highly. Like it's still ranked highly because the entire rest of the route happened before it, and I'm counting that into it. And then it suddenly ends with you like giving up at the last second, and just been like, we couldn't do it, gamers. And then you leave the planet, everyone dies despite all your best efforts, and you get brainwashed into becoming, I guess, breeding creatures to inhabit the new Earth.
Yeah, I ranked it as
Wild.
C because it's like I like it as a thematic touchstone, but there's just not anything there. I like what it represents as like this. You know, even though we're gonna talk about how second scenario is the bad ending of the game, like Reset is just the really bad ending, where
it's like everything horrible happens and then Sirei gets his way. So it's like
you like straight up don't. It's what happens if you don't like learn anything up until the very end, and you just like repeat the exact same mistakes that got you there.
Yeah, it's a reset. It's a back to zero, and no good. I don't think the listing of the routes, like 1 to 100, is in order. I know some people think that's chronological order. I don't necessarily think so. But like if it were, imagine you get through second scenario and see that ending, and then he lives through it all again, and just to immediately like pick the worst possible thing. It's like, wow.
Yeah, well, also SF would have to be like at the end, if you subscribe to certain theories.
But nope, apparently Mystery is number 100, so fascinating.
Which that's so weird, like.
It is weird. It might have just been the order they were like made, probably. In fact, that definitely makes sense for second scenario because that was made first.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think those ones placements make sense. Let's see, what have we got left?
We have Eva, Rebellion, Retsnom, Goodbye Eito, Coming of Age, Veshness, and Second Scenario. So we've got a decent chunk to still get through.
All right, so next we're gonna do Veshness, and then I think we'll do Coming of Age after that, and we'll call it for this recording session. So Veshness we talked about earlier. Actually, we talked about her a lot during the character tier list. So if you're watching this like in parts or something, we talk about the Veshness route a lot there. But I think that there's probably some more to add. I just want to say, from my experience, I was really surprised by this route's existence. I really like you're giving a choice, and one of them is clearly the bad and wrong, stupid option. And of course I picked it first, because I was like, I'll just get the bad ending out of the way, and just kind of see what happens. So the fact that a whole hidden route was behind it, and it's a route where, like, the villains come and, like, take over your camp, and kidnap everyone, and, like, hold them, like, in their rooms, and you have to, like, you're like trapped and have to like talk directly to the main villain and like figure out what to do. Like that's crazy.
Yeah,
did not expect that.
And it's so much fun. You know, Veshness is also a route that I put all the way at S. Whereas James put at C. I feel like the Veshness route just like appeals to me on like a lot of base levels. It's just a route that has a lot of things I personally like in storytelling and tropes that I personally like seeing be made use of.
For me, the little bits of it didn't really hit me. Like, I liked that we got some more lore and characterization for the commanders, for example, right? But, like, people getting trapped in the rooms and talking to Veshness didn't hit me that hard. What I liked, of course, was the surprise of its existence. And just having a route where Tsubasa, of all people, just effing hates you.
That was so interesting that, like, Tsubasa
like,
does not she does not forgive you in this route.
Tsubasa, of all characters, like in every other route ever, she never like hates you. She's one of the first to be willing to trust you in any situation, to be on your side. And so, like, you know, you really just picked wrong. Like, you picked the wrong choice.
Yeah, that was such an interesting.
I liked when she's like, you have a conversation with her and it's like, you know, should like you sacrifice whatever, and you're like, no, and she's like, then why did you send me to do that?
Yeah,
and she just leaves on that, and it's like, you don't have an answer because obviously Takumi did not think about it. We did. Bro does not have a brain cell in his head.
Just because of the pure volume of stuff we've recorded, I don't know if I mentioned this, but if Takumi was smarter, he could have spun it as like,
absolutely.
Well, yeah, of course I picked you, because I knew you weren't going to go through with it, and I didn't want anyone to die, so I picked the person who would be most likely to dip out at the end.
Yep. But like, I really like that aspect. I like ego and stuff, just sneaking in through the floor. Apparently, there's hidden underground floor holes. I don't know what that's about. Um, and yeah, the stuff with Veshness was interesting. It was interesting just talking to her and her like personality. It sucks that in like at least one of those things you try to betray her and she's like, "All right, time to kill everyone while you watch, and then we're gonna fight," and then you somehow still lose. Takumi, how are you the fraud in this timeline? What the
Yeah, I
heck?
was
I
gonna
guess this
say,
is what happens when
I
you betray Tsubasa and then like suck at betraying Veshness.
well, I think it's probably like that Veshness had absorbed literally everyone else up to that point, and you
Yeah, but
haven't
you
really
absorb
gotten a
all your
chance to.
you absorb all your friends, and in the second scenario ending, when you absorb all your friends, you get pretty beefy. So I don't
Yeah,
know. Apparently, you're fighting for days, also. So like, I don't know, man. I think it's like a vibes thing. Like your friends kind of weren't in a great headspace. You didn't have all of them. Some of them hated you, so you didn't get that much power from them. You didn't believe in yourself. Whereas Veshness was like, "I'm cooking. Check this out. I'm the best."
I did really like getting to see more of all of the commanders. It's nice to have at least one route where we see more of a lot of them.
Yeah.
I felt like a few of them got like some really good development. Adamakyu is kind of
Yeah.
like the protagonist of this route.
No, it's pretty interesting, and it's a shame none of them ever take their masks off or anything, because they clearly do have character. I know they're not supposed to have much outside of being like weird mirrors as a protagonist, but like I would like to see more of them.
Yeah, I will
I don't
say
mind if they're just that.
it's very interesting that I was very surprised that Newgank ended up being one of the loyalists, since he was
Yeah,
always like you always got the sense that like he was the most merciful out of all of them.
yeah,
Yet he's one of the ones who is always going to be on Veshness's side. In fact, it was really surprising that like she let him go at the end of the route where Takumi dies.
yeah. It's Wait, let who go? I'm a little confused what you
She
mean by
lets
that.
Newgank go. If you remember, after Takumi dies, Newgank just kind of walks out and is like, uh, yeah, you like killed and absorbed everyone, but I think you like skipped over me for some reason.
Oh, I
So
actually
are you
forgot
wanting
about
to like
that.
get on? Are you wanting to like go ahead and do that? And she's just like, nah, you can go. You're good.
I actually forgot that. That's really funny.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I didn't have much else to add. I love that it exists. Um, I didn't rank it nearly as high as Carter, but I'm really glad it's here. I think the game is better for having the Vicious route,
Yeah.
like by a large margin. Like
Um,
having surprises like that, especially.
yeah, and
I
I will.
also want. I think. Go on.
The ending where you and Veshness end up like dying together in the forest after
I still
Tsubasa
love it.
stabs her. That's probably one of my favorite endings in the game as well.
Yeah.
I
She didn't
it
hesitate this time.
Yep, I like I know I mentioned it when talking about Veshness as a character, but I do just really like the significance of having like at least a single route where you're able to kind of come to some sort of an understanding with her and make
Yeah,
like some little change to her. It's, I definitely think like this game,
it's nice.
in a broad sense, it is trying to show that like even though some people may not necessarily be like perfect people, even some people may not ever choose to be good people necessarily, like no one's like that as an inherent part of themselves. It's because of the decisions they make, and partly also
Yeah,
like the environment that they're raised in.
and yeah, combining
Um,
that with like other routes for sure adds that.
yeah, so
And just a reminder, this is all Sirius' fault.
this is all Siri's fault.
By the way, this has always been weird to me, but yeah, like Sirius, like we have to launch this bomb, and someone has to sacrifice their lives to do it. No, they don't. Let me cut myself in half. No, that won't work. That's too much of a risk. Okay, and like, Also, there's several routes where you use these fire bombs anyway, and you don't have to do that. You can just throw them at the enemy. So I think Zirai's just an idiot, and they couldn't develop a better one, and he
Couldn't
couldn't
he
think of
just
a better
literally have
idea.
had Shion, like, fire a tiny little bolt of
Yes.
undying flames at it?
Yes. Like, the amount of solutions to that problem is crazy, and he's insistent, this is the only way. I get it's like military strategy, but you're also just kind of an idiot, buddy. I think we can wrap this up for now by talking about coming of age arc. And the easiest way to it's actually really easy to sorry, the route, but it's easy to wrap this one up because this is also one we talked about earlier when we were talking about our first impressions, because me and you both played this route first.
Yes.
It did impact me because it was my first route, so I didn't know where it was going, and it's a nice happy-go-lucky, if you don't know the truth, story, and you get a cool final boss that plays the final boss theme for the third and only last time in the whole game.
Lots of great character development. I think it really fleshes
Yeah.
out the relationships between everyone.
Yeah, especially for Shion and some of the others, just being friends. I really like it.
It feels
sorry,
like
FB.
one of the most satisfying branches, immediately after the first scenario.
I think it was neat seeing a route where Eito just kills Veshness and takes her power, and then you get the power of friendship to beat her. Alternatively, you try to have it all and Nozomi dies and you suddenly have a really sad ending, and then you immediately have to go into battle. That ending, if you get that one first, like I did,
Oh,
you
that
think
one's
Nozomi
rough.
died, and then you think you take your own life, but the implication is that, I mean, even if you did do that, it was your friends coming to fight you, and that they thought you were a traitor, and then Eito was going to betray them. So I think you just went into battle against them sullenly, and they were had an awkward interaction after that. But yeah, that one sucks because you just wanted to believe there was another way, and nope. And then yeah, Eito can be sorry, not Eito. She can be you absorb my power, it'll help you defeat Eito, and you're just I guess you're right. This is the only way. It's not the only way. Check this out, but. It's sad because you kill her after working so hard to save her, and Eito rubs that in your face, and then you rub a giant sword in his face. It's awesome, and you murder him to death.
Yeah, I would definitely, if this game had done instead a structure of, you remember every, loop you've done.
Or at least the key information from each route. Oh, crap, we can just hold hands? Okay.
It definitely felt like that would be a route that could feel like it was meaning to push you into the Kill Eito branches.
Yeah.
Because it's
for sure.
I'll be honest, at the end of that one, I was just maybe
kind of hate this guy.
Because maybe Eito is just inherently evil, and there's no way he's ever going to be good.
Me when I played my first of 100 routes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I overall liked this one. I think it was a good starting point. It definitely gives some false impressions of what the game will be like, but there are definitely worse places to start.
It's I will say it gives, I think it raises the bar a bit too high when it comes to character development involving the rest of the cast. It's in S for
live up to it.
It's in S for a reason, and it's because I just enjoyed every moment of it. I really liked what it did for the characters, and it's just wow, I can't wait to see what the other routes are going to do for a lot of these characters. And outside of outside of a few, it doesn't really get that good again.
I was clearly harsher on my gradings of the routes, but it being in B with the first playthrough should give you a sense of I still enjoyed it. It felt like a natural continuation, and I did enjoy it a lot.
You liked it as much as first playthrough.
Yeah, or at least around as much. It is kind of sad though. Darumi has to die for this route to happen, because I know she would hate it, but also come on, they just kill her off screen. Sorry, you picked the wrong choice. Now everyone one person died. Hope you like Fire Emblem Fates. Wild. Fire Emblem Fates really was the early version of this, huh? Just with 3 choices instead of 100.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least we didn't have to pay for 3 different versions of
games.
This game.
This is I joked before that this is just 3 houses. structure and like a lot of other details. And now I'm joking that it's Fire Emblem Fates. I guess maybe they were inspired by more than one Fire Emblem game. I don't know, but anyway, the last thing I'll say, Rumble, very good song. I do really like Rumble.
Yes, Rumble is great.
Also, Eito's final boss form. Imagine you could play that in battle. That'd be cool. I would love like a DLC route where you get like a powered up Eito and like an unbrainwashed Eva, like her full form, and you could just play as them in like battle, just to make you feel really super powerful. Be kind of epic.
That would be fun.
They'd have to program all that in, but clearly they're willing to put random stuff into the game, so they should make the fish heads extremely canon and have a super important lore route where like you're just dealing with something horrible, like, oh no, Veshness is gonna yada yada, and then she gets like a fish head. And it's like that was really canon. That did in fact happen in the timeline. It was not a joke. This is a disease natural to this world. The plot has been solved because Veshness has turned into a fish.
Do you think the fish heads, the smell of the fish heads wards off the ghee?
That's a great question. That would be an awesome twist. Maybe. No, they're not like dead, right? They're like a living part of you, but they smell dead. I don't know. That would be very funny, though.
I mean, it's like a fish head that's been cut off, so maybe the foul smell comes from like the fact that you have like an unhealed wound.
Well, like the ghee like yucky dead stuff, and like humans and putrins don't. They're like, that smells gross. Whereas they dislike things like incense and good smells. So I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so Retsnom Route. Let's talk about that one. Carter, you said you did play Retsnom, right?
Yes, it's monster spelled backwards.
What? Say it ain't so. No, I'm just kidding.
So this is another fan favorite one. People really, really love Retsnom.
Yeah. I'm glad you like it too, by the way. I see you also have it rated pretty highly.
I think it's just
technically higher than I have it.
Yeah, it's a really good self-contained narrative that's not too long and does a lot for the characters that it involves.
Can we like... I've explained already that I like this route because of what it does for Dharmi, but even before we get there, it does something a lot of other routes fail to do, which is just like having an interesting narrative and moments that don't necessarily tie to what it's named after. Like the whole thing with like abandoning Second Defense Academy and only having Nozomi, and then having to realize your mistake, that everyone died because of you. And, like, Nozomi, who you were trying to protect, just does not forgive you for this. Like, that's got nothing to do with Retsnom at all, but it's such a major part of this route, and getting Dharmi to, like, be your friend in the first place.
Yeah, and I would say, like, the choice
most routes could never.
The choice to, like, leave the rest of, Second Defense Academy, but still get Nozomi... That was, like, probably one of the biggest, like, time loop nihilism moments for me in the game, yeah. I feel like. Where that almost feels like something that... It almost feels like something that Takumi wouldn't do at first, but he would maybe do if he had, like, remembered multiple loops before.
Other loops. Yeah, because, like, you know, you can sort of buy, like, oh, he thought the others would survive, but, like, you gotta be stupid to think things are just gonna go exactly the same way. I think it's from, like, Fridge Warrior, where he was, like, really confident, like, things are probably gonna go the same way here. Things might have been different in our place, but they wouldn't change here, and it's like, buddy, you're in for a treat, aren't you?
I do really like that, like, even if you are under this, like, kind of time loop nihilist mindset, it still kind of hits when you just realize, like, how bad of a decision it is to leave the people at Second Defense Academy.
Because not only do they all die, but it's like Takumi gets to live with the knowledge that, Kyoshika, Kurata, Moko, Yugamu, and, God, was there someone else? No, I guess Nozomi got removed from that. They just all died. Some of the best characters were just removed from play.
And, like, these were all people that you were emotionally connected to. in the
Yeah.
first 100 days.
And it's like it'd be one thing if he was a purely strategic decision. Like he does seem to think like we don't have time to waste. I need to get to, Last Defense Academy. But he still like makes the decision to help Nozomi, which I guess it does come from a sort of selfish place, but also like from her perspective, it's still pretty selfless because he didn't have to go back at all. Like he really could have like just gone to Last Defense Academy and left them to fend to themselves, which we and he know probably would have turned out fine, right? That Shinozomi probably could have saved the others or at least led to them living.
Right.
Like from her perspective, like she didn't really know that until Takumi starts. I think he starts talking about like this happened in my timeline. So it's like a little bit of a complicated feeling. It's like the thing you did was like so selfish. I'm glad I'm alive, but also everyone who I could have saved is dead, and I probably should have died too. Like I would have rather died with them than be left knowing I could have saved them, and you took me away from that. Like it's such a, I don't know, it's such like a harrowing thing.
Yeah, I really appreciate the pushback from Nozomi in this route. Because, like,
Yeah,
I'd be, like, devastated as well if I was in her position.
of course. And it makes me really like Darmi for her how she gets sort of introduced into the fold in this one because I think her sort of getting off screen killed in the other routes is kind of silly. And I even think in this route where she's just like I would have died. She was eyeing me. I think I was probably going to be killed. It's a little iffy. Like she didn't know that. But like I get it and I really like the she's just like I realized like I was afraid to die and like you saved me like regardless of your reason like it's not just that you just happened to save me like you being there like is the reason I'm here and
Yeah,
if even if Nozomi can't forgive you like I want you to know I'm here for you
I would say
and
that
it's like
moment
I think that really shows her character.
that moment particularly hits really hard if you've already gone down a few of the spare
Other
Eito
routes,
routes. Because, like,
yeah.
you know, I I said this when I believe I said this before, but it's like partway through the coming of age route, I did just kind of have a realization of like, wow, Darumi's been dead for basically this entire route, and I haven't noticed because I had just gotten into so much of a habit of just
Like tuning her
blocking
out.
out whatever she says. Cause
I would never block out Darumi. After playing 4 or 5 or whatever Danganronpa games, like, come on, I got her brand of insanity is nothing.
she's just
I
one
have
of
the
those characters.
experience.
Up until this point, she was just one of those characters where it's just like, okay, you're here to make this like occasional same joke, 50 times.
Yeah, which is a complaint a lot of people have, and that's totally fair. We're gonna play a killing games, guys. Please kill me, yay! All right,
But it did,
I'm suffering PTSD right now. Please give me a moment.
but it did really hit hard specifically to hear her say like, yeah, no, when I was about to be killed by Veshness, I realized then that I actually didn't want to die. And so
Hmm.
you get that realization that like no one did come for her in the other routes and like that did
Yeah,
happen to her. Um
and like, and she doesn't really vocalize that in other routes, even when it would make sense. So like hearing it here, it's I feel like she may have wanted to vocalize it in other routes potentially, but like it wasn't a real reason in her eyes to bring it up. But in this one, Takumi's really like screwed himself, and the one person he like cared about is like pushing him away, and he's just in a really bad spot. So like it gives her more reason to like want to be there for him, and it gives a good excuse for them to bond, which is really what Darumi needs and really brings the best out of her, especially in this route.
mhm.
Well,
Yeah,
it causes other problems too, but
in this route just it does a ton for Darmi as a whole.
mhm.
This route is definitely like what saved Darmi from being in D tier for me.
Yeah. I it made me like Darumi. I already liked Darumi. I could handle her what she's like. But it made me like Darmy a lot more. It made me see a depth to her that I wish was a little more prevalent in other routes, but like made me appreciate her overall. Because like I can now look at her and be like, okay, this is the person she is in every route. Whether a writer took advantage or not of that or not is, neither here nor there. But like this is who Darmy is.
Yeah,
She
this
really
is
cares about the others. She doesn't want to die. She's got, her trauma and she acts out in ways that, she thinks is like what she is for other people. She doesn't have to be that way, but like she's a caring person.
yeah, she's a much kinder and like emotionally perceptive person than you would initially think. And that is
Yeah.
a really interesting direction to take her character. Um, I do think in some ways she's supposed to be kind of a commentary on the audience of Danganronpa and just people who use like dark media to help them through tough times in general. Because
Oh yeah.
there is this element to dark media where if you're going through a tough time, like getting into a really like emotionally affecting story, part of how that can help you in the moment is that like even if you're dealing with a super depressing piece of art, hey, in that moment, guess what? You're not thinking about the thing in your life that is, causing you all that pain.
Yeah.
It's an odd escape in a way.
I Again, I think they like Kurata or someone said it in second scenario, but I just really wonder what Darmy would be like if she knew that all of her trauma. Just kidding, it didn't happen. It was all memories implanted into you. Haha.
Yeah,
Funny prank.
I don't know if she would. I actually don't know if she would take it very well because it's very
I
clear
don't think she
that
would at all.
it's very clear
There's
that she is not, handling her trauma
Well, think of
well.
it this way. Humans in general want to believe there's a meaning to their suffering. So imagine you suffered a bunch and then someone said, actually, it was all virtual suffering. We made you suffer virtually. It was all pointless. It was a funny joke. No one loves you, actually. No one, they don't exist. We bullied you in your own mind using fake parents that also don't exist. Isn't that awesome? We put you in the torment nexus. For stupid reasons. I don't think she'd be very. I don't think she'd take it well at all.
Yeah. Um. Yep. I definitely think that. I feel like she would probably think that it would take all of the meaning out of the fantasy of a
Yeah,
killing game.
maybe.
So I guess what we're
Um,
saying is Darmy would have hated Darmy would have hated Danganronpa V3.
yeah, she probably. I don't know. I'm very curious of her opinions on Danganronpa V3. But yeah, I really liked her in this route in general. Of course, then you get Retsnom involved, where they talk to the old man, and the old man even says, "Oh, you're that guy who's in the cursed cycle. I see that. You're totally in this thing that will be explained in the SF route. Don't worry about it." And Takumi's like, "Okay, I don't know why you said all that. I don't know what SF route is, but okay, whatever. Anyway, we need some help. We're trying to revive folks." And yeah, weird monster, weird little thingy.
Yeah, I will say one
Gee, what could
criticism
happen
I
with
do
this?
have of the route is it really sets the part where you get Retsnom really feels like it's setting up for a dual route, like a route with two branches.
Yeah,
But then
it's really just one.
one of those is really just used for like a set of like really short bad endings that aren't very interesting. Like I
Um,
those were like I,
yeah.
those were some of the ones that I felt like felt like really egregious as bad endings, especially since
I
like the developers beforehand had done all the big talk about like, oh, every single ending in the game works on its own. It's like,
Yep. I
no,
mean,
that was a lie.
nothing will top conspiracy roots bad endings and how dumb they are. But I don't know. Like, yeah, the monster just eating Darumi for one of them is wild. I kind of like the other one where it like eats everyone and then they realize what's happened. And then Darumi's just like, please blame me for like it's clearly a dumb like this is the worst possible situation ending, but it still like gives some extra characterization to Darumi, right? where she's like, please like blame me for all this. Like I can't handle this. I'm gonna like it was like her at her worst moment. Like she tried to be better and then in her mind caused the worst possible thing to happen to everyone she cared about.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't get much worse than that. I really wanted Takumi to just like hug her or something. And said he was like, all right, check this out. I'm gonna do what you asked. You suck. Kills you. Credits roll. God, I hate Takumi sometimes. But yeah, besides it not having an alternate route, which is weird. God, it's just I don't really understand what Retsnom is at all.
I mean,
It's just some creature that can do stuff with like hemoanima and replicate things. I get that much. I wonder if it's like an alien like the Gi are,
I'm pretty
but
sure
I
it
guess
is. Like, I didn't mention this when we were talking about the other Gi routes, but like, man,
Mhm.
this planet just has the worst luck.
Oh yeah.
Like, it
Oh
has
yeah,
to deal
even
with
before humans.
Retsnom. It has to deal with Retsnom. It has to deal with the Gi. Now it has to deal with humans.
And a fascist regime, not to mention. Yeah, like before humans showed up, they were dealing with their own problems. Like Jesus. By the way, I just remembered. I love the joke where they're like, "We have to find a way to revive our friends. Let's look through the library." Hey, I found this neat book with like a bunch of boxes in it. Do you think that would be helpful? No, it's probably
Nah.
nothing. uh, Box of Blessings Route 2, let's go. Or 3, my bad, let's go. Um,
I mean, who
yeah,
knows? Retsnom could have literally been made by the Box of Blessings as like
it could have been. I mean,
Josh.
that's where
Okay, so
how hemoanima came to exist.
here's how the alien equivalent of Josh asked the Box of Blessings for something that can replicate like materials, so he could be the ultimate tycoon Factorio builder player.
Yeah, cookie, like Mr. Cookie Clicker.
Yes.
That explains a lot. I forgot to mention this, but the Box of Blessings are weird. Did I tell you that like the Wish Orb is specifically stated to probably be where hemoanima came from, or at least how it was introduced to the world?
I think I had heard about I think they hint
They
about
like
that
say
in
like
the game.
yeah, in the Box of Blessing, when you're like reading that paper on the ground, they're like, yeah, so there's like these boxes, and you can grant a wish, and we're pretty sure like the evidence suggests that they made a wish in the past for like power or something like that, and hemoanima got introduced, and that's where that appeared, and that's why warriors and stuff started appearing with it, paragons, right?
Hmm.
And it's like, huh. So all this started because someone made a witch on the Box of Blessings. So this is just a Dragon Ball world where Dragon Balls exist and someone wished for something dumb, and everything else that's ever happened since then has been the result of that one wish. Fascinating.
I do have to ask a question then. Like, since you're much more into Dragon Ball than I am, like, are there any wishes in Dragon Ball that have had such a wide-reaching effect? Because usually all the wishes
I mean,
all the wishes that I came across when I was watching Dragon Ball were just like, let's
no,
revive these people.
I mean, they've had long-ranging effects, but not like, and not in this way. It's never been like you make a wish and then
And
the
it
results of
changes
that
the
wish
world.
are like, yeah, like there's minor things. I could talk about Dragon Ball all day. We might talk about it off recording, but yeah, no, this one's just weird. Someone at some point found a magical wishing orb, and I can't even remember what the explanation is for like where they came from. I think they said God like gave them the wishes, but like, was it split into the 7 or so boxes? Like, I don't even remember. It's just weird. It's not really explained. There just is a wish MacGuffin, and everything following Hemoanima's introduction like has a logical consistency, and there's like rules and biology and all that. But like, where'd the wish orb come from? IDK. Anyway, so yeah, Retsnom is a thing, and they decide the only path that works is for Darmy to knock out Takumi and take Retsnom into herself. And
Well,
this
the
is
writers decide
really
that's the
sad.
only way.
Yeah, that no, it had to be that way. And I understand this. This is a Darmy thing to do, and watching her read books is pretty funny. Um, and it suddenly becomes a long story of helping my sad girl secrete weird oozes from her skin and her hand. Neat. Takumi, check out this alcohol.
I mean,
uh,
James, haven't you ever, just helped like a lady friend secrete oozes and eat books?
the latter especially. But you know how it'd be. Um, I'm like trying to remember what else happened in this route because I like how they come back to Nozomi. They're like, hey, you can't just assume you know how someone feels. Like you're deciding for yourself. That's how she feels. Like it's been time. You guys have been avoiding each other, but it's at the very least, you should try to apologize. There's the possibility she wants to forgive you, Yeah, but you won't know if you don't try. And if she doesn't, then that's that. At least you tried. And I really liked that. That was a really emotionally mature, like, good moment. Wasn't it Darumi who said that even? Or was
Yeah,
it
I'm
someone
pretty
else?
sure it was Darami who said that.
And that's like really cool, first of all, of her, but it's a really emotionally mature, good part of the game. And I was like, that's awesome. And I agree with her. I was like, Nozomi's the kind of person who would like have forgiven him, but like or want to forgive him, but like be unable to like bring herself to talk to him at that point. Like it's just been too much.
Yeah, and obviously,
So
like,
I liked that.
it's not a conclusion Takumi would be able to come to because
Yeah.
he always thinks in absolutes.
Yeah, he's also just sometimes incapable of thinking, but
Yeah, that
Uh,
too.
but yeah, so I really liked that. But as the story progressed, you get to the point where it's clear like Darmi's not doing too hot. There's some weird things happening to her. I felt pretty bad for her when she was in pain. And then like help me out here. It's been a bit, but you get to the end and it can branch a couple ways. But the implication, regardless, is that Darumi gets like absorbed into Retsnom and sort of just is Retsnom yet now, and the original Darumi is no more. Now whether she is like a clone that was just created, like a duplicate, and her original self was fully eaten, or whether her like Retsnom
Whether
detached itself and like killed her and then like duplicated her, I don't really
Yeah,
know.
whether she's been like actually assimilated or
Yeah.
if it's just Retsnom essentially like imitating.
Yeah, it's a fair question. I mean there is a
Because
defense. I think there's a definitive answer here. I think it's simply like Retsnom did assimilate and duplicate her and like became her. They're one and the same. Like Retsnom is the primary like being now, but the Darumi it created is Darumi.
yeah, Durami
But
is
the real
now
question to
essentially
me
just a
is,
part of Retsnom.
yeah, that you could argue it's like it's more like a clone or something, but regardless, that is a Darumi. Like that is the mind and memories and feelings, but maybe manipulated by Retsnom. Like it is now like Darumi, but has a part in her brain that always, or her mind that always wants hunger above all else, and it's like that will drive her decisions from this point onwards.
Well,
It's like
I think it
a
definitely
mental
like I
change.
think it's definitely using Darumi's kind of imagination against her in a way.
Yeah,
And kind of
it's like an
her
almost
penchant for
unconscious thing.
yeah, like it's using her penchant for imagining like a different world essentially against her, and like how she kind
Yeah.
of argues with Takumi and tries to get him to assimilate as well because everything will like all be okay then.
I think it's really sad. I understand the story of like someone who's gone through that trauma, sort of doing self-destructive things and bad things happening, but like she was really growing in this route. She was like being closer to everyone. She's more accepted. She made stronger choices and decisions, and then it feels like she gets punished in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could maybe even see like Retsnom just being a kind of metaphor for depression in a way. In the way
I'm
like
sure you could read it that way.
even if you're surrounded by people and even if you might be trying your hardest to make progress, the way that if you don't, you know, if you don't have the tools to really learn how to combat it, it can still just literally consume you and kind of make you into a different person almost.
Yeah. How did you feel about its two endings, by the way? So there's one where you're like, all right, you are Retsnom. I have to put you out of your misery. You kill her, and it turns out you survived. She made a ruby tear, despite saying she couldn't, by the way, but she made like a ruby tear and revived everyone else, including you, but not herself. And it's like, now to be clear, they weren't revived. They are implied to be clones. but like perfect clones essentially. Like they have all the memories and DNA and stuff of the originals.
I don't know if I don't know if they would necessarily be clones. Like, I did kind of see that as like they actually do come back, like it heals their body.
Well, didn't she say like, or didn't he say like their bodies are still buried? Like you didn't, or like he said that for Eito at least. Like their body is still in the grave, so this here is a clone.
Huh.
He does specifically state that. So like the bodies of the you see in the other ending are their clones. Now they are still implied to be like perfect clones, like they are them, but the original selves are still dead.
Yeah.
And that was a forsaken, like a foregone conclusion. I saw from a long time, like that they wouldn't be able to bring someone back to life. They would only be able to recreate them. I figured that would happen, and I'm not upset about that. It's a little sad, but like giving them new life as a new person isn't the worst thing, you know.
It's one of those things that it's like, I feel like it's hard to come to a conclusion to, especially when you take the game as a whole into context, because like technically you're already doing that within the context of the time travel. Like the Ema in that timeline is not the same Ema. You can argue that's not the same Ema from first scenario, that you know, we see that timeline continue after Takumi left.
Yeah, like those guys continue their lives.
And so in a way, like, Takumi's kind of just doing that for everyone. He's doing it with this Nozomi. That, like, you're not the original. You're just a different version of that person who will live on now.
Yeah. So it's like, if you're okay with that, at least on paper, then you probably are okay with the idea of making, like, clones.
Yeah.
And letting them live their lives.
I do like the ending in the sense of, like, showing that it is a like the Darumi within Retsnom managed to win out in a way.
Yeah, because in the ending, I like the ending where you do agree to be absorbed, because like she clearly still wants, you know, to feed and stuff, because that's Retsnom's duty, but like her reasoning is like, I really like, I want to assimilate everyone into this and like recreate them with like, is it like a one mind or something like? It's something like that. Is it like? What? Why is it specifically she wants to recreate them? I can't remember. Is it to remove their hemoanima? Is it to? I actually forgot what she said it was for. Do you remember?
Are you talking about in like the bad ending or the good ending of this route?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's up to you whether it's a bad ending, but yeah, the one where you agree to like let her eat you and the others and like make clones. You don't remember this at all, do you?
Okay. I don't remember her reasoning, like, surrounding hemoanima.
I was asking if that was why.
I just know that she has, like, this hunger. And I think that she's, you know, I think that it's, like, people do satiate that hunger more. Partly because,
No, she gives a reason. Let me double check right now.
Okay, because I do have.
She gives a Darumi reason.
I have a thematic, you know, interpretation of this ending more. That is more what I took away from it. But I can talk about that once you go through the reason that Darumi gives.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do have a little bit of an issue with the route in that I don't really remember some of the details from it, compared to, like, how well I remember some other routes.
Yeah.
I think part of it might be because, like, this was one of the last routes I did before going into second scenario. And so, like, that kind of does, like, eclipse it in a way for me.
Yeah, I see why you might not remember the specifics. Alright, give me 1 second. All right, so I double checked. I was trying to remember her reasoning, because what happens is you go to that room, and like Eito shows up, and she's like, "Yeah, so I was able to revive Eito," and you're like, "No, you weren't. I checked, and he's still in the grave. Like, this is a clone." And they argue essentially like, So like they're perfect recreations. They've got your mind, and more importantly, they are clones because their bodies were dead. But I can absorb you, hypothetically, Takumi. I can absorb you into myself and then recreate you immediately as a copy with all your memories. But by doing that, not only will Retsnom now have a perfect copy of you and be able to heal any injury, disease, issue that ever comes across you, but even if something happens to the Revive-O-Matic, I can revive you. So like by being absorbed into me and letting me copy you, you now will be able to like live like without any issue, and like also you'll have any other benefit from like Retsnom. So like uh essentially like Darmy will just become incredibly powerful and be able to copy and create anything, and would also be able to revive people and make sure they never die. And to her, that's perfect. She's like, I can make sure my friends who I love and care for and don't want to get hurt, I can like create a world where they don't have to die ever again. And if something does ever happen to them, I can be there for them. She wants to be that for them. And that's her explanation. And you're in an awkward position because you're like, is this Darmy talking? Or is this Retsnom talking? It feels like it's both.
The game does a really good job at making that
Yeah.
very hard to like tell.
Yeah, and when you can choose to agree with her and she'll absorb you. And she even absorbs like Vestinus. That's how she like beats her. And
That
she
was a
brings
really
everyone
funny
back.
scene.
Yeah, the final battle you have literally everyone fighting together, and she's like really happy. Like it's a little weird and uncomfortable, but she's like, I'm going to absorb everyone on the satellite and like bring them all back, and like finally like I will save all of humanity and I'll be able to protect everyone with Retsnom's powers. And it's like it's a win-win like symbiotic relationship where Retsnom gets to keep eating forever, but also Darmy is protecting everyone she cares about and saving humanity.
Yeah, and
And it's like
there's kind of
it's
there's an argument you could maybe make that like maybe the same consciousness is preserved if she absorbs something that is living, as
mm,
instead of like reconstructing something that is dead, because there is technically not an
yeah.
interruption in the consciousness that happens.
Yeah, like I said, even if you're not bothered by that, it's just I know a lot of players will be like, I don't trust this. It just feels like it's Retsnom, or even if they are right, like
I
the
they
what are the motives behind this?
You
It's a
have reasons not to
complicated.
trust Retsnom because of
Yeah,
like mainly
it's
because of
bad
like
endings.
Nozomi G. Like a lot of the
Yeah,
vibes around Retsnom, uh
let's call her like Darmy R or
yeah,
something.
Darmy are like the vibes around Darmy and Retsnom are very similar to the vibes with Nozomi G.
Yeah, um, the vibes are off,
Yeah.
and also you just saw the bad endings with Retsnom and how like it would just eat anyone without thought. It's just cruel like that, or it's just neutral, I guess, but its
Yeah.
very existence is cruel.
It is like
So you,
Nosferatu. It is hunger, nothing more, in a sense.
yeah,
Um
I watched that movie.
so I very much that ending really led me on the depression metaphor angle a lot
Hmm.
more. And I find Retsnom very interesting because it is so disconnected thematically from a lot of the other routes in a way. It's
I would
it's
just
hitting
love.
on very different angles. And so my thing is I always interpreted that ending of Retsnom, the one where you allow Darami to eat you, as kind of being, I feel like that ending is supposed to kind of in a way, it is depicting what happens when you kind of just let depression win in a way.
You think so?
Well, and this might be like a little personal, but it at least is when I've had my like personal emotional struggles and I've had my series of slumps, the tendency I am always kind of personally tempted towards is to just kind of construct this like imaginary scenario in my head, or with this kind of world where things are going good for me and for the people that I care about, where I don't have to worry about a lot of the other like issues that are going on. And I feel like by surrendering to Retsnom, like and when having Retsnom kind of become a part of her, that is what Darumi is like doing in that moment. Is she is letting
Mm.
that temptation to just create that world in your mind that you just retreat further and further into, letting that temptation win out. Um, and
I
like,
don't know, because that seems a bit like an escapism, right? Like just being free from, everything. But Darby's whole thing has been like she's constantly like fighting and like dealing with the pain, but she wants to do it to help people. Like she's letting like Retsnom become a part of her because she doesn't want to be like that. She doesn't want to think that everything's okay. She wants to be the one to make things okay for other people, right?
but
That's
at
sort of
the
how
end,
I read
but
into
at
it.
the end, I do kind of see it as like at the end, she does in a way kind of lose out to it, because Retsnom at the end does want to just make that like perfect imaginary world, or at
I
least
see,
it's
I
it's
see.
it's exploiting that want within her. I would
It's
say
definitely,
it's
yeah.
exploiting that within her, um, because I feel like in a way that would be the only way it could pull off what it's trying to do while still coming across as being the Darumi we remember.
Yeah. I can read it either way. I personally like to think there's still some Darmy in there, and it's sort of like a symbiosis, but she's not the
Well,
Darmy we know anymore. Like she has become one with that thing, and it's like it is like I don't know, sort of affecting her unconsciously or instinctively, to
yeah.
want to feed and like having come with a reason for that.
Well,
Um,
I do think there is still a Darumi in there, even
mhm.
in that ending. It is just like, I think a big part of that ending is like that idea of the perfect world, that idea of this world that you've constructed where everything is all right. That's still
Mm.
like a hollow. That's still a like hollow
Mhm.
hope to hold on to. Because with what Darmi has, it makes it clear like what Darmi has done. Like she hasn't brought back the people who are dead. Like that can't happen. She has
Yeah.
brought back. She's merely created copies of them, and
Yeah.
the
Like you can't
people
change what's happened.
and there is this like very existential, it brings in a lot of very existential questions of like when when people are assimilated, like
They essentially
what
die.
yeah, they whether they are still there or not.
I see what you're meaning now. It's like she's bringing everyone into her and then like killing them, like bringing that harm that she says she didn't want onto them, and then like creating like her little dollhouse where everything's okay. She's recreating everything from scratch in a perfect world where everything is all good. And it's like, okay, you did kill everyone. You created clones, but you did kill them. So I,
Yeah,
I could I could definitely see that reading. Yeah, that I understand what you're getting for.
and
Um,
because it's also it's I also feel like looking at the events that led up to it, it's like what was happening to Darumi a lot up until this point. She was spending all of her time in her room with essentially just like in this like mindless consumption state, which like I would say like that is I feel like there's definitely an angle of depression there as well, where you can see it's like kind of supposed to resemble it a little bit of a ways, where it is something that is kind of just eating at her, and it's also isolating her. She's not able to spend as much time around everyone because of this like thing that is
yeah,
kind of gradually consuming her. And I'm just now
that
realizing
makes
this.
sense. I never thought about that like
Um,
that.
this idea is literally coming to me right now. I'm also wondering in the ending. We know for a fact that AI is something that was on the minds of the writers during this
Yeah.
game, because they were just like,
Oh,
we don't know if anyone is going to be able to like
yeah.
is going to be able to fund a project of this scale, um without the use of AI.
Hmm.
And so I almost wonder, there's a particular angle of AI that I've been really interested in, and I've been reading up on, and it's just the way in which like AI has been hastening the like alienation of people, and like the
Yeah.
social isolation of people, and how people will like use AI as like basically like little therapy bots when that is not what they're supposed to be used for.
Yeah.
And I almost wonder if, like, in the ending where Darumi, makes that dollhouse, as you said, I wonder if that could also be seen as, like, someone who has essentially constructed a little AI social circle for themselves, where
Like a little bubble they're in.
you've like
I
replicated this little ideal environment for yourself, but
so I don't
it's not human. It's not real. It's not going to be something that actually fulfills you in the end.
that's a fair comparison. I don't know if that's necessarily like AI is needed for that comparison because you can have that with your own personal fantasy. I also don't think like their AI therapy was really as much of a thing back when this was being made. But I could see the AI comparison regardless because you could definitely see Retsnom as a being that consumes everything and then like
Yes,
reproduces it.
it essentially does kind of work like, a language learning model, in that
Yeah,
it consumes and is essentially trained on things that it then learns to like replicate. Um,
yeah. It's
but
definitely at least inspired by the thing, so
Yeah, and so there's a question of like how much Retsnom itself is aware, much in the way that like, there's always the refrain that artificial intelligence doesn't actually understand the
yeah.
questions you ask it. It doesn't understand what it's doing. It's a lot of
It's just
like
a program.
it's just a program that is essentially, I
It's
believe it's
marketed
like,
as AI, but it's not.
yeah, and I think the specific way like the language learning models work is it's more just like what it's doing in the moment is just trying to find the next word or data point that is most likely to come after the one
Yeah.
before it. If I'm
Um, Getting off the topic of just AI because we're in the Retsnom route, but I was gonna say that I thought of two things. First being, it's so weird that that old man knows everything, but also like, why is there just like a weird, like this isn't even related to the box of blessings or calamity as far as we know. They just have a weird like sack with like a weird purple thing that like eats things and copies it. And like the old man is like, yeah, like this is just a thing we know about, and I know how to handle it. Like, why do you know about that? Where are you from? How did you? And then like Vesna seems to know something about it. She's like, did you use our like something from our world? And it's like this never comes up in any other route. Do you guys just
I
know
yeah,
what this is?
I just see him as like he's like the priest of the shrine, or he's someone who had worked at the shrine. Yeah, I don't necessarily see a problem that they keep it a mystery.
No, that's fine. It's just I really just wonder what the heck Retsnum is and whether the denizens of this world know about it. Like it's so bizarre.
Yeah, I
Like
see
it's only ever
Retsnom.
mentioned again in SF because Yuriko's like, yeah, I remember that route. Let's go there. And it's like,
Yeah, what a big help
you
you
want
were
to
in that route,
elaborate?
Hiriko.
Yeah, good lord.
So I
Um,
yeah, I see Retsnom more. I guess for me, it's like I just see Retsnom as more of a metaphorical thing that you can like bounce ideas off of. It's not
yeah,
necessarily important like what exactly Retsnom is, um, within the scientific context of the series. But yeah, I am glad you made that comment about like the dollhouse, because that did make me
yeah.
I'm not saying that this is like necessarily the correct reading of it, but
Mm,
it's just like it's a little connection I'd made in the moment that I thought would be fun to talk about.
yeah. Well, you know, Carter, Retstomp spelled backwards is box of blessings.
Yes.
Uh, so what tree you want to talk about next? We got three left. We could probably save. Let's go ahead and do the Eva route.
Yes, Eva
Because
Route. It's funny, I don't
I gotta
actually
say
remember
Ava.
much about the Eva route.
I will double check real quick.
I remember liking it. I remember thinking it
Hmm.
was good. I just don't remember what actually happened. Oh,
Okay, I will
yes,
remind you.
I
I
think
remember.
I
I'll remind
think
you.
it's the one where you run away with her and you end up going to the
Yes.
resistance village.
Yeah, so just to remind you, your second scenario, like Shoma's like, we have to kill Ava, then all our memories will come back, and then you slow him down, you stop him, and Ava kills him instead and absorbs him in a fit of like confused, brainwashed rage. And yeah, so you end up like talking to her, you know it's like not her fault, like you decide to abandon like the final mystery for now, and you end up escaping with her. I don't remember the specifics of how you leave, but I do remember you leave with her. You're wandering for days. You think you're probably going to die, even. And then you're rescued by the people from her village. You get to meet Commune, and you grow closer to her. And, you know, lots of. She skipped days with you there, and you grow really close. Loving, even. And you get to learn what kind of person she is. Similar to the other route, like that she doesn't think too harsh about you, that she understands like your situation, but she's
Yeah.
just a really peaceful person, right? And seeing her and her people and commune and how they are, you just grow a lot closer to them. And I thought that was really nice. I thought being able to spend time in the camp with the rebellion group was really nice. And just spending time with Ava is nice because she's a nice person in a terrible, terrible situation.
Yeah, and I really did like the excuse me. Um I
Hmm.
really did like this route. I guess I just felt like it wasn't as well developed as the Box of Calamity route, but I really did I
Yeah,
always am a fan of routes that actually let you see the real Ava. It's such a tragedy that like she is not
better that
part
you
of
can't.
most of the routes.
Every moment with Ava and Commune is just better, especially since Commune is just smarter and kinder than a lot of other characters.
Oh
She's
yeah.
like, yeah, I know you guys' deal. Can we talk about the fact that like Ava's got like tech behind her eyelids and like in her stomach or whatever that's like a bomb and like recording devices and all this stuff. They seem like they occasionally imply that the invaders aren't very technically like crazy, but like technically like skilled or like use a lot of machinery and stuff, but like they clearly are. Like they can make a ship that can fly and explode the freaking satellite. They've got like recording technology you can put in your eyes. They've got tech. They made that ship that was gonna trap everyone at the end of the first 100 days. So like they've got technology. It just doesn't come up very often, weirdly
Yes.
enough.
Yes. That man,
Bizarre.
it's really hard to just not go into my like overall thematic point about the
Yeah.
series.
We'll get
But
to it. We'll get to it.
it is like I feel like that's a very deliberate thing though, James. I think it is a very
Yeah.
deliberate as a like humanity is trying to make the Futurans be seen as a primitive people,
Yeah.
at least compared to the humans, and using that as a justification for them to like move in and bring them quote unquote progress. And
Yeah. Um, 1 second. I'm trying to remember because there's two endings to the Eva route, I believe. I want to make sure I
yes,
remember them right.
so the two endings to the Eva route are you go back to fight. One is you go back to fight Veshinus.
Yeah,
Ava ends up dying in your arms after killing
that's it.
Veshinus,
Yeah,
and then I think you open negotiations with the Futurans, but Takumi is sad because Ava's dead. And the other one
yeah.
is you stay with
Rip.
Ava,
Yeah, I
and
remember. And
yeah,
something funny happens. Yeah, so And that's a shame that that's the one where she lives because she dies in the other one. I wish she could just like
The
have
game
her
is
happy ending and stay alive. That's
the game
crazy.
is really a big fan of giving you a set of endings, and one of those endings being like the better ending morally, but you're
Yeah,
like, but the person you love dies, or the
yeah,
person you love is alive, but it's a much more fraught situation.
yeah. Like nothing. It's never allowed to be satisfying. Yeah. So in one, you like the Veshness and the gang is attacking Last Defense Academy. Do I go back? Nah. Ava, let's let's go make
Let's
babies.
have a
It's so the CG
Ava.
is funny. It's not the
Ava,
fact.
do you want a real daughter, Ava?
Yeah, God. The final CG is funny because it's not that Ava's just pregnant wearing a robe. She's just definitely naked, and I'm actually surprised how much they show in the CG. Because I'm not complaining about like nudity or whatever, but like usually like game ratings and like ratings for things like that can be affected by even those things like that. So it's just a really funny CG
Well,
in
I'm also
general,
just like, that is not
where you just
protecting you from the
wander.
sand.
No, not at all. They're just like wandering the world like naked and like in robes. Like, oh, we abandoned our friends and everything stayed bad, so we're off wandering. And then the others like we went and fought Veshness, and Ava gets a really cool moment where she's fighting for something and is actually fighting really hard against Veshness, and that's really cool.
I like
And she
that
ends
they
up
do their
they end
kaiju
up beating her.
forms in that
Yeah, they
fight.
do their kaiju forms. Again, wish we could play as Kaiju Ava sometimes, but they have a big commander fight. Veshness die, yay! But so does Ava, aw. And yeah, sad. It's like you said, sad Takumi. I like these routes. I like their endings. I like Ava a lot. And Commune, and I wish they could have happier endings. Give us Commune route. Give us a route where she's like the main character.
Yeah.
Replace.
I will have more to say about the Eva route in the longer thematic discussion, but I think for now
Yeah.
I'm good on it.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to say. We like it a lot, especially where it like branches off, but there's not too much to say about it until later. I would like to say SF for after this one. So you want to go ahead and talk about the Goodbye Eito route? Because this one's a fan favorite. This one's popular, but it's
I
also
mean,
short.
it's not just a fan, it's one of my favorites as well. Yeah, I put it in
Yeah, it's
S.
also one of my favorite. It's in my top three.
It's
It's also in your top three.
it's really really good.
Yep.
So how about, so you seem to have been a bit more picky than me on like what makes it into the higher rank. So I want to hear, your thoughts on Goodbye Eito.
So Goodbye Eito is interesting because we've complained before about inconsistencies in characters in between routes and between writers, right? But there's some characters that are a lot more consistent than others, and I
Yeah.
specifically am looking at Nozomi and Eito, like the big good and big bad of our team, basically, because um, those characters are written really well and consistently across routes. Like I never feel like Nozomi is wildly out of character, at least very rarely. And same with
Yeah.
Eito. And that consistency is important because it clearly means not only they're really important to all the writers and even the main writer, but like this the story and its themes. Like what is this about? So routes that really center on them and like them changing and like their character are going to be under a microscope for me. And this one's really important because you're going to second scenario, you're learning the secrets of the world and the lies that were told to you and etc. And of course you learn the big truth being that hey, your memories are fake. And Eito is a character who the entirety of the story, and importantly the final boss of the first 100 days, your first playthrough of the game, is driven by his eyes granted by God. That humans are horrible, despicable, disgusting monsters with a horrible history. Like
He
just being
literally
around
like
them gives them the
sees
heebie-jeebies.
people as these like
Horrid
disgusting
things.
creatures.
Yes, and we smell and everything, and our history is terrible. We were horrible in the history books, and we've never changed. And our very nature is fundamentally evil, and needs to be eradicated with a vengeance. Um, and his memories only add to that. He killed his own parents and is happy about it. You know, everything, and the whole story has been building up, and he thinks the protagonist, like Takumi and the others, are sort of interesting, but that's about it. He's fully ready to kill them on the spot.
Up
So
until
when
that
he
point,
learns,
he is shown to be like the closest you can get to like ontologically evil, like fundamentally
yes.
evil at the core.
And it's like, how do you change someone like that without brainwashing, without fixing him? Like what, like let's put this weird, USB in your brain and it will fix the brain damage or something. Like what do you do? And this route sort of answers that. Um, they find out the truth. Your memories are fake. You were born not that long ago, raised in a test tube baby, and you're all siblings. You're all Futurin clones. You're not even humans. You've never even met humans. Outside of one, Nozomi, who's really kind and consistent and brave. Uh, Actually, you were manipulated by a robot who claims to be controlled by the vibes of humans, I guess. And you were test tube babies raised from Futurin DNA to kill other Futurins. So, yes, humans are evil, but none of these people are humans.
And
You never met one. All of your
yeah,
reasoning was given to you.
and also like, hey, the eyes that make you see everyone as being disgusting and evil, those were
Yep.
literally put into you by probably the most moral people on that satellite.
I wouldn't go that far. The people, so to be, I clarified this before, but the people doing that on the satellite they're basically anti-human terrorists. Like they don't actively kill people as far as I know, but they're not wanting to keep humanity on the satellite to protect the Futurins or anything like that. They just genuinely think it's humanity's time to die.
Oh,
Whatever happens to the
okay.
people on the planet, they're neutral to.
I was under the impression
Just
that
a
they were trying to like
no,
save
no,
the
no.
future ends.
Yeah, sorry if I misexplained that earlier, but yes, same in the conspiracy route. Like they say something like, "Oh, the people of this planet," but they don't actually care. They just want humanity to die.
They're just
That's
so
why Eito is the way
okay.
he is they do want the plan to fail by any means necessary. That's why they make Eito murderous. It's because they're happy to let him kill the others. As long as humanity doesn't succeed in this war and, humanity doesn't land on the planet. So yeah,
Okay.
so they made you defective. They made you see that way on purpose for an agenda. Humans made you see that way to screw over other humans and the innocent people of this planet. They gave you fake memories of killing your parents, who you never had, by the way, of like reading all about how evil humanity is, except like humanity's the one who taught you that. Uh, and the people you hate aren't humanity because you've never met them in person. Surprise! And yeah, this obviously at first, what a shock, and he probably like didn't even really register it, but like after a couple days, even he's just like, oh my god, everything I believe is fundamentally just wrong, like objectively. Like I was being manipulated. Like I still hate humans, but humans were the ones controlling me,
Which, by the way,
even when I thought I was free from them.
I am just now realizing, is that supposed to be an intentional parallel to Veshness?
In
The
what
fact
way?
the fact that Eito in his backstory killed his parents.
Maybe. Honestly, I forgot Veshnius killed her own parents, but it probably is. The thing is, with Eito, it's repeated so much, and also you just get that whole finale in the first 100 days where he's just so viscerally hateful and very descriptive, and he yaps for so long about his
Yeah,
his methodology and his morals and the reasonings and like this is why I had to do this and why I want to do this, and so for someone in that mindset to just be completely piece by piece destroyed all at once. Like, yeah, no, everything you believed is wrong. Uh, like it doesn't make sense. It
yeah,
logically does not follow through.
because
Like the shift is crazy for him.
even before, even past his parents, the part of his backstory that really stuck out to me is the story he tells about the nurse in the hospital. How, like, when he was first, when he was first having these issues, there was like this one nurse at the hospital who was still like super nice and kind to him. She was the one who would bring him, the books he would want to read that
Hmm.
kind of got him started. She's the reason he had started reading about humanity by bringing him all these books, and
Mhm.
like you kind of wonder like, oh, did he end up seeing her any differently? He's just like, nope, I burned that hospital down.
I actually forgot about that.
So
And
yeah,
it's like he clearly believes like it doesn't matter if you're a good person or whatever because people are just evil and I hate them. Like it's like just your very nature is wrong. And like you trying to be nice to me is like is a conniving like malicious like act even if you don't even register that yourself like you being that way that niceness is fake so like all of that is called into question and like flipped 180 and he's forced to recognize like I'm just wrong not just that I'm just wrong but everything I've done up till now and believed in is wrong like he has to completely like and Eito's a smart person. He's very intelligent, I would say. Like, you know, I don't know how to describe that kind of intelligence. I don't know if I'd say he's wise, but he's definitely like smart. So he of all people like comes to that like realizes that conclusion pretty quickly and that obviously just destroys him on a base level. And that's where Goodbye Eito really shines because from this point onwards, it's really still part of second scenario. But he makes the decision like these people here are my family. I only hate them because of the fake memories and like defective senses. These weren't given to me by God. These were implanted on me by humans. It's literally a handicap they put on me to make me a danger to the only people I should be caring about.
yep,
I'm
and
fighting and killing like my own kind, who we were taken from and cloned from, by the way, by these disgusting humans. And these people who've been fighting alongside me, who were merciful and spared me, repeatedly, who I keep trying to kill, like, wait a second, maybe they aren't fundamentally evil. I'm just wrong.
it is kind of funny and ironic that like that realization for Eito comes at the exact same point that like us at the audience are kind of going like, I don't know, man, you might have been right. Humanity might just be humanity
Yeah,
might just suck as a
Eito did
whole.
nothing wrong. Eito did nothing wrong. No, it's like he was definitely always. I think he was right in the sense that humanity is evil, like to begin with. Like you could like in some sense, like when he was like talking about the history books, it's like yeah, no,
Yeah.
I get you, man. But like at some level, you're like, but we believe in yada yada. But then in this story, like humanity is just, or at least the people in charge who did this to them are evil, and the actions humanity as a whole are allowing to happen are evil. So like yeah, you had a point. Everyone, I feel like everyone else in the group suddenly understands Eito a lot better. I think they even say something like that. Like we're starting to get it. This sucks. What the heck? Um, but he's like, I guess he comes to the conclusion like new memories and choices can be made from this point. I can't change the past, but I can try my best to like fix things. But like, I can never like redeem myself. There's nothing I can do. And his best like course of action, he's like, obviously, I need to fight on the right side, and I need to fight for these people, and I need to like prove myself somehow that this is what I want to do because I think they need all the help they can get.
Yep.
But
Well,
like, what do I do?
I've
Well,
been saying these eyes were given to me by God, and well, you know what the good book says about if your eye causes you to sin.
yep. So yeah, he comes into the room and he's like, "Hey guys, check this out. Watch, they bounce." Um, yeah, so very, very interesting moment. Eito plucks his eyes out and burns his like nasal cavities and
Which like
etc. And
that's
he's like,
even worse, the like nasal cavity thing, because
"Oh yeah, it's terrible."
I think he specifically says like that is healed by the hemoenema no matter what.
Yeah,
So he
he says
has
it
to
keeps
like
he has to keep doing
he
it.
has to keep doing it periodically.
Yeah, and to be clear, he even says so himself. I'm not like just hurting myself so you guys will feel bad for me. I'm like trying to fundamentally state like I'm showing you now like the eyes I trusted all this time over everything else. I'm now stepping on and saying I want to be with you. I like there's nothing more I can do. I need to prove that I genuinely believe in you guys now in our cause. I still hate humanity, but like I will fight for you. and it's a really strong moment that really carries on into the story.
It is
But you
a
can
it
tell
is a
Eito
really
no.
powerful moment.
Yeah, and you can tell Eito, man, I believe you, but we can't trust you anymore. You're too much of a loose cannon. Like, I mean, something else could happen that could turn you against us again. I don't know. I've seen what you're capable of. And that's ignoring the fact that you also just can't take back the things you've done. And even the things I've seen from another version of you, like, I'm sorry, you gotta go. I don't even think they necessarily kick Eito out, do they? He chooses to leave, right?
Yeah, it's you just don't let him back on the team, and
Yeah,
Eito
and Eito's
decides
like,
to leave.
yeah, he realizes like I'm not wanted here, and I fully understand why. Um, and he leaves. He goes without even really realizing it, but he follows a guide to Second Defense Academy. There's an interesting visual effect where like the screen is all blacked out, so you can
Because
barely
he's
see
like
anything.
blind now.
Yeah, he can't see, which is interesting. I think it's a cool effect. And he mentions this later, but I want to mention the context now that he went out of his way to talk to Sirei and say, "Hey, can you give me some false memories of nice times with the others? Like I have none, and from this point onwards, I won't be able to make any more. And like that's one of the things I want to rectify. Like these are people I should be caring about, and I want to. And I think that's a really like wonderful thing.
Yeah,
'Cause it's like brainwashing, but he's like, I can't fix this anymore. Like this is, I
I
think it's something
definitely
I need to have.
I definitely have my own interpretations of what is kind of the point of putting that memory back into Eito. I do partly see it as like that memory in and of itself is it is representative of his hope that he can
Uh,
change and that he can fundamentally be a better person and
yeah,
be a different person moving forward. Um,
yeah,
and I looking at Eito in a mental health context as well, like I know I've been on the mental health stuff a lot, but I do feel it
yeah. Well, it's relevant.
like I mean because Eito you literally can compare what he has to like a sort of cognitive disorder. Um,
Yeah,
and
but he meant
I do almost
he
wonder
meant
if like you could see that that memory implanted in him as being almost like either like someone first getting medicated or going to like therapy or something, and that being kind of like the
see what you mean.
moment it's the moment a person struggling with like a condition like that is first able to envision a better future,
Yeah,
which I feel
I
like
see
is
what you mean.
that's kind of like the base thing that you need to in order to really heal from anything that you're struggling with is you first need to be able to imagine and
To like
envision
imagine it.
a better future for yourself. um
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that actually. I think that's also a good look at that. I don't know if that's the primary reason he did it, but like regardless, like he wants and needs those memories, I think. And the fact that he can't make them anymore because he has to leave or because he
yeah,
knows the others won't accept him, it's like, well, I want to have that memory. I think I need that fundamentally, and that will guide me moving onwards. But that sadness of like he really did hope. He realizes I really did genuinely hope they would forgive me, or at least let me like try again. And that's like really sad. But he makes it to the academy, and he doesn't know what he's gonna do from that point onwards. He just rests. And then all those kids show up, and they're like kids trying to escape from, being attacked by Vestince's like completely just these monsters who I don't know if she's like guiding them or if they don't have any control of themselves, but the monsters are just attacking indiscriminately, and including rebellion people. And
yes,
these kids are just trying to be safe, and Eito takes it upon himself to just be with them because like he doesn't know their situation, and he knows he isn't trustworthy, and he doesn't have the answers for them. He doesn't know their situation, but like he wants to, just being able to exist alongside them is already a strong start. But you know where this is going.
yeah.
The
Well,
the
also,
monsters attack.
are these
Uh-huh.
the same kids from the end of second scenario?
The kids in second scenario are like hooded and face hidden, so we don't know. They could be, but it's up to interpretation. Um, I don't personally think so, but it's not impossible. But yeah, but we know where this is going. A bunch of monsters attack, and Eito decides he's going to sacrifice himself to protect the children, knowing it's the only thing he can do. He doesn't. He wonders how things are going over at Last Defense Academy, but he's like, you escape, get out of here. I'll hold them off, knowing full well, like even if he can fight blind, like he can't beat this many. And check it out, I had a bomb with me. Teehee. I got a bomb made. I can't remember if he asked for it or Surrey just put a bomb in there. Uh, I don't know if Surrey should have given Eito a bomb, but whatever. But yeah, so he makes the final sacrifice to try to spare the lives of these kids. And I don't know if he just wanted to die at all, or if he was just finally had accepted, like, this is a sensible, like, end for someone like me. Like, this might be the best I can ask for.
I mean, I think he
I'm gonna do my best until the end.
I think he knew that he probably was going to die, because the
Yeah.
bomb that Siri gave him was originally for, I think it was to make sure that his hemoanima isn't absorbed by Veshness.
Yeah, and that I think that might have been stated. I just don't remember. But like, the fact that that's how he chose to use it, like, I think shows like he did change. I don't know how much of
Yeah.
it was because of that one brainwash, that memory helped him. It definitely gave him strength, like a stool to stand on, to keep himself up. But
Yeah,
or
and
like a cane or something to keep him walking. But he had changed by that point, and the fact that Eito of all people can change, I think that only supports your belief earlier that even someone like Veshness can be nudged. Like,
right. Yeah, and it's like I
there
never
are worlds where even these horrible people can be better.
I never said this about Veshness, but it's like I looking at her and analyzing her character, like, I don't necessarily know if I would say, like, she would have ever been a great person. I don't know if she
No,
necessarily would have been a good person. I feel like even in, like, an ideal world, she probably would have, like, grown up to be a, pretty, like, selfish and belligerent person, just based on what
yeah,
we can see. But it's like, I think that, like, the amount of harm she would have been able to do in a different world would have been much different. Like, she would probably have just been, like, I don't know, like, maybe just, like, a bad CEO or something
yeah.
in another
I
world.
uh, I also think they mentioned in the story that paragons have way longer lifespans than like humans do. So like it probably would take a long time, but I don't know. She and the other paragons could be better or could use those
Yeah.
lifespans to do more. But
I do
I don't
very
know. We
much
don't
see
know.
the
I
story
don't know if
trying to communicate that, like, nobody is inherently evil. It's all up to,
yeah.
like, the choices and the environments that we come from.
Yeah,
Um,
like what you're told, what secrets are kept from you, your history, your situation, and then what do you do with the knowledge once you have it? Because even the protagonists do some bad things without knowing it. But once they
oh
find
boy, do
out,
they.
this is holy crap. Again, this ties back into what Shoma said in Box of Blessings. Like one of the best moments in the game comes from him, where he's like, where they're like, you think you can just wipe the blood from your hands? That you can just like put a stop to this? Like we're fighting, all this harm has been done. You think you can just like walk away from it? You think you can just end it?
Yes.
Well, it's not the can you just walk away from it, but yeah, it's like he's just like, yes, you could just choose to be better at any point. We can just stop. We can choose to be better
You
and
can
learn from
choose
our
you
mistakes
can
and try to
choose
make a
to
better future.
you can choose to be better at any moment, and the
Yeah,
regret that you will feel in that moment, guess what? It'll be less than the, like, amount of regret you would feel if you kept going down that path.
exactly. So
It's
I
gonna
think I
suck
think what
either
they did
way,
with
but it's still, you can make that choice right now to start that clean break.
I think what they did with Eito was really good. I think
Yeah,
they could have very easily had, oh, you got betrayed by your Yaoi rival guy, and he's evil, ooh, because of a brain defect, and human's bad. You have to defeat him. Yeah, you did it.
like,
And then it's like, okay, but what if he had a cool character arc and became a good guy and tried to be better
yeah, and
and got the help he needed and made friends?
I love that they let us spend so much time inside his head in this route, because, like,
Yeah.
99% of this game you are seeing it all from Takumi's perspective, um,
Hmm.
and thus, like, Takumi, he thinks a lot about events and about things, but I don't necessarily know if he's like great at being introspective. And
Not really, no.
but like so it is cool to get behind the mind of Eito, who is like a lot more introspective in this route. Um and who does
Yeah,
have a lot different of a like narration style, I feel like.
it was nice seeing him like talk about like what he thought of his own actions and how he felt the others felt about it. I don't think something like this would happen, but I was just like, I remember there's no choice branches in this route after you choose it, and I was like, imagine they add like DLC. They're like, hey, we just added 100 new routes. Play the game, and you play it, and you're like, wait, where are the branches? I don't see it. And you see the only branch is in Goodbye Eito, and Eito makes a decision, and from that point, every single branch from there, you play as Eito.
Yeah, well, I feel like I feel
Eito
like
game, let's go.
I appreciate this just being this one route, partly because
Yeah,
I feel like it was
it
so
is a
complete.
rarity.
Anything else would have come off as just like we're just putting in bad endings to put in more bad endings.
Yeah.
Um,
No,
and
to be
and
clear,
also
I would like to
it's also
go on.
Eito doesn't get the choice branches because Eito doesn't have redo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Nozomi got a choice. But then again,
I'm
I guess,
selectively forgetting about that, and I'm choosing to pretend like it
yeah.
doesn't exist, so that my point has more water.
Yeah. I would like more like roots and moments with good Atos that aren't like brainwashed, but I also would understand this is like the only one because it is a sad rarity that like this is the route where everyone's able to come to an understanding and he's able to get the help he needs and
But even
in
then,
second
like,
scenario to work
he's
together.
not accepted by everyone. Like the fact that you still
Yeah.
tell him like no at the end of it. In a
Yeah.
way, it's
At
I
least
almost
in
in a way like even though it technically ends to a worse end for Takumi, it's like I almost feel
yeah.
like Eito would have preferred to be killed in that timeline in a way.
Maybe. I like in second scenario he remains in your group. I don't think he ever gets that brainwashing to add that memory. It's not clear.
He
But
does
he
well
definitely
he doesn't because he doesn't need it then because he is
yeah. Well,
with the group.
I don't remember if it was stated when the brainwashing happened. Like it could
It
have happened before he plucked his eyes out
it
even, you
happens
know.
after the branch. Like it specifically
Okay.
happens in between like him
That
deciding
was
to
what I
leave
thought. I just
and
wasn't
him
sure.
actually leaving.
Okay. Well, knowing that, like, he's not exactly the same as he is in Goodbye Eito, but he's still like close to it. Like, he still gets something like that in second scenario, and then they all die. He sacrifices his life for the people of his planet, but you know that's a different route. Point is, like, I like this Eito.
Yeah,
I wanted to give him a hug.
it's a really powerful it's a really powerful story arc that I I I genuinely, if anyone is playing this game, I would really recommend to have second scenario cluster of routes be like
Mhm.
the last one you go down, because I don't know if it would have hit me as hard if I hadn't gone through like coming of age first,
Yeah,
where
some
like
of
coming
these.
of age really does feel like it's there almost as like to enforce the ideas you had about Eito up until that point, so that they
Yeah,
can be broken later.
the order you play routes really affects things because what lore you know or what themes you've explored and characters you've seen really impact your enjoyment of other routes. Like knowing all the plot twists and lore drops definitely affects your look at some routes, but then seeing like what Eito could be after playing those routes where he's like so evil, it's like man,
It didn't have to be this way.
yep. And there's one more route we want to talk about for now, and that's SF, which we
Oh
all know
boy.
stands for San Francisco. Yeah. So San Francisco route card.
So do we ever
SF route.
did she
It's called
ever like explain why she chose to call it Steady Fundamental?
not really. I think it's like I don't know. You stick to your fundamentals, and it's like stay steady. I don't know. I don't remember if it actually says why. I'm fine with the name. I don't really understand it. We decided to talk about steady fundamental now because we want to save Well, we're going to talk about second scenario and save that for last, but also we're going to tie Rebellion into it because we have quite a few themes and things we want to cover. So
Yeah,
we're talking about SF now. We don't want to
SF.
talk about it last. We want to get
The
it out of the
second
way.
scenario discussion can probably also be counted as our like overall general discussion on like what ideas and like
Yeah. What
statements the
is
game is trying to
100?
make.
What is 100 line about?
Yeah.
And it is like the main route. It is Kodaka's, like, it's the second one he wrote after the first 100 days. It is the thing he put the most love into. It is where a lot of the story branches from or takes lore from. So like it is the main meat of the game.
How
SF is sort of like a final route you play to like tie up a bunch of loose ends. Maybe
it's
not a golden ending, but something like it.
it's the route you play if you want to have like a happy ending for all the characters. And you know,
Yeah.
as you mentioned, second scenario is the like brainchild of Kodaka.
Kodaka.
However,
This one.
there's another big writer who is involved with this game, being
Yep.
Uchikoshi.
Hikaru Uchikoshi.
And I think his influence can be felt a lot on the Kill Eito side of the
think so?
timeline. But
Oh, as I said, for some reason I thought you said goodbye, Eito.
in the Kill Eito part of the timeline.
Yeah.
But SF is kind of the culmination of all of like the plot elements that are like his main focus.
Yeah. Honestly, threads from a lot of the horror timelines and maybe a couple others.
Yeah.
And I like Uchikoshi's work. I love like seeing how he ties together things like timelines and stuff and intricate stories. Things like character writing are, a little up in the air sometimes. But I love just like, I don't know, not metaphysical, but like meta's not even really the right word. Just like space-timey, like you have to read the story from the outside to like follow along, kind of like intricate storytelling, and I do enjoy that a lot. So I was excited to get to SF Route. I wanted to see how it's all tied together.
You like puzzle
And-
box narratives, I think, is
Something like that, yeah. And this SF route, some people think is the last route, some people think it isn't. At the very least, the characters in this route remember. Some of the characters in this route remember events of not only some of the more important routes, but also it does imply a second scenario happens before this. So some memories of
which I have complicated
things.
feelings about.
Yes, complicated feelings about. But at the very least, this route isn't a perfect everything is solved route. It's a route where no one dies. You get to save all your friends, and also you don't raise the world to ash. Very
I would
cool.
say there are two specific things in like at the end of the route that I can point out as like that keep it from being a like true golden ending. And
Also,
that
it's got DLC bait in it, which is
it's got very heavy DLC bait in it, but it's like skipping
Oh.
ahead to the end in a way. Like I really feel like the fact that Eito and Eva are brainwashed at the end, like
really is a sour spot.
it leaves a really big sour spot for me.
Yeah, it's a stain.
Especially knowing that like
Um,
you didn't have to go the extra mile with Eito. You could have just fixed like the thing with his eyes. He would have been good. You didn't have to like rewire part of his personality like you do.
So, like, what's interesting, and I'm thinking about this now, is Kodaka really did focus on the themes of the story in second scenario, and also made sure those things were represented in others, even though other writers worked on it. I don't know how much Uchikoshi communicated with him, or that he tried to keep those things in his plotline. Because, yeah, the characters decide they don't want to raise the world, but, like, a lot of the themes just aren't there. It really just comes down to the characters saying, all right, let's look at these routes on the spreadsheet and like let's go here and there and get these plot threads and dangling MacGuffins, and let's just like try to solve the plot mechanically and make sure everything is all good.
Yeah, well, it's
And-
partly because like
And that's
notably in
sort of
this
intentional.
route, like none of the like there's the main characters don't really discover any of like the big main truths here.
Yeah. None of the main huge plot twists and stuff happen in this route, and instead it really is just all right, we've time traveled back in time and we haven't told anybody. Let's take full advantage of that for an easy route. where we save everyone. That's what you thought you were getting in the first place, so that's what we're giving you now. And you know, I guess that's what it is. And it's
Yeah.
also just a reward for having played the game, because now you get to jump back to all these routes that you probably played already and find out new things and see them from another perspective. So that's neat.
Yep.
It's like a victory lap, I guess.
And also, what this route also is it is it is the focus route for Hiroko.
Yes, this is the Hiroko route. You know, I just thought of this, but I would say second scenario is the end of the story, and SF is the end of the game. This is the game saying there is nothing beyond this. You've explored it all. Everything ties into this. Video game over. Whereas second scenario is like, this is where this is where the story was leading. This is what it was about.
I think that's probably a fair way to put it. I will say that overall,
it's a simplification.
Like, the parts of this game that I perceive as, and I'm not going to say it's necessarily Uchikoshi, it's just the parts of the game that I perceive as, like, the Uchikoshi side of things, I definitely didn't enjoy as much as the parts of the game that I perceived as being done by Kodaka. And I think it is partly because, like, Uchikoshi seems to have went into this with a little more of a, like, puzzle box narrative style. I know that he is the one who supervised the overall flowchart.
Yeah, and I'm glad he helped with that stuff because he's good at it, but I do wish I don't know, I wish he cared as much about, like, the themes of the story and like try and integrate that in a way that makes sense with his, because like some of these routes don't have the same themes as second scenario, of course. Like there's one where zombies are a thing, and the gi, but I wish they could all be tied together in a bow that feels like it fits what this game was supposed to be, I guess.
I have a very simple way of perceiving the gi, in that I just see the gi as, like, look at the gi, think about how horrible you see of creatures you see them as, and realize to the future ends, you are no different than them. You are just another one of these types of threats that has come to their planet. That's how I incorporate the gi in a, like, broad level view of the story.
Yeah, and that'll come into play with the themes, I'm sure, but it's just, I don't know, I just feel like the bow that is SF is not, like, it's a good bow, it's just not the right, it doesn't match, the color doesn't match the gift.
Because I don't know if we'll bring this up again, but at the end of SF, I really felt like I kind of get the idea that, like, it's really hard to find an overall thesis statement for this story because of the Uchikoshi side of things. I don't know if it meshes very well in a holistic manner with the rest of the story. Because I'll go ahead and say this. One of my big thesis statements for the story that I saw is that overall, like, one thing the story is trying to communicate is that the only way you can make a happy ending for yourself is by selectively ignoring the suffering of others.
Right, you mentioned that before.
And I think that's something you can see in a ton of the routes and a ton of the endings. I won't go into it too much because I'm probably going to be bringing this up again with second scenario. But I think the big example for me is coming of age. And that it seems like a really happy ending when you play it, but if you just look in the
context, it's
when you look in the background, it's like, oh, Eva, she got brainwashed, and you just literally led her out to die during that route. That, like, she gets a really, really bad ending when you put stuff into context. And that's why Eito and Eva being brainwashed in this route leaves such a bad taste in my mouth, because like it is framing itself as the golden ending when, based on the themes of the story that I've been seeing so far, it doesn't really, like, it still doesn't seem to be addressing that. Like, it does
Yeah.
almost feel like if there was to be a golden ending, it would require the characters to fully face, you know, that aspect of things, to not turn their eyes away from any of the suffering. You know,
Can
I feel like that would be the only way you could really free yourself from the cursed cycle. And it doesn't really happen in this route. And it's also
Yeah.
like based
Maybe
on
they
what
weren't free.
yeah, based on what we're shown,
Maybe they did it wrong.
we don't even know if they're free from the curse cycle in this route.
You could argue it's up to interpretation. Like for now, my interpretation may as well be they did it wrong. They didn't understand. Like everyone survived, sure, but they didn't understand what they were supposed to do. The cycle continues. Never seven. You are stuck in an infinity loop.
I mean,
Oh god, this isn't a Uchikoshi story.
I will also
Um,
say, like, I don't know if it's a really big question of like, does the curse cycle even exist in the first place?
I think it probably
Like,
does.
is their consciousness actually being sent back at the end
Why do
of
they
every
even
loop?
know about the cursed cycle in the first place?
Or are their memories
man's
just being sent to the beginning of other time loops? Because I feel like there's a distinction between that. I feel like there's a distinction to make between that.
Can I say something that makes this not a golden ending for me is actually really simple? You know how the game start is full of CG scenes, like one after another?
Yes.
And then the second scenario ends with a CG scene? Like, there's like nothing else like that in the game. And not even SF's ending. You get a single shot of like everyone together, and then like that's it. There's no CG ending, there's no big like moment. It doesn't feel as big as it should.
And that very well could have been a budget thing. Like,
It could
they
have been.
may
It could have
have
been
just
out of
been
time and
like,
budget.
you know, second scenario is the main ending, so like it gets the big budget cutscenes, but
Yeah, and second scenario did need that. I think it needed that. It's just I also think SF probably also needed a scene like that, or like a
yeah,
short one, you know, something.
at least to sell the idea that it's a golden ending.
Yeah, or
It
something
does.
akin to one.
It technically does get a different credit sequence, not
Yeah,
visually, but it does play
barely.
like it plays the full like song of Carousel.
Yeah, or like it's an edit of it or something. I didn't even notice the difference until it was pointed out to me much later. Like, imagine you're skipping through the endings and you get this one, and then you skip it again, not realizing that it's different. Because you wouldn't know.
Yeah, and I
Like
would
maybe the
say
lighting is
like
different. I can't remember, but
I do feel like having Carousel playing at all really lends to the idea that like they didn't escape the curse cycle because the carousel is still rolling in the credits,
yeah,
you know? It's I have a lot of complicated feelings about it. I put it in B because, you know, I really like what it does for Hiroko's character. I think that I think it is really engaging as a character study for her and a look into how she thinks and she feels. But it didn't give me the thematic resonance that the stories in A and S did for me.
yeah. Well, you can see I put it even further down in C for myself because I did like
I
it.
am
I liked
interested
it.
as to why you put it in C. I would like to hear about it.
Well, we'll walk through it in detail, but I like SF. But also, like, I didn't like Kiriko as much as some other people do. I do appreciate her more now, but like, I wasn't as attached to her. I had the problems with, you know, Eito and Eva being brainwashed. I felt like there was no CG ending, there was no big hurrah. It wasn't a perfect ending. They didn't recover their memories. Like, the carousel might still be spinning. So was there even a point to all this? It felt like DLC bait. They were like, if you want more answers, oh, there's a weird scientist in a UFO. Oh, what's that about? Like, it feels like at every corner something was disappointing me or being left out or being thematically inconsistent with the game. And so it kept for every like thing that it rewarded me for, it also felt like it was pushing me back a step. So that's why it's where it is. It's not like there's not a lot in it. It's just that it didn't feel as rewarding as it could, and where it did, it would be held down. So like let's talk about this because we talked early on about how there's like two major choices early into the story, right? There's the first is whether you kill Eito or not, which one of them is the right answer and one of them's the wrong answer. Let Eito live, even though he sucks. But then you get to the second choice, which is harder, and that's do you reveal your time travel secret? And this is probably, like I said before, I'd say it's second most, but or equally most important choice in the game, because this not only decides how the future will play out and the kind of person you are, sort of, but also just like
which of the two main endings you're like being
yes.
set on track for.
But it's also like, are you the kind of person who just wants to let everyone know because you trust them? Do you want to keep it to yourself because you're not sure how things will play out and you want to have that card to play? Like, and it's really up to interpretation why you choose to keep it secret. But regardless, that's also, I don't think the game is necessarily saying that telling the secret is a bad idea. It just does have bad consequences. But it does definitely reward you for keeping it secret. Keeping the time travel a secret gives you a strong card to play. And it also minimizes the amount of effects you will have on time until you're ready to change things.
Yeah, because I believe, like, isn't it if you reveal that you're a time traveler, then in every route past that, Veshness finds out.
Yeah,
and
one way or another, Veshness finds out.
She'll immediately start powering up by absorbing commanders.
She'll start powering up, she'll start changing her tactics, they'll attack Second Academy a slightly different way, everything changes, and causes more harm than good. If you keep it secret, you're playing your cards close to your chest. It's not necessarily because you don't trust the others, but because you're trying to play it smart. Whether this is a Takumi who remembered something, or unconsciously made that decision, or if it was just pure dumb luck, this Takumi has made a smarter decision. And this puts him closer to Hiroko. And Hiroko ends up being a little closer to you, and you get the choice of whether to... isn't it like you get the choice of whether to kiss her?
Yes.
And if you do actually try to kiss her, she's like, wait, what? And you both fall off the building. And just kidding, you lost all your memories, romance route time.
She gets so embarrassed at it that she erases your memory of the entire thing.
Is it that she does that? I really... Because she doesn't seem to remember either. I interpreted it as
never,
you both...
says it out loud, but I'm pretty sure that is what happens. Is that
okay? Because I thought
you forget everything.
Also fell off. Well, they stated like they found her too. Like I thought she lost her memories because she also fell off. But you might be right. I might have just missed that. That would be really funny if that's the case. Regardless, so you decide not to kiss her. You know, you play it off, and then she's like, "Hey, Takumi, so." What was the exact phrase? You're not in time.
So we're not. Yeah, I'm forgetting the exact phrase myself, but it's like we're not time traveling. We're time looping.
Yeah, we're not. That's it. Thank you. We're time looping, and that's the game is immediately like, just kidding. You can't progress past this point. Just take that little tip and
that would have been
in your brain.
Crazy to find out in like a first route.
Yeah, imagine finding that out early. I found it out sort of early because I wanted to start SF and like get to the lock and then figure out what routes I needed to play. I didn't realize like so many routes would be locked, and then I had to look up an ending list so I could figure out what the numbers were and how to get them. And there was some confusion on, wait, why am I at lock 2? Is it lock 1? But this is listed as 1, so the numbers were weird. Point is, yeah, so it's not just that you time travel once and that's it. You are apparently looping in this curse cycle over and over, and your memories just go back like a spring.
Just trust me, bro.
Just trust me, bro. Your memories get sprung back, and it's funny, your memories get sprung back, but then you forget your memories, so like... So what got sprung back? Nothing. It didn't matter. And also, does Takumi remain? At the end of the first 100 days, you see him vanish from the world when he time travels. So does that happen in every route at the end? Like, after we see it? Like, Cult of Takumi, is he about to invade the satellite and then he gets vanished, yoinked from existence?
And
like,
that's what I mean by, like, I'm not convinced that the loop is actually real. I feel like the Takumi in those endings may still move on, but it's specifically just after a flag is reached, the hemoanima space sends back the memories
Yeah.
as data. Takumi goes forward.
Yeah.
It's just his memories are sent
Some
back.
of his memories get sent back.
That is
and yes,
what
that
I
could
mean.
be.
That is what I mean when I say I am not convinced that the loop is a thing. Because I would not
Well, you could
consider
still
that.
argue.
I wouldn't consider that a loop
You
because
could
it
still
is
argue
not
that
his consciousness going back in a
it's just
linear
memories.
fashion.
You can still argue that like it's not just his memories, but sort of a copy of his consciousness that's sent back, maybe an echo, and that informational Takumi is stuck in the loop and is experiencing it. But like whether you count that or not, or if that's even what's happening, is like ambiguous because they don't really give you too many details. Some of it it's just vague enough.
I think.
And I hope that they do get more explanation in a later on down
So
the line.
here's the thing fundamentally with me. At the beginning of your second 100 days, you have that moment where Takumi, I think it's like what, he's looking in the mirror, and you get the cutscene of he sees him from the first 100 days, like, walk up, and they, like, I believe they, like, touch hands, and they join together.
Yeah.
Does that happen again in SF?
Well, no, because it would always be that that first experience is the jumping back from whatever timeline. So from our perspective, that was Takumi from the first 100 days. But every time you do another loop, like it's actually the Takumi from that ending that's looping back on day 2, and that's the one he's shaking hands with.
But I'm not. But I'm not convinced
the Takumi he meets,
of that because we never see Takumi in most endings go back. We never see him choose to jump back in time.
Well, hypothetically, let's assume that he is. Like, what's going on is that this echo of Takumi's consciousness, in the form of hemoanima, like traveling through hemoanima space or whatever, blood space, comes back and it personifies as, like, it looks like him. Like, he sees it in his reflection. But it doesn't talk to him or anything. It's just another him transferring that information and power to his previous self. But like Hiroko says, like, I don't know, the memories get damaged, ? Don't think about it. We are not going to answer the question.
Yeah.
So I think it can make sense. It's not a contradiction. It's just there's questions that are seemingly intentionally left unanswered.
I don't
that
see
seems to... If it were just that, I wouldn't think it was DLC bait, but later events in SF make me think these questions are intentionally unanswered because they want to answer them in DLC routes.
And maybe maybe that's the case. It's just like I don't see a reason why if Takumi is coming back in time via the same method, why his memories would be perfectly fine in the first loop, but then past that loop they're always like fragmented and don't come, and like most of the time just don't come back at all.
We just don't know, but it's no reason to doubt that the curse cycle is happening because, like, in case you're, like, I think we have
perfect reason to doubt that the curse cycle is even happening.
I don't. I also just feel like everything the old man has said has not only been completely true, but like he shouldn't be knowing it in the first place. He just knows things no one knows to an insane amount of detail. And just everything he said has been true. Like, he's like, yeah, this is how this works, and here's why. And he's right. Doesn't mean things will end well, but, like, he knows about the boxes of curses and calamity, and blesses of calamity. He knows about Retsnom. He knows about the curse cycle. He gives them advice on these things. And I understand why Hiroko totally trusts him when he says, this is how you might end it.
Okay, you know what? This isn't going to make sense to you. It's gonna make sense to, like, the one listener who's made it this far, who has played both 100 Line and Disco Elysium. My interpretation of what's going on can probably just be summed up as I see the hemoanima space as the Pale. I just kind of see it as the Pale. And that what is happening is it is sending fragmented information back during this loop, and not necessarily the full consciousness of Takumi. I think that fragmented memories and information are being, like, compressed and sent across, like, space-time. and that
Perhaps it's
Takumi
something like that.
and Hiroko are just kind of able to maybe pick up on it.
And that is fully possible. It's also something like reading Steiner or whatever in the Steins Gate series, where just like after the world has been, redone or recreated every so often, you can just remember things as deja vu. It can happen to anyone, and some people with special abilities, aka redo, just have an easier time remembering things, sometimes fully. So regardless of how you want to read it, they do retain some memories sometimes, and Hiroko and Takumi fully believe in the curse cycle when they find out about it, and that will guide this route going forward.
And
Um,
they get up to some Uchikoshi hijinks.
yeah, so we get to this block, and then you have to jump and play these other routes if you haven't played them. I can't remember which ones they are. I'm pretty sure it's like you have to get through the mystery route to a certain extent, the slasher routes, things like that. You have to know about the gi for sure.
You have to know about
And
the
from this
gi.
point
I'm
onwards,
pretty sure you have to have at least some encounters with the suit.
yeah, you have to know. I think you also might have to know. You don't necessarily have to know about Koji yet, but I think you have to find out about her early on. Regardless, you explore these. You play these other routes. You know more, and you come back here, and you and Hiroko talk about. Well, first the fact that apparently Hiroko secretly had redo all along, and you just didn't know. Um, but like you're seemingly caught in this loop. You've got all these memories. You can't seem to escape it, and if you ever bring up the loop with others,
Things go
something
badly.
horrible happens. Things go badly and people die. So you have to somehow get to the end of this 100 days, have everyone be alive, not tell a soul about what you're doing or why or about the time travel or the looping, and hopefully use the power of friendship to solve some problems along the way. And you make decisions based on the future knowledge that you have from the first 100 days. Without telling anyone, because that was the decision you made, was not to reveal it. So
And,
you're playing on quite a tightrope in the story.
yeah, and it is really interesting because like this is kind of a behind the scenes route where a lot of it is focused on going to like previous routes in the game and clearing up
Yeah,
unanswered questions. Just being like,
yeah,
how did this thing work? How did this plot event happen? That seems like it should have been impossible. It's like, well,
yeah,
you and Hiroko went back to that plotline with the suits and you did some Scooby Doo hijinks.
yep.
Um, I do think that one of this is a pretty common criticism of this route. I really hate how the route like will specifically point out like, wow, Takumi, you haven't been like connecting with like your other friends as much, and things are like really distant, and it's like it'll. And Takumi's like, yes, you're absolutely right. I should go and have character development with everyone else, and then it's all off screen during free
Yep,
time.
yep. Also, there are plenty of other routes where he doesn't hang out with the others as much, so that's pretty funny. But yeah, I was like, we are spending a lot of time with Hiroko, so I get them bringing it up, but I kind of wish you'd see some of that. By the way, Hiroko having redo means we could potentially have routes where you just play as Hiroko and she has redo and retains memories and can make choices.
I would be
I'm
very
surprised we never got
interested in
anything like
that.
that.
I mean that
But
I think that's a very obvious shoe-in for DLC.
yeah, what if it gets revealed at some point that the reason like Hiroko also has redo is because like, well, no, this wouldn't work. I was gonna say maybe she absorbed Takumi in one route and then used redo to come back and she like retained it. But like, did no one else who ever absorbed Takumi in any route ever do that?
I was gonna
I
say it.
guess maybe
Yeah,
has anyone ever absorbed Takumi? Maybe they haven't. Huh.
I mean
Yeah, so
Veshnos
like, I
absorbed
don't know.
Takumi. Or wait, did she? I don't know if she
I
even
don't think
did
she did.
absorb him.
No, I don't think she did. I don't think Takumi ever gets absorbed, at least not on screen. So maybe that's what happened is at some point in some route, Hiroko absorbed him and redid the 100 days and just lost that memory at some point, but retained the ability. That'd be fascinating, right?
I mean, it would
Regardless,
definitely
that's just a
explain a lot
hypothesis.
of the guilt she feels.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, going on from here, so you are told about Hiroko's redo ability and the fact that there's a secret lab created by don't ask me, with a time
DLC
machine.
lady.
Yeah, a time machine that someone just left here, and also everything works. There's electricity. Don't worry about it. We also have plenty of suits that defend against hemoanima, which What the heck? That's so broken. You could defeat Veshness by just wearing one of those suits.
And yet they never do.
Yet they never do. There's nothing stopping them from just grabbing one of those suits. But Hiroko, I love you, baby, but you're such a moron. Just put on the suit and beat Veshness. She can't hurt you when you're wearing it. Oh my god.
I do like that this route does give us a lot of moments for Hiroko to show that, no, she is also a little bit of a fail girl.
Yeah, so like that timeline where Kakoji like attacked you in Nozomi, yeah, I just kind of threw her into another one. You know. What?
Teehee.
What? Hiroko, honey.
Eto.
Please.
Bleh.
No, it's pronounced Eito. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't. Even she's just like, I don't really know why I did that. In retrospect, kind of stupid. So yeah, you through this route, you're making decisions. Like, I know which group is attacking today, so let's. Someone's arriving. Let's prepare for battle. Okay, well now there's a limited amount of time. We can use the time machine. Let's travel from route to route, resolving plot threads, figuring things out, trying to save everyone. And a few things happen. You resolve some plot threads. You find out, that Takumi like was possessed by a gi and killed people in some routes, and Takumi takes that really hard. But he's like, that was a different me, but also I have those memories, so I feel responsible. But I'm just gonna be better and protect everyone here now that I, here and know better. And we're gonna stop any gi we happen to see, and we'll go to that timeline and we'll handle it. Actually, we'll stop the serial killer. That'll work out, right? Hiroko, we stopped them, right? Right? You were successful in stopping the serial killer. Me, that timeline
Absolutely.
won't happen now, right? Okay, just checking. Just wanted to check. Anyway, so I like how it ties into the timelines where people in suits just showed up and knocked Takumi out or jabbed him with something, and it turns out that was just us.
It's always funny because the suit design is so goofy.
It is.
It is really funny because it's the first time I ever saw the suits. It was like, it did feel really goofy in the Killing Game arc. That was the first time I encountered the suits, and it's literally just you walk into the room, and Hiroko and Takumi and the suits are there, and they're just like, oh no, hey, we're not involved with this. Just don't think about it. Don't worry about it.
It's pretty funny,
and it just is never brought up again.
Yeah, I love it. I love that. I like their little cameos in other routes, in retrospect, because I was always wondering, where did those suits come from? So knowing they're just time travel suits that are laying around, I'm sorry. The only thing dumber than having a suit that makes you immune to everything Veshness's army could do is that there's just a working, functional time machine laying around, and just no one knew about it, and no one was using it, and the people who were using it aren't here, and what? But I'm not that bothered by it. I like just having random time machine. It's fun. They can have it as a treat.
I will say there's another obvious DLC bait with the time machine, in that in the coming of age timeline, you come across, I think, a Takumi and Hiroko who were not there at that time and are unaccounted for throughout the rest of the game. You do not know where the Takumi and Hiroko you find in that route came from.
Huh.
So that could very easily be from a DLC route.
Yeah, I'm looking here. There's a Takumi and Hiroko in Day 90 SF in the coming of age route that you never get to be. That's fascinating.
Yes.
I'll have to look at that, because I actually don't remember that. But there's unanswered questions. I also would love to see what happened to the Takumi and Hiroko of the comedy branch, where I can't remember if you dodge or if you kick, but whichever choice you make, they fail, or they succeed accidentally, and comedy ends up happening. They go back to their timeline, all right, hands dusted. I hope everything good happened there and nothing strange happened. I hope everyone didn't get fish heads. That'd be funny. Anyway,
I feel like Hiroko would, just like Kakoji, Hiroko would step in, see what's happening, and just be like, I don't want to deal with this, and just leave.
And then she comes back and she's got the disease now, and everyone in her timeline also has fish heads. Surely is a fish head version of SF where everyone is also fish heads. I like this idea. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff. Might touch it out of order a little bit, but I like the one where you have a hole in your suit and you keep taking like damage to your brain, and you're like, I gotta go stop the me who's a murderer, and you go there and then you get murdered, and it turns out the you who died in that route was actually the you from another route, and that route's Gi who infected you kept going, and that's why that route kept going, and you made the choice with Nozomi
Yep.
is because you were still alive and the game lied to you. That's crazy. That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
That was a cool subversion. Because I had been wondering about that for a long time. It was cool to have that answer. But anyway, yeah. So also ties into serial battles route, because apparently if your hemo anima just runs out, you just return to the time period you came from. So like if we had died or had our hemo anima drained, we would have just returned to our timeline. I don't know. It was a BS explanation. So we don't fully know how the time machine works or if it's even consistent. But point is, you're using this to travel routes to try to figure things out, and you think about potentially like saving everyone and leaving to the satellite early, right?
Yeah, through the
But
liver mortis
problem,
codes.
yeah, and you run into the liver mortis codes, which you discover I think in the mystery route. You want to get the liver mortis codes to see the dead bodies of people to get the numbers so you can activate the ship early, but there's a couple
Yeah.
problems.
I will before we
Yeah.
get to those problems, I will say Hiriko's plan for how to efficiently gather the liver mortis codes was actually really cool to see. I've
Oh
never
yeah.
seen someone do something quite like that in a time travel narrative of like
Oh, it
I
was
am
really cool.
I'm going to deliberately split the timeline just to create a separate set of like me and you that can help us like get to our goal.
That's like it's the coolest thing, isn't it? That was really like rewarding to watch. And yeah, you don't see that kind of thing in time travel often because it's probably a headache. And they just did it for fun here. I love it. It you brainwash Eito, you make him good again. We did it, gang. We saved the city, and Eito's gonna help you out, and he's keeping everything all cool while you guys are skedaddling through time, jumping routes. You want to get the ship working, but apparently, I can't remember when you find out about the quantum bacteria, but your ship's destroyed because of quantum bacteria. Okay, we need QB liquid. Killing game Route's also having this problem. All right, let's figure out this QB liquid. Let's search for it day in, day out, wasting our time searching for it, by the way, so we can fix these ships and these timelines. So that's neat. I'm fine with quantum bacteria existing as a concept. I like the chaos theory, randomness of the universe, just making it so, yeah, some timelines just arbitrarily things are falling apart at like a atomic level. Oopsie. Uh, I'm
I
fine
mean,
with that. It's just funny.
there's like it kind of is it's a fun thought experiment on the level of like yeah, technically like there's a like infinitesimally small chance that like when I stand up out of my chair, I will just fall through the floor. You know?
Yeah, they just threw the atoms because everything was just placed just perfectly, and it's like not gonna happen, but it's not literal.
It's
You know.
technically possible.
I don't know the science on that. Probably like from the knowledge, you get what we mean. Like the atoms could be arranged in a way you could just fall through. Like it's not.
And just like
If
what
the
if there
atoms
is a
swinging on
story
that
that
way
is
is not zero
willing to
percent.
make use of that kind of
Yeah,
idea?
yeah. I liked it. It was really fun. So yeah, you do that stuff. You're looking for QB liquid, and you get to the point. You're looking for the liver mortis codes. We need dead bodies of our friends to do that. Okay, so let's go to the timelines and do that. And yeah, you do the thing where you do a coin toss. You split the timeline depending on your choice. And Hiriko's like, yeah, we're gonna work with doubles of us. And it's funny because you're playing through two branches of this route, and you get to see the same scene from both perspectives. I love that. That's so
Yeah,
cool.
that was
You get to
really
play as
fun.
Takumi and you get to play as Takumi from one side and Takumi from the other side, seeing the other version, and you get to see Hiriko's bicker with each other because they're morons. They're so dumb, and the Takumi's laughing, and like one of them's like, "Dude, I'm you, you idiot." Lovely.
It does really suck that things end, like, super bad for one of those groups.
Yeah,
Because
it really sucks.
it's even, like, they didn't even do anything wrong. I think it's literally just Kakoji decides to show up in their timeline and murders
Yeah.
everyone.
Yep. And to be fair, the game doesn't say they did something wrong. It really is just a coin toss. Sometimes bad things happen purely by random chance, and this game's not afraid to say that. And this is one of those just, yeah, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Throws away all of your efforts. But you know, the others keep going. And they get all the liver mortis codes without, I don't think they find out what happens to their other selves. Oopsie. They get all the codes, and you're presented with a choice. You gather everyone in the room, and you're like, all right, we're going to press the button, and we're going to activate the rocket early, gang. And then a choice comes up. You sure you want to do that? Yes or no? Interesting that there's a choice. Yeah, I want to press the button. Oh.
Yep.
Boom.
Kaboom.
So the other branch, you decide not to, and you say, hold on a second. I'm going to show you guys the time machine. You time travel to another timeline where you pressed
like
it,
how it's
and
portrayed.
you see the results.
Well, and I do really like how it's portrayed in the moment by Takumi as just like it's almost like I don't even know if the memory even comes back to him there. It's more just the feeling, like the intuition.
Yeah,
where he's
like
just
a
like
sense.
He just knows like
It's
if I press this button, something bad is going to happen.
No, it's very similar to Uchikoshi's work with Zero Escape. I know you could make a Steins Gate comparison too, but like, yeah, definitely the Zero Escape, like, what's it called? The field, the something field where your like memories
field.
Morphogenetic. Thank you. And just the I do think this is an intended implication by Uchikoshi, because all these timelines, assuming the loop is happening or the memories are traveling through a loop at least, like they're gonna have memories from other endings, but maybe only as unconscious things or feelings, or like their brains like something's wrong here. So I like the idea that like he just died in another timeline and he gets back to this point and his brain's just like, wait. I feel like something's off. I don't remember why, but something inside me is saying not to press this.
Yeah,
and he goes, so gang, let's check out this timeline. Let's see what happened. Oh, that's a big crater.
And it is a nice way to like reincorporate that kind of element from his previous stories, you know, the morphogenetic field, before he ruined it with Zero Time Dilemma.
Hey, you know, this is still a Zero Time Dilemma reference, because Zero Time Dilemma also has the choice of, hey, you should press this button. Boom! Instant explosion.
Well, I will also say, this does, like, the final decision of Zero Time Dilemma, but in a way that feels significantly less mean-spirited.
Yeah.
Because in Zero Time Dilemma, the final choice is literally, like, makes you choose to make another, like, version of yourself take your place in, like, a horrible death. Whereas, like, in this one, you know, there is the horrible death, but it's not, you are not being forced to cause it. It is just, this thing, it happens in another timeline, there's nothing you can do to stop it. Do you want to make the best of the situation?
Yeah, and so you get to check out that timeline, you say, darn, if I'd pressed it, it would have exploded us. Turns out, yeah, so humanity sucks, and just like in real life, their plans sometimes get in each other's way, things are flawed or dumb or not well thought out, or bureaucracy gets in the way, or like, things just change last second. The whole liver mortis thing was never going to work. The plan actually had changed to, this is dumb by the way, if exactly one person survived, and everyone else died, and they put all the codes, and then they try to call the ship, they will instead explode the building. And dude, what's the likelihood of that situation happening in the first place?
Yeah, and I get that
and also,
it's
like,
supposed to be
explode the
like
building to take out the enemies and make sure they don't discover your secrets, but like, what if there are no enemies left, or there's none nearby? Like, what?
I mean, I think the idea is that, like, if there's only one person left and they aren't able to, like, make it to the final day, then, like, they are just a liability. And it is interesting because, like, this is also the one time that Sire is, like, that humanity goes too far for Sire.
Yeah,
And he's
because
just
isn't
like,
he just like that was dumb?
yeah, he's just like, no, this is stupid. I'm not going to tell them about this.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. It's one of those cases where it's clear like some higher ups decided it, and it wasn't like the will of humanity, but like he couldn't say no to it, and
Yeah.
it's like that's
Now,
fascinating.
this does not mean I think that Sire is actually
No,
cool after all. No, no, no.
no.
Not even close. He gets like
Yeah.
one good moment.
He occasionally makes rational decisions. It's just he's capable of it. He just makes evil decisions most of the time. By the way, just as a reminder, he does seem to care about Shion in some genuine capacity, so he's got that going for him. I wish he cared about us in any real way. Oh well.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, like, and we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. But it's like, man, I'm itching to have that like Siri discussion
I
because
know,
oh my
I know, I
god,
know.
every
Uh,
time we mention him, it comes back to me.
yeah.
I just
So we continue.
I need to punt him across the football field.
I need to so badly. We continue onwards. Turns out liver mortis thing isn't going to work. Um, what exactly is the idea they decide on? Do they decide do they figure out they can activate the ship early, like they can fix it? There's some way they figure out they can get it to leave early, and I don't
It's
remember what that
it's
was.
when Tsubasa repairs the ship, after it's been like affected by the QB liquid, she has to essentially redo all the circuitry, and that lets her bypass some of the hardwired things that were in it.
Oh right, yeah.
Like,
Um,
I think it's like literally the thing that it wasn't like my impression is it wasn't necessarily even a software thing that kept it from launching early. It was a hardwired thing. It was a thing with the actual circuitry and the mechanics that like literally would not unlock until the 100th day had passed. And by like
um,
being able to reconstruct it and being able to make it from the ground up, she can just make it be like, yeah, no, it'll do whatever we want it to.
Help me out here because I remember the gist of the ending, but I remember in particular there being a weird part where they like travel to a timeline and find out like the baby was removed from the building, and then humanity like replace it with another.
That yeah, and that's enough. So I don't know if that bit of lore was cleared with Kodaka, because I do very much get the impression that they did not really talk with each other at all during
I, I I don't get that impression. Listen, it makes sense, right? Humanity they stole the baby and cloned it, right? But
yes,
they wouldn't then send their only like the baby and their clones and like not have anything
yeah,
left because if
they
that
would
plan
have a
didn't work, they would
backup.
have no backup. Yeah, so they would have a backup. I believe that. But what was the context of this? Did they go to another timeline and find that? Was that in the killing game route, I believe?
Yeah, I think they do go. They go to another timeline where everyone had died, including
Yeah.
Shion, and
And it's
they
like
find that another baby is there or something. Or I think like
so like
or I think the missiles still shoot or something.
well, yeah, it's because they realize like that's gonna happen. But I was like, so humanity's just got to back. First of all, how did they know to come back down to do that? Because are they watching? And most of the timelines we see, like Sirei die or things go wrong, humanity never intervenes. They don't seem to be watching at all.
I think
But in that one, there's I guess the baby being removed. They're like they sense that and come down and replace it because they just got a spare.
yeah,
And that just really puts
I
in the pointlessness of a lot of other options because, like, depending on what you do, humanity might just negate all of your efforts and might just do something else anyway.
I feel yeah, and I definitely feel like that is another lore bit that kind of factors into my whole reading of like you have to turn your eyes away to make a happy ending because like there are endings where you remove Shion or Shion is dead, um, and and that is like one of those things is necessary for a more moral ending. But now like oh humanity's just going to come back down with another baby. and they're just still going to like make sure that the planet is nuked. So
Yeah.
like even like in like say the Killing Game ending, like you don't necessarily know if you've saved. Well, I mean, you did genocide the Futurans already, but like
Yeah.
in endings where Shion is already dead or you put him in the jar, like you don't know if
Put them
that
in the
means
jar.
that everyone is saved.
Yeah, and that's um, but yeah, that kind of thing happened. That's pretty controversial in like the fan base too. But from this point onwards, like you guys are finding out you're able to escape early. You don't have to fight. You don't have to fight Veshness in this route. Let's go. I don't know. Do you even have to fight Dalsha? I can't remember. I
Yes,
think you
you
do.
fight Dalsha because this is the one route where he like says the line of like I came here because I wanted to see my son's grave or something like that.
See what? You cut out. Sorry.
This is the one route where he talks about like wanting to go see his son's grave. Which
Oh
I
yeah,
was a
yeah.
little annoyed that like you don't do that for him. I feel like that's something that would have been nice as a way to make him different in this route of just like even if he's still going to have that duel with you, like maybe at least like you take him to the grave first so he can like
Oh
say his
well, he
piece.
doesn't. His son doesn't like have a grave because we like. I mean, what happened to his body? I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know what
I
happened to that.
I'm pretty
He
like
probably
I
dug a shallow hole knowing Sire.
yeah, I was going to say I feel like I don't know if the game really ever addresses like what happens to the drained captains. I would
Hmm.
think that the characters would like dig them a grave, but we
I
don't
don't know the
necessarily
specifics. They
know
might they
that.
might have mentioned it early on and I just forgot. But point is like they could have done something with that. But from this point onwards, you get some weird stuff. So in the alternate route where you weren't killed off from the coin flip, there's a weird like situation where I don't even know if it's the alternate route. I'm getting a little mixed up because there's a lot of branches suddenly at the end here. But essentially, like you chase Kakoji and she like kidnaps. Uh, God, was this even in SF where she kidnaps an Nozomi because of some weird meteor fragments, or is that a different route?
I think it's in like a sub branch of SF that like
It's
leads
really
to like
weird.
a bunch of alternate or bad endings.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a bunch
that
of DLC bait here that's really weird, but some magical meteor. So the gear revealed to be aliens, right?
yes.
Who came here who knows how long ago, and they have a UFO, and she can't find it because he's like, oh, they moved it. But Nozomi got hit by. She's actually a magical whatever being, and she got hit by the magical meteor fragments, and now she's glowing, and we love that snack. That's yummy food for us. So I'm gonna kidnap her, and she's like super strong and like jumping over buildings and crap, and you're chasing her, and then she like beats you and like breaks all your bones clearly like Takumi's like owie all my bones broke but then you like are fine. I don't know, a lot of weird stuff happens. You beat Kakoji, you save Nozomi, some lady in a lab coat in like a spaceship gives you a thing that will let you move not just vertically but horizontally, which is clearly referring to the time branches, meaning DLC will probably have routes where you can time travel horizontally and not just vertically through time, that has a lot of implications. Holy crap. And that must also, does that mean that's going to branch off of SF route? Because that would mean any routes from this point onwards might just branch off of SF, and that's got a lot of implications. Um, but ignoring that for a second, you deal with all that weird stuff with Kakoji. Yeah, I guess you beat her. You you save that Nozomi, and in some of these branches, you get to the end point. You've beaten the commanders, you got the ship activated early, and you're in a weird position where Hiroko's like, I keep having this nightmare that you escape and I don't. And Takumi's like, well, that's like a contradiction. It doesn't make any sense. I'll save you. And depending on your final choice, you can either get screwed or not, which is you can try to just run to the escape pod, like the timer's counting down, let me try to make it. And if you do that, you'll make it to the escape pod, but the world will be erased by fire, if I remember right. And
Yes.
most of your and you're like, all right, well at least we saved everyone.
And
And
then
then Eva's
Ava,
brainwashing.
yep.
Ava's like, wait a minute, my kid was down there. Time to kill you all.
Which, honestly, you
Yay!
know what? Fair.
Yeah, it's like you forgot about Commune, and the game sure did. Please bring Commune on the ship.
It's
No.
really
What you're
weird that
actually,
Commune doesn't appear at all in SF.
yeah, what you're actually supposed to do is decide. This is the one thematically good part of this, I think. Like Uchikoshi was paying attention, and I like this, where he's like, the final choice is, do we try to rush to the pod to make this route perfect, or do we prioritize saving the people of this planet? And you still have to choose to prioritize saving the people of this planet. You have to say they don't deserve to die. Maybe we messed up and this won't be a perfect route, but like we have to stop this because
And
this
then at the
timeline will continue.
and then at the very last second, Shion comes down and says, "Hey, idiots! I can keep the button pressed down."
Yeah, I can just press it myself, and he does that, and you guys, it acts like you barely make it, but you actually make it with plenty of time, and you get in the ship, and you all survive, and the world doesn't get razed, and the liver mortis thingy explodes the building so the missiles don't get launched, and everyone survives. Oh, and Shion's in the baby jar, so everyone's fine. We did it. All of our relationships are completely different. This is definitely not a Takumi and Nozomi route. So if you felt that was the canon relationship, sorry, this is a Takumi and
Yeah,
Hiroko
Takumi
route.
is
They love each
Takumi is
other.
not really close with
Yep.
Nozomi in this route at all.
This is the route where they get to the satellite and are probably court-martialed or something, and then Takumi and Hiroko breed a bunch of babies because she specifically asked for
She
that in her social
specifically
link.
asked for that. I
Yes.
love that. I love that meme where I love the meme where she's like just saying all of that to like I think it's like Takumi working at like a fast food
Yeah, the
joint.
McDonald's. Yeah, fast food.
Man,
He's
this
like
is a
the window. He's
Wendy's.
like, "Ma'am, this is a Wendy's." It's awesome. Hiriko's really funny.
I do love how like unhinged Hiroko can be.
Oh, it's hilarious. And hey, you do get a route where everyone's saved, including the people of the planet, and I am happy about that. You don't learn any of the secrets. You don't
It's
learn your
still
memories are fake.
I still just can't like be satisfied with it because of like
Yeah.
Eva and because of Eva
I
and Eito, and it's all it and as you say, like you get to the end of it, it's like they throughout this entire branch, they keep making the point of like, oh yes, we'll know that we've broken out of the cursed loop when we see the inside of the satellite because it always
but you
stops us
didn't.
before we get to the satellite. Like,
Actually,
hey,
just kidding. Kolta Takumi is the final route because you get to see the inside of the satellite there.
which that has such a like implication.
Yeah, I don't. I just have to assume there's a flaw in their logic because oh my god, I hope that's not the last route. Anyway, I feel really bad for Nozomi in that route. So like, I do like this ending. I mean, everyone does get saved, and I personally believe I've talked to you about this before. Like, I personally believe they were just in a we just have to get this done no matter what mindset, and we can rectify the Eito and Eva situation after. But like right now, like we need all the help we can get. We can't worry about doing everything in the perfect order because like if we do this wrong, we're screwed. We might not get another chance. So like the fact that Eva can become unbrainwashed in that ending anyway implies like they can just surely like if these loops are happening and they're retaining memories, Hiriko and Takumi will want to free Eva, or will realize it's probably the right thing to do. She will be reunited with Commune. All that can happen. I don't know if Eito will stay brainwashed or if he'll become closer to the Goodbye Eito route, where he just retains some good fake memories and otherwise just doesn't have the eye defect anymore. Like a lot of things could be adjusted. Maybe they get to the satellite and the gang is like, "You failed your mission, but yeah, Eito would have been a problem. Let's like take him to therapy and fix that." Like we don't know what happens next, and of course it's left to interpretation. But like I don't know, this ending feels like it's supposed to wrap up a lot of things. I would like
Yeah,
something a little more definitive
I mean,
answers for some of those things.
and like to kind of go more with the budget discussion, like it is very possible that like by the time they had laid the groundwork for SF and had gotten to the point in the development pipeline where they were able to fully implement it, it's very, like, possible that that was the point where they started really feeling the budget constraints. And just being like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, we literally don't have enough money to make a big set piece ending here. Because, I mean, if listeners, if you do not know about this game, this almost bankrupted the studio.
Yep.
Didn't they literally have to, like, take out a loan on the game?
They had to take out like loans. They had to take out loans. Kodaka was like, if this game doesn't succeed, we're going bankrupt. Like we are, like behind in like money. Like we are. It's a humongous risk, and it was a risk they wanted to take. It was something they deeply wanted to do, and I'm incredibly happy it paid off. I'm happy I took the risk to play the game because I was gonna ignore it until I randomly discovered it and decided I will probably like this. Ichikoshi and Kodaka are on it. Surely I'll like it. And I did. I had my complaints. I mean, every single route I've had complaints, but I really otherwise enjoyed the game. Like I loved it. I'm glad it exists.
It is something that I can, like, very much appreciate in, like, a terms of scale, you know?
Yeah.
This is a truly towering, you know, story-based game.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm glad I liked it and played it, and I think this is a good like thing to say right after we talked about SF, because for most people that will be the end of the game for them, or the end of like what matters of the game to them, because people will play second scenario probably and then eventually get to SF, and like to them that's the closest you get to a golden ending. This wraps up all the plot threads, rewards you for playing the game. You know, a lot of people were playing for Uchikoshi, and this is the Uchikoshi route, so like for me, even though I have my problems with it, a lot of them, I'm just happy it's here. And I do, like, I am satisfied with it as, like, sort of a resolution. Like, it's not perfect, but I do feel resolution in this route. I did feel like I don't need to keep playing anymore if I don't want to. Because, like, the game has touched on so many things.
And I'll be honest, I don't know if I necessarily felt that. I don't know if I necessarily felt like a definitive the end from this route the way that I did second scenario.
No, it's not definitive. It just is resolution. Second scenario, I think, is also resolution. I could have stopped the game there, and I also could have stopped playing the game here. And that's just what I mean by that. There's still a lot of open ends. There's still questions. There's still DLC bait. There's still things I'm not satisfied with. But like, had I stopped playing here, like this would have also just felt like an ending to a video game. Like you know, we saved everyone. Other routes gave us all the mysteries resolved, so like I know everything about the game. I've seen its themes through the end. I still managed a perfect ending where we saved everyone's lives, and you know, video game complete.
Yeah, and I don't know if my like, you know, I did still rate this fairly high. I would put it in B, I think. My thing is, I don't know if I maybe ruined this for myself a little bit by having like a wrong conception of what this route would be, but I guess when I had heard initially about how this and second scenario kind of work, I was in my mind, you know, with this idea of like, how do you make a happy ending that had been in my head, like I had kind of initially conceptualized as like, what's more important to you, like finding the truth and knowing everything, or doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And after finishing SF, I realized that that is not really what is going on. That is not like exactly the question that the game is posing, because like you still don't really do the right thing 100% in SF.
Yeah. You're definitely closer to it, but not even necessarily for the right reasons, and not
Yeah.
You know, you're still selectively ignoring some things, like you said before.
I mean, it's interesting because like we haven't even touched on that huge moment where Hirako admits that like she allowed a really horrifying ending to happen.
Oh yeah,
because
I did forget about that.
It had an interaction with Takumi that she personally treasures, and she was afraid of like wiping that moment out of existence.
The very idea that like it's better to create new branches so at least there is a world where good things happen is an interesting one, because like I don't know if those branches just would have existed already, or if it really is better to create whole new worlds. But I definitely like I understand her mindset after potentially, or at least believing she'd been trapped in that route. She just wanted that moment to matter, and she has those nightmares where she's like she gets stuck in the loop forever and left behind, and she really values Takumi. It's like I don't like I guess I understand her, but it's a strong moment because it's like emotionally you understand her, but it's not if hypothetically if you could have prevented that you probably should have, you know.
Well,
I don't think she could have.
well, it's also like you already know how horrible that route was for Takumi. Like that is, I'm pretty
Yes.
sure that is specifically like the route that like he remembers that he killed everyone and he immediately like starts freaking out and it like instantly almost breaks him. Like
She could have stopped
the
it
fact that
at
that
like
is
any time.
specifically the route that she like allowed to stay in existence.
Yeah, for that moment. Like she wanted to like matter to him and be important to him and be a, like have that connection. And it's really sad and it's also like she really could have stopped it earlier. And I know she also lives with that guilt too. Like she didn't experience it, but she knows what she did.
Because like
And it's like a
that is one of
complicated
the
feeling. And
I think
Takumi
that
doesn't seem to hold it
specific
against her.
yeah, and that like that specific thing is part of what like contributes to her mindset near the end of the route where she feels like she doesn't deserve to break out, you know, because
Hmm.
like she herself had, you know, done the whole thing of turning her eyes away from another person's suffering to the very person that she cares about.
Yeah. And you know, that's a really strong and important thing, and I wish they also looked at Eva and Eito and said, "Oh yeah."
Yeah. Now, and I
uh,
do like it for Takumi and Hiriko's relationship because I do think there's a really strong emotional narrative you can like see in there of like being in a relationship with someone and not just like romantic relationships but like human relationships in general with friendships, you know, and family. Like it's almost, you know, it is inevitable that like at some point in your life you're going to mess up and hurt someone. You may
hmm
mess up and really hurt someone that you care for. That doesn't always mean though that that relationship is, you know, burned away forever. There are still
Yeah,
like paths forward you can take. And I do like that Takumi and Hiriko do have, they do manage to forge like, you know, a trusting relationship despite that hurt and despite, you know, her always like trying to push him away because of it.
yeah. By the way, you are cutting out a little bit on my end.
Okay, did you get like what I was
Yeah, no, I
saying a
understand.
sec?
I was just letting you know, like the ends of sentences are starting to get cut off. If you want to try and leave it, come back real quick.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll leave and come back real quick.
Okay.
Alright, shall we join? Okay, hopefully that is
You back?
better.
Did you actually leave the call and come back?
Yes, I left the call.
Okay. So I didn't really have anything else to add. I thought that was a great point. I just wanted to say it's gonna be really funny when you get Route 2 and Kiriko and Takumi are just like, guys, I need you to all hold hands with us so we can become Super Saiyan. Also, we need to go to these exact spots on the map to get these boxes. There's like 7 boxes. I already know which ones we need and where they are. So we can make a wish on the Dragon Balls to just resolve all of our problems.
That's a good
Thanks.
point. But like, I wonder if Hiriko has just literally wished, can like make me free from the cursed timeline.
Yeah. Like, I've thought about this before, but the logic of you traveling back 100 days or whatever, like, created this sort of springy effect that constantly is pushing you back. The only way to really fix that is to either travel forward 100 days in time to counter that, or to, like, somehow just, like, stop it from happening, and, like, presumably the thing that brought Hemo Anima into existence in the world, like, you live in, the Boxes of Blessings, would have the power to stop that. So, yeah. There you go.
Yeah. So yeah, at the end of the day, I am still
Box of
not.
Blessings! I wish Veshnus was bald!
And the world was saved.
Takumi, that's not gonna fix. Holy crap, you were right.
You,
Utopia.
I get the box of blessings, and as it asks me for my wish, I whisper the words, Nagito Kameda.
Nagito Kamaida. This is my city now. Oh man. Well, you already got your wish. Danganronpa 2x2 coming. I don't know. Depends on when you're watching this.
This may actually be Danganronpa 4.
Which might. We'll see. It's 2x2.
So yeah.
But anyway, I didn't have anything else to add about SF. It's just that the more memories you keep, the more they would just be able to solve the plot if they knew things ahead of time. So like, I don't know where other routes would go if they could just travel horizontally or choose what memories they keep. Because yeah, there's just nothing stopping them from making the wish or
I feel like if Hiroko
whatever.
in a future route were to get the information that you could just leave through Second Defense Academy, I feel like she would just be really mad about that.
Oh yeah, the fact that there's just another spaceship, which by the way, we don't actually know if that's true. It's left ambiguous whether like Nigo taking over was lying, but I'm pretty sure they were telling the truth, which means
it's a perfect
yeah, there's just another
replica
spaceship
of the other academy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like, I think there's definitely some like pros and cons against it, because I know that I believe Nigo or Siri says that they were eventually meant to meet up with Last Defense Academy at some point.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe it could be seen as like just a safety thing of like, if they do have to stay at the academy, they still can be spared from the missiles.
Yeah, it was just like to be. I wonder if the Second Defense Academy also has a Livor Mortis Codes thing. Huh.
I don't think so, because like there's not necessarily a reason to like blow up that academy, because the secrets aren't there.
No,
you're
right. It's just I was hypothesizing like a route where you go back really early, and then when Veshness intrudes and tries to break in, you just like put in the codes and blow up the academy and destroy her there. But you know, there's a lot of things they could do, right? I wish they would top on some of the even more obvious ideas some people have, because I feel like sometimes they go out of their way to just create new lore that just makes things more confusing.
Yeah.
Or dodge the themes of the game. But yeah, that's why SF is where I have it. We both had our problems with it, but
I don't think it lives up to.
It has fun moments.
I definitely don't think it lives up to the game's other finale, but I did still like it.
And hey, maybe like Hiroko a lot more and respect her more. So that's
cool.